Whole Story Quest Audiobooks presents The Reach of Shadows by Tony J. Forder. Narrated by Greg Wagland. Chapter 1. The curious thing to his mind was how loud his bare feet sounded as they slapped against the sodden pavement, puddles exploding and spattering his legs from the knee down with rainwater the colour of thin gravy. The way the sound reverberated along the quiet streets, he might as well have been wearing clogs. As his legs and arms pumped and the muscles that worked them burned, the thin cotton dressing gown he wore flapped behind him like a superhero's cloak. He was only subliminally aware of these things, because his direct focus remained on the figure ahead, the one he had chased from his back garden, and who was now steadily increasing the gap between them, much to his disgust. "I'm too old for this shit," Bliss thought. His body agreed. Jimmy Bliss seldom slept well during humid, sticky summers, and his slumber that night had not been deep. The fierce downpour that started rolling through the city shortly after midnight hadn't helped, with the constant tip-tapping against window panes and the sound of rainwater overflowing from leaky guttering. He woke often, tossing and turning, not knowing which had inspired the other. Remnants of scattered dreams drifted across his semi-conscious thoughts, each of them as unwelcome as the last. Every time his sleep was disturbed, Bliss had considered throwing aside the thin cotton sheet and getting up out of bed. After all, there was music to listen to, movies to absorb, work to catch up on, exercise to stretch his muscles, or a car to punish hard on the dark and quiet roads around the city. Anything other than this sweaty torpor. But each time, just as he was about to rise like a drowning man surging upward to break the surface for one last breath, sleep claimed him again and dragged him back under. For a time, during the next moment of restlessness, he had lain perfectly still, in tune with the moist air surrounding him, eyes wide open as he considered his options. As soon as he heard the odd sound, Bliss knew it was out of place. He thought hard about it as he leaned up on one elbow, waiting for it to brush against his senses once again. The reluctant noise had not been naturally occurring. It had been furtive. Not something created by a shift in the building, a breeze blowing through the eaves, the expansion of floorboards, nor any rodent lurking behind the skirting boards. Furtive meant only one thing to his mind: human. Bliss sat up straight, his body slick with sweat. Flaming June had become sweltering June, and had then swiftly moved on to molten June over the past few days, with the nights not becoming a great deal cooler. He had switched off the ceiling fan earlier that night because it dried out his throat, and the moisture that had subsequently coalesced in the air since was overwhelming, an almost physical presence now threatening to choke him. He checked the digital readout on the alarm clock beside his bed as he turned sideways and planted his feet on the carpet, saw that it was 3:31 a.m. Every movement he made was as slow and precise as he was able to take. He had turned 56 in May, and his joints were not as loose as he would have liked, especially first thing in the morning, having spent the past few hours prone and squirming. Bliss slipped into his moccasins, padded across the room, then pulled his dressing gown off its hook on the back of the bedroom door, easing into it. His head jerked up. There it was again. A subtle, snicking noise, like the sound adhesive tape makes when being pulled from a roll. Bliss tried to control his breathing. The noise had not come from inside the house, but rather from the back garden. His mind drifted away to a case earlier in the year, when a similar situation had occurred. At the time, he had not been at all sure whether anyone had been out there in his back garden in the dead of night. Certainly he had not seen anyone from the bedroom window, and had not gone outside to check. This time he wanted to be certain. As a detective inspector working for the city's major crimes unit, he had more than his fair share of enemies, not all of them villains. Without switching on any lights or stopping to find a torch, Bliss swiftly moved outside the bedroom, along the landing and down the stairs. Heading into the kitchen, he scooped up his keys from a blue glass bowl which sat on the worktop. Pausing by the living room door, Bliss studied the curtains drawn across the French windows. He felt his chest rise and fall, every breath sounding to his ears like a jet airliner about to climb off the runway. He saw no movement, no light, heard no further sound. Adhesive tape being pulled from a roll. If you wanted to drill a hole in glass or break a pane, then taping it first was a good way to deaden the sound and lessen the effect of the shards snapping. A relatively quiet way of breaking in. Bliss exited the front door and pulled it closed behind him, having set the latch to prevent it from locking. He crept around his car in the driveway, scuttled down the alley that ran alongside the house, and cut left into another alley, which spanned the back of all 4 dwellings in his row. He reached up for the latch on the back gate, slowly raising it with the soft pad of his thumb, and as it disengaged in well-oiled silence, he eased the wooden gate open. The gap was no more than 6 inches wide, when Bliss felt the weight shift. In that moment the gate was pulled from his grasp, and as he started to stumble head first into his own back garden, a figure barged into Bliss and sent him crashing off towards the neatly trimmed section of lawn. In that instant, both the element of surprise and his own momentum worked against him, and Bliss crabbed sideways 2 paces before the ground seemed to rise up to swallow him whole. He picked himself up quickly and immediately gave chase. As his feet sought traction and skated almost comically on the turf for a moment, both moccasins flew into the air. Realizing they were lost to the darkness, he ignored them and ran back into the alleyway. The figure, who wore dark clothing and what to Bliss looked like a baseball cap on his head, sped away around the side of the house. Heading out of the estate, the fleeing intruder ran across several roads before cutting across a narrow strip of land beside the main street that ran down the hill towards Oundle Road. As the pursuit continued, the burn hit Bliss quickly. Deep inside his chest at first, coiled heat spread out into his shoulders and thighs. Pain, too, in other joints, including hips, knees, and ankles. An avid and enthusiastic sportsman in his youth, Bliss knew his running days were long behind him, and his respiratory functions were in no condition for a lengthy foot chase. After only a couple of minutes he started to labour, every breath ragged and bursting from his lungs in short gasps. Bliss wasted no energy on calling out, and as it was approaching 4 in the morning, nobody was around to offer any assistance. It was at that point he became fully aware of how ridiculous this chase would appear if anyone did happen to be looking on. Refusing to give up, Bliss pushed himself to run harder. While he exercised regularly, little of it involved prolonged physical exertion like this. His body cried out, begging him to stop, but anger fueled him as he lumbered on in vain. The younger and fitter man he was chasing ran through another alleyway between 2 rows of houses, the distance between them increasing all the time. At the curb on Oundle Road he did not so much as pause, speeding across in loping, powerful strides. Bliss realized he would not catch up, but sheer bloody-mindedness ignored logic and drove him on. Whether it was the rage he felt at having had his privacy snatched away by the prowler, or the adrenaline-fueled pursuit itself, he did not know and would never recall. Either way, when Bliss reached the road crossing his path, he ran straight over without even thinking about the possible consequences. He was less than halfway across when the car hit him. Perhaps he sensed it at the last moment. Maybe sheer human instinct and self-preservation took over. Whatever the reason, Bliss was in mid-air when the vehicle struck. It whipped his legs away, sending his body hurtling at an oblique angle towards the windscreen. He slammed side-on against the rim of the roof, bounced once, and skimmed along its surface before spinning off the back and tumbling onto the road behind the car. As tyres squealed like an animal in pain, Bliss's mind started to shut down, drowning in a sea of inky blackness. The last thing Bliss heard that night was the thump of his head striking the warm and hard surface of the road, made slick first by the brief summer storm that had blown through, and now the blood that had started leaking from his scalp. The last thing he felt before losing consciousness was not pain, but a mournful sense of vulnerability, and the gut-clawing fear of dying alone. Chapter 2. When Chandler arrived 2 days later to collect him from hospital, Bliss noticed immediately the sour look on her face and a piercing glare that could melt steel. Both cheeks were pinched and hollowed out, mouth a tight slit, and her eyes were coal-black piss-holes in the snow. His sergeant was pale and looked as if she had not slept well in a long time. "Who shit in your handbag?" he asked. For a moment that went on too long for comfort, Bliss wondered if his partner was going to respond at all. She shook her head from side to side and seemed to be biting down on her tongue. Eventually she relented with a heavy sigh. "I am royally pissed off. The plan today was to pick you up, drive you home, get you settled, right?" "Right. I gather that's no longer happening." "No. 10 minutes before I was due to set off, Edwards called me into her office. A new case, which is fine. We still have a few on the go, but nothing that can't be set aside for a few days. I was expecting to be told to handle it myself until you were back on board, or that they'd be pulling in a DI on loan. But no, our glorious leader instructs me to collect you from hospital, cracked ribs and all, and take you to the crime scene." "What's wrong with that?" Bliss asked. He had been sitting on the edge of his bed waiting for her to arrive, the plastic carrier bag of essentials that D.S. Bishop had brought in the previous day, now sitting by his side like a faithful pet. He had been in hospital for 2 whole days while they monitored his concussion and iced his cracked ribs. All he wanted to do was get out of there, no matter where he ended up. Chandler was giving him one of her looks. "What's wrong is that your direct superior, rather than order you to a new crime scene, should have made sure you went straight home. Rest and recuperation is called. I sometimes wonder whether these people have ever heard of the benefits of recovery." Bliss waved it off. "Don't fret. It's better for me to be working than sitting around at home. I'm clearly wanted for my searing intellect rather than my fitness levels, and that's always been the case. Except that DCI Edwards is constantly preaching about regulations, and here she is flouting them. You should be at home, taking care of yourself." Bliss grinned. "Oh, you're angry on my behalf." "I am, and a fat lot of good it did me." She shook her head again. "I'm telling you, boss, there's something not right about this one, something more than just sending you to a crime scene when you should be off work. Edwards could barely look me in the eye. She was keeping something from me, I'm certain of that. And whatever it is, it stinks." It wasn't exactly a bundle of laughs leaving the hospital. Bliss had forced himself to take a few walks the previous day in order to stretch his aching muscles. But nothing had prepared him for this. Every movement was both excruciating and exhausting, and he had to shuffle along at barely half his usual pace. The hospital corridors were unreasonably long, the walk across multiple car parks to where Chandler had managed to find a space almost interminable. By the time he slumped down into the passenger seat of her Ford Focus, he was drained and dripping with sweat. The damaged ribs were like razors slicing into bone, injecting him with little shots of agonizing pain. Bliss hated being a passenger at the best of times. But he found Chandler's driving, in particular, something that was best endured with both eyes closed and one hand gripping the door handle. He was not looking forward to the experience. "You doing okay?" she asked him as she gunned the engine. The sympathy in his colleague's eyes was palpable. "I'm happy enough to disobey the mighty Edwards, if you are. The best place for you right now is at home, with your feet up. I'll take the bollocking." "You going to hang around and see to my every need while I'm at home?" Bliss asked, snapping the seatbelt into place, wincing as it tightened across his chest. "Some of us have work to do. But look at yourself, Jimmy. You're in agony." "Right. But I'll be in agony no matter where I go. Don't worry. I won't be leaping tall buildings or chasing runaway trains. You'll hardly know I'm there. And, Pen, if I happen to nod off on the way over, which would be a miracle with you behind the wheel, make sure you wake me when we get to wherever we're going. I won't be happy if you leave me sitting in the car with the window cracked open, as if I'm a dog." Chandler manoeuvred the hatchback out of the car park and hung a right to take them out of the hospital grounds. As soon as the car had straightened, she glanced across at him, shaking her head in admonishment. "You'd think at your ripe old age you'd learn a few simple lessons. What were you thinking? Running around the streets in the middle of the night wearing hardly any clothes and chasing a suspect all on your own?" "Stop banging on about my age," Bliss said, wanting to cough but holding it back in fear of what it might do to his ribs. "I'm not in my box yet. Though I guess I could have been," he thought. And that's precisely what Chandler would have been thinking ever since she was given the news about his accident, which reminded him about something. "Hey," he said, turning to face her. Delving into his personal toolkit, Bliss reached for his most disarming smile. "Thank you." "For what?" "For giving up part of your holiday and flying home early. For being there when I woke up. For caring, I suppose." Chandler rolled her eyes. "You're not getting all mushy on me, are you? I think those drugs they gave you are still in your system. Now shush until we get there." He shrugged and allowed himself to relax. New England was one of the older districts of Peterborough, and had once been home to the Great Northern Railway marshalling yards. Chandler drove them to the eastern tip, where it merged into Dogsthorpe around the Welland estate. In 1994, the area had become nationally infamous when a 6-year-old boy by the name of Ricky Neve was found murdered in Woodland, having disappeared on his way to school. His mother was arrested and charged with her son's murder, but was later acquitted by a jury at the Northampton Crown Court. A little more than 20 years later, the cold case was thawed open, and Bliss knew that his partner had been involved in the manhunt that followed. He wondered if returning to the area held any fears for her, especially given that the case remained unsolved. "You find this place a little haunting?" he asked. Silence followed, and Bliss wondered if Chandler had even heard the question. As he was about to repeat it, she said, "It doesn't so much haunt me as make me angry. I wasn't on the original investigation, obviously. Now that might have thrown up a few ghosts. But we worked bloody hard, and it would have been nice to have got a result after all this time." Bliss had thought the same. But in the past week, the Assistant Chief Constable had announced that, while the case remained open, there were currently no active lines of inquiry. "Was Edwards involved in that op?" he asked. Chandler shook her head as she hit the indicators and turned left on the main road. "No, that was DCI Harrison. His last case, before he took time out to take care of his wife." He nodded. It was Harrison's decision to take extended leave that had paved the way for Bliss to return to the city after a 12-year absence. The series of roads that formed the giant rectangle they had entered was a real curiosity. Every home on both sides of the streets was a long, narrow bungalow, part of a series of semi-detached dwellings. The lack of a second story on either side was peculiar, and played tricks on the eye, as if the brain was incapable of processing such a regular formation. It took Bliss a few moments to adjust to the anomaly. As the Ford turned onto the longer stretch, the first responders were obvious among the vehicles, mostly parked up on short and narrow driveways. Police officers were in the process of sealing off the scene with tape, behind which the gawkers did what gawkers do best. The day was bright and hot, the sky unadorned, save for a few erratic streaks of cirrus. Those neighbours who gathered on the periphery of the crime scene wore little clothing and stood shielding their eyes, fanning their faces as they indulged in excited chatter. Bliss asked himself why they didn't just drag out a barbecue and a cooler box, throw some burgers on hot coals, whip out some chilled beer, and have done with it. Chandler slipped her car in beneath the tape after flashing her warrant card at a uniform Bliss did not recognize. He kept his eyes on the road and away from the crowd assembling rapidly on both sides of the cordon. Bad news spread fast and drew out the ghouls. Even the gamers and tweakers emerged from the shadows. "Any idea at all what we have waiting for us in there?" Bliss asked, dipping his head in the direction of a bungalow painted grey, unlike others in the row which were a uniform sandstone colour. Drawing back the handbrake and killing the engine, Chandler replied on a heavy exhalation. "Not a Scooby, beyond suspected murder, that is. I told you, Edwards wanted me out of there as fast as my tiny little feet would carry me. I'm lucky she found time to give me the address." Milling awkwardly outside the property were 6 uniformed officers, which accounted for the 3 patrol vehicles parked up within the cordon. All were in short sleeves and baking beneath the relentless sunshine. There was an ambulance standing by, and Bliss saw 2 crew members, attired in dark green, chatting with a female police sergeant. One unmarked vehicle was parked close to the drive, and Bliss assumed this would belong to the on-call doctor who had been summoned to pronounce life extinct, or variations of the same. With the aid of the door frame, Bliss managed to haul himself up and out of the car without asking for help from his partner. His chest had been iced prior to him getting dressed, and he had also taken some heavy-duty painkillers, but the damaged ribs were quick to let him know he should be resting in his recliner at home. His shirt clung to his back as if he had stepped out of the shower. Chandler held back, not looking at him, but waiting all the same. He could have kissed her for that. Instead, he took a deep breath and made his way across to the uniforms. "Who was first on site?" he asked, flashing his credentials. The constable who stepped forward with his hand raised was someone Bliss recognized but could not put a name to. "PC Virgil, sir," he said. "We took the call and assessed the situation upon arrival. A neighbour reported hearing a scuffle and what they believed to be a loud cry. I entered through the kitchen door to the rear of the property. My colleague, PC Irwin, was waiting out front, still trying to get attention from the owner. We did knock several times before I headed round back." "The kitchen door was unlocked?" Bliss asked, nodding a greeting. He now remembered Virgil as one of the officers involved in a major vehicle chase across the fens the previous autumn. "Hanging wide open, sir." "So, having received no answer to your previous knocks, you went inside?" "Yes, sir. I announced myself on the threshold, and when there was no answer, I entered the property." Bliss smiled. "It's okay, PC Virgil. Save all the proper terms and procedure for when you make your statement. For now, just give it to me as it happened." Virgil smiled. "Yes, sir. The kitchen was empty. I called out again, but still nothing. I moved through into the hallway, still calling out. Next thing I did was open up the front door to let my colleague in. I wasn't sure if it was better to send him off looking for signs of a potential break-in or clear the house first. I decided it was better to clear the house." "You did the right thing," Bliss told him. Virgil had made a snap decision as to whether to search for signs of a forced entry or check each room inside the property in case the occupier was in distress. "Thanks. Anyway, I happened to be first inside the bedroom, which was at the front of the property to the right of the front door. I found a body lying on the bed, covered in blood. She was naked. Her legs were spread wide and her hands were tied to the metal frame of the bed. I was pretty sure she was dead even before I noticed she wasn't breathing. I didn't want to interfere with the scene, but I knew I had to check her out just in case there was still time to do something to save her. I edged my way around the perimeter of the room. Then I spotted a magazine on the bedside cabinet, so I picked it up just with the very corner of its cover and dropped it onto the floor so's I could step on it rather than the section of carpet so close to the victim. That put me in reach of her. I didn't want to touch the skin. I guess I was thinking about forensics, although I'm sure I ought to have checked for a pulse instead. Anyhow, I wear reading glasses, so I took them from my shirt pocket and held them just beneath the victim's nose. When they didn't mist, I told Irwin to call it in. Bliss was astonished by the officer's composure. His heart had to have been hammering its way out of his chest, with 1,001 thoughts tumbling around inside his head. Yet he had kept his cool and done a pretty good job of maintaining the integrity of the crime scene. Though Virgil's intentions were right, using the magazine to step on was not such a good move, as his shoes might have smudged clear prints on the glossy paper. Nonetheless, Bliss was impressed. "You did very well," Chandler said. She was standing close by and had overheard the entire exchange. "Not sure I would have done all that, even now." Virgil blushed. "Thank you, D.S. Chandler." She raised her eyebrows. "You know me by name? Have we worked together before?" "No. I've seen you around whenever I've had reason to be at Thorpe Wood. I make a point to learn the names of as many detectives as I possibly can. It's where I want to be in a year or so. Major crimes, that is." "Well, you're off to a good start here, Constable," Bliss told him. "Some quick thinking inside that bedroom. Thank you, sir." Bliss looked at his partner. "Ready?" he asked. "Not really," she replied, shaking her head. Shortly after their arrival on scene, she had tied up her shoulder-length hair, and only a few loose strands fanned the air around her. "But let's do it anyway. How are the ribs holding up?" "Sore, but I'll survive." "I heard you'd been in an accident, sir," Virgil said, his eyes narrowing. "I trust you're recovering well." "I'm doing better than our victim," Bliss muttered, as he stepped towards the bungalow. He flipped a mental switch, and immediately cut off everything except that which lay ahead, blotting out the rest of his surroundings. Fatigue and pain moved with him. He was feeling every one of his years and more, but it was time to go to work. Chapter 3. According to the documentation they discovered during their initial cursory sweep, the victim's name was Jade Coleman, and she rented the property from a local housing association. Bliss stared down at the body for several minutes, without either moving or speaking. He wanted to cover her up, but could not. The crime scene manager would be there soon enough, followed swiftly by the team of forensic investigators. He could not disturb the scene prior to their attendance. Bliss regarded the nightmarish vision before him. They will be busy in here today, he thought. Despite the fierce heat of the morning, he felt a chill coming off the room that carried with it much pain and suffering. The sensation would stay with him now wherever he went, circling the drain but never disappearing entirely. Eventually it would filter through his skin and lodge somewhere alongside all the other obscenities he had witnessed in his career. His own purpose was to get a feel for what had happened. Unlike many detectives of his rank, Bliss opted to visit the scene at this stage, before the CSI and mortuary crews had carried out their work. He had no need for the sanitized version, long after the body had been excised from its place of death. He had rarely been able to get a feel for a victim once their lifeless form had found its way into the mortuary. Here at the scene was where their life had been extinguished, in this case so clearly snatched away from them in such brutal fashion. So here at the scene was where Bliss believed he had to observe them, if only for a few minutes. He felt he owed them that. "I bet she was named after her eyes," he said, more to the room than its other living occupants. The doctor, a willowy 40-something with a kind face and upturned lips, looked away from the notes she was writing up on her Acer tablet and leaned forward over the bed. Her wavy hair hung down almost protectively over the victim, but she took care to ensure there was no contact. "I see what you mean," she said, as she stood up straight again. "They were a gorgeous colour." "They still are." The doctor smiled at him and nodded. She had introduced herself to him as Faith McGovern. No pronouncement of or insistence on the use of her title. Bliss liked that about her. "You're a romantic," she said to him. A single eyebrow arched. Behind them, Chandler apparently felt the need to cough, though it did nothing to disguise the harsh snort that had preceded it. "Hardly," Bliss responded to the question. "But even without life in them, those eyes are expressive." "You see her killer in them, Inspector?" "Now who's the romantic?" Bliss gave a thoughtful smile. "Are you in pain? Why do you ask?" "I noticed you wincing, that's all." Bliss nodded. He hadn't realized. "That's just his indigestion," Chandler said, slipping around the other side of the bed, her eyes fixed on the victim. "Old men tend to get that sort of thing more frequently." Bliss stifled a laugh. This was her unique and less than subtle way of suggesting he steer clear of the doctor, that she was far too young for him to chase after. In truth, while McGovern was attractive enough, he had not once thought about her in that way. Perhaps he was finally feeling as old as his partner insisted he was. Ignoring Chandler, Bliss gave a brief summary of his accident to the doctor. When he was done and had received the expected sympathetic response, he added, "So then my sergeant here dragged me out of my hospital sickbed today and brought me straight to work instead of home for a spot of R&R. What do you think of that, Doc?" McGovern shot Chandler a disapproving glance. "After a concussion and with cracked ribs, rest is precisely what you need in the first few days, Inspector. I would have signed you off for 2 weeks. Bliss chuckled at Chandler's scowl, aimed in his direction. "Don't listen to him," she said. "He wants to be here. That's the truth of the matter, and believe me, it was not my decision to bring him to the scene. If it had been down to me, I would have driven him home, kicked him out without braking, and left him there to rot on the driveway." "Ah, I see," McGovern said, head bobbing, a broad smile stretched across her face. "I've been had. I'll remember that for the future, Inspector Bliss." He lifted his shoulders, which sent a spark of pain down his back. "Just making light of a grim job," he said. "That way we don't have to think too much about what this poor woman went through, and how we can't even give her any dignity in death by covering her up. Instead, we have to leave her exposed like this for everyone who walks through that door between now and when the crime scene techs are finished with her." The doctor flipped the cover over on her tablet and tucked it away inside a large shoulder bag, which she planted on the floor by her feet. Her eyes remained on him, and he felt himself colour beneath her scrutiny. "Well, that's me done here," she said, her voice smoky and low. She hooked the bag strap over one shoulder and started for the bedroom door. "Life is extinct. She's all yours, Inspector. Oh, and take no notice of your colleagues mocking. There's clearly more to you than you'd have her know." McGovern gave a brief wave and left the room. Bliss followed her with his eyes, then turned to Chandler. "See," he said, tapping a finger against his chest. "Hidden depths." Chandler grunted. "Yeah, right. And all of them shallow." Bliss ignored her and slipped back into his usual routine. He examined the contents of Jade Coleman's purse, which was lying on the bedside table next to her mobile phone. Along with her bank debit card, Visa, gym membership card, and more than £60 in cash, it contained her driving licence, which confirmed her age as 38. The money and the cards told him this had not been a robbery. In the ID photo, her hair was shorter and styled differently, but it was definitely the same woman. Nothing in the bedroom suggested Coleman had not lived alone. There was no men's clothing in the open wardrobe, nor any men's items on the dressing table or on either bedside cabinet. Other than the volatile tableau presented by the crime, the room looked as if it was usually kept clean and tidy. The bed, its sheets, pillows, and duvet now wore ragged scars of blood. It was dry, but had not yet oxidized. Bliss had no doubt that he would still be able to smear it beneath his gloved thumb. As he stood in place, he snapped his nitrile gloves against his wrists. Bliss had often been told this was a habit of his, yet had refused to believe it until seeing it for himself on a crime scene video when he was accidentally captured in front of the camera surveying a murder scene. The victim before him now had been in good shape, he thought, with narrow hips and long, silky, smooth legs, with excellent muscle tone. She had taken time grooming herself to look good. Bliss wondered if that was for herself or someone else, perhaps even a special someone. Bliss counted 7 or 8 obvious wounds confined between the chest and torso area. The only blood on the woman's face appeared to come from stray spatters, probably resulting from the knife, that had clearly been used, being withdrawn from the body in order to repeat the stabbing motion. On both hands and arms there were what he imagined would prove to be defensive wounds, deep and brutal, where Coleman had initially raised her hands to fend off the attack before being tied up. Crimson spatters of cast-off climbed the walls and window blinds like a poisonous, deadly form of ivy. There were red blotches and scuff marks on the bedroom carpet, leading away out of the door and into the hallway, where Bliss had already seen they faded and then stopped before reaching the kitchen. Bliss took a moment to reflect. The killer had got some blood on the soles of their footwear, but not a lot. They had been wiped clean in just a dozen or so paces. The attacker must also have had blood on their own skin and clothing, at a minimum. Had they exited the bungalow without washing up and changing? Had they worn protective clothing, which afterwards could have been discarded and bagged prior to removal from the scene? Obtaining answers might lead them closer to understanding how much of this had been planned. Jade Coleman had lived in a quiet neighborhood, but her sharp cry and the scuffle that ended her life appeared to have been overheard, so Bliss was already thinking that witnesses would be crucial during the early stages of this operation. As if they had been waiting to snag his attention at the most appropriate moment, the horizontal blinds rustled and flapped. The movement indicated that the window behind them was open, which was unsurprising given the hot day. It explained why the sounds emitting from the room were overheard. As P.C. Virgil had described, the victim's hands were tied to the wrought-iron bed frame. Bliss noted the use of 2 leather belts. One was white, the other a pale blue. Neither looked long. Both appeared more feminine than masculine, and Bliss was confident they had belonged to the murdered woman. There was no sign of the weapon. Neither he nor Chandler had carried out a search in any shape or form, and it was possible that the knife was still in the room, perhaps beneath the bed, or lying somewhere within the creases in the jumble of bedclothes. "Check the kitchen, will you please, Pen?" Bliss said to his partner. "See if there's a knife rack with a blade missing, or a cutlery drawer lacking a carving or chopping knife." Chandler edged back out of the bedroom without comment. She would understand as well as he did that if the knife that caused Coleman's fatal wounds was part of her own set, then making a case for premeditated murder would become that much more difficult. On the other hand, if the killer brought it with them, then it was considered a weapon, and all bets were off. Bliss would insist they make the murder charge stick in that case. His mood had become somber. The earlier gallows humour was history, the time for hard thinking and deduction having taken precedence. Bliss took another sweep of the room and smiled sadly. This supposedly safe space was a physical part of her life that their victim had put time and effort into. The pastel shades accented with highlights of colour, mostly raspberry in tone. The frills on the linen cloth that ran the length of the dressing table, the matching jars, pots, and vases with paper flowers inside them. A tall bookcase overflowed with both hardback and paperback novels, ranging from Joe Watson and Jojo Moyes to fantasy fiction by the likes of Neil Gaiman and Philip Pullman. Bliss knew little of Jade Coleman's life, but he got the sense that this was where she allowed herself time and space in which to relax. That her life was taken from her in this very same room was immeasurably sad, and was the poignant note that Bliss often experienced during an investigation. "There's a magnetic strip screwed to the kitchen wall," Chandler said from the doorway. When he turned, she nodded at Bliss with the kind of resigned expression he had seen on her face all too often. "There are 2 small knives for peeling or chopping, a bread knife, and space for one more, I'm guessing a decent-sized carving knife. I had a look in the drawers and sink, but there's no sign of one anywhere else." "Dishwasher?" Chandler shook her head. "Thanks. I guess that means we'll have to work twice as hard." Chandler nodded towards the bed and their victim. She put up a fight. From the look of those wounds on her right hand, she may even have been the one to snatch up the knife first. If so, she might have cut her attacker during the struggle. Some of that blood over there could be his. "Yeah. What's the chances of us getting a DNA match after weeks of waiting for the results?" Bliss could only recall a handful of his own investigations, where DNA had proved to be the difference in obtaining a guilty verdict. And of those, all but one had been cold cases. Chandler did not respond, and he had not expected her to. The failings of a creaking system were all too familiar and thoroughly depressing. "Come on," he said. "The house can wait, and the dead will have their time. Let's speak to the living." When they re-emerged back into the sunlight, the crime scene investigators and forensic teams had rolled up. They were busy pulling on their protective suits. Bliss caught the eye of the scene manager, a civilian by the name of Brian Finnegan. They each nodded a greeting. Chandler waved a hand. Standing on the grass out of the way of anyone who wished to enter the bungalow, Bliss summoned over PC Virgil with a flutter of fingers. "What do you know about who called it in?" he asked the enthusiastic uniform. "All we got at first was that a neighbour had rung in, sir. As soon as we knew what we had here, I got back on comms and asked for further details. I have a number and address, which is one door down to the left of this building." Bliss turned to glance along the street. The call had come from across the alleyway that divided the semi-detached properties. He swivelled another few degrees and saw that only the upper section of the small 2-piece window in Jade's bedroom was open, caught on its security latch. Enough to provide an airflow, not enough to attract would-be burglars. If the neighbour also had their windows open at the time, which was likely, given the weather, then it was certainly possible for them to have heard whatever took place inside their victim's bedroom. "Are they at home now?" Bliss asked Virgil. He had noticed that the windows to the front of the neighbouring property were closed. "I don't believe so, sir. As I understand it, they were asked to remain at home for us to speak to, but said they were going out shopping." "Well, can't let a little thing like murder ruin their entire weekend, can we, Constable?" "I didn't see them leave, sir. To be fair, they may already have gone out by the time we arrived. I suppose I ought to have secured them as soon as I called in the scene." Virgil looked distressed, but Bliss shook his head. "Don't worry about it. You had a crime scene, and that was your first priority. It's always nice to speak to witnesses when the incident is still fresh in their minds, but we can't compel them to hang around. If they want to report a scuffle and a scream and then bugger off to IKEA, there really isn't a great deal we can do about it." "Who do you want me to call in, boss?" Chandler asked. Bliss took a look around at the street and neighbouring properties. The crowd had not thinned, and several people were raising their voices at the uniforms who stood by the flimsy strips of tape barring the way, demanding to know what was going on. "Everyone," he told her. "I want Bishop and Short inside the property, following up in CSI Slipstream. Everyone else, plus half a dozen uniforms in pairs doing the canvas. Have Carmichael take charge of that. Tell him his first job is to get these people back inside their own properties in preparation to be spoken to." "Ian is on secondment, boss, remember?" He had a vague memory of DC Carmichael requesting a temporary attachment elsewhere, but recent events were still a little fuzzy around the edges. "Well, then whoever we have spare. This is a murder scene, not a bloody carnival attraction." Clutching a hand to his chest where, if the pain was any indication, one of his damaged ribs now appeared to be ripping its way through his flesh, Bliss paused to draw breath. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and he was starting to feel a little light-headed. He suspected dehydration. "Also, arrange for at least 2 uniforms to walk this area. I want to identify every way in and out. Canvass questions to include any sighting of any person or any vehicle that doesn't belong in this street. Not just today, but going back a month or so. And please see if anyone has got a bottle of water they can spare." Leaving his partner to it, he turned back to the 2 officers who had secured the scene. "Can either of you 2 think why this call-out may have warranted special attention?" he asked. He took a few deep breaths and took a bite into his bottom lip. As human scaffolding went, ribs were fragile little bastards. By that I mean, we were summoned here with greater urgency than even a murder like this would usually warrant. I wondered if you had implied anything untoward when you called it in, or anyone had suggested something to you 2 when you made the call. Virgil shook his head immediately, but his colleague, Irwin, gave it a moment of thought before responding. "Nothing that was said exactly, sir, but I think I might know why this received an urgent response." "Don't keep it to yourself, Constable," Bliss encouraged him. "Well, sir, what PC Virgil is unaware of is that this address would have raised a flag." "In what way?" Bliss's curiosity was dialed all the way up to 11 at this point. "Because Miss Coleman had previously reported having a stalker, sir." Bliss closed his eyes for a moment. He tried not to wonder whether the day could get worse, because usually that was the precursor to it becoming just that. But the question was out there, spinning around inside his head. A stalker, and our victim was spoken to. And by that I mean interviewed formally. "Yes, sir." "By uniform? Locally?" Irwin gave a nod that was more sheepish than regretful. "I wasn't involved. I only know about it because it was part of a morning briefing we were given a few weeks back. I remembered the name and address, sir." "So our murder victim, now stabbed to death in her own bedroom, reported a stalker, and all she received in return was an interview with a uniform and a few words over a full-scale briefing?" "Yes, sir. Well, actually, no, sir, not quite." Bliss closed his eyes again and blew out a frustrated sigh. This was where the day really turned to shit. "What do you mean, Irwin? What did I not mention?" "Miss Coleman was also spoken to by 2 detectives, sir, from Thorpe Wood." Chandler appeared as if from nowhere. She handed Bliss an uncapped bottle of spring water and 2 painkillers already set free of their bubbled casings. He swallowed them down and guzzled back half the cold water in 3 enormous gulps. "You all right, boss?" she asked him. Bliss shook his head. "You know that scene in Jaws where the shark first appears, and Chief Brody turns to the skipper, who hadn't laid eyes on it?" "Yes." "Well, I think maybe we're gonna need a bigger boat." Chapter 4. Having returned inside to assess the crime scene more fully, Bliss then hobbled back out of the bungalow to greet the team as they arrived at the scene. He was not exactly expecting a hero's welcome. After all, not only had he not apprehended the figure who had been snooping around inside his back garden, he'd also been stupid enough to run in front of probably the only car on the road at that time of morning. and he had done so wearing nothing more than jockey shorts, a dressing gown, and a cold sweat. Even so, he had expected his appearance to warrant more than a casual nod as his colleagues passed by. Those who did not immediately enter the property stood in a small group to the left of the front door, speaking in low voices as the workload was divvied up. Having pretty much ignored him as they approached the victim's home, his colleagues continued to do so as Bliss stood and glared at them. He said nothing. He now had a reputation as one of life's great internal fumers. It was a technique he had mastered over a dozen years or more, and for him it beat the volatile explosions of his past. Conquering his temper was an ongoing project, but he had made great strides in the right direction. Still, he was finding it hard holding back his annoyance. While a ticker-tape parade in his honour might have been overdoing things, the odd verbal greeting and an inquiry or two as to his condition would not have gone amiss. "Fuck you all," Bliss thought. He shook his head with obvious displeasure, then moved as swiftly as possible back to Chandler's car. Still blinded by anger at both his colleagues for snubbing him and himself for reacting to it, Bliss yanked the passenger door open, only to be confronted by himself. That was himself as depicted in a caricature impression, flying through the air, wearing only a pair of Y-fronts, a cape, and a completely bamboozled expression on his face. The cut-out board stood about 3 feet high, and had been securely buckled into the seat, with an A4-sized note affixed to the front, spelling out, "Our fearless leader cheats death once again." He heard the laughter before turning back to his team, who now stood in a single line, watching him, clearly enjoying his reaction. "You bastards." Bliss could not keep the smile from his lips, but it felt good, snapping at them all the same. "You complete and utter bastards. Are you all going to cough to this? Or was it one of you in particular?" "I confess, boss," D.S. Bishop said, "but society is to blame." D.S. Short stepped forward and said, "I'm Spartacus as well, boss." Hunt moved alongside her. "I'm Brian, and so's my wife," the detective constable said, offering his widest, toothy smile. The line from Python's Life of Brian was always worth a chuckle, but Bliss thought he'd had enough film references for one day. He raised a finger to admonish the whole group. "You're still bastards, every single one of you. But thank you, even if that snort of laughter I gave just now did cause my busted rib to shred even more torn flesh." "Gull's the one with the artistic flair, boss," Bishop revealed. "Maybe you ought to blame her." "Oh, believe me, DC Ansari will pay for this." "Where is she?" "Court, boss. I left a message for her to join us as soon as she's free." Chandler freed herself from the group of uniforms, tasked with searching the area for potential routes in and out of the property, and wandered over to the car. Her face radiated delight at him having encountered his cartoon superhero image. "You knew all about this, I take it," he said. They both understood it was an accusation, not a question. His partner feigned shock. Badly. Hand to her chest, she said, "Me, boss? No, boss. I had absolutely no idea, boss." Bliss narrowed his gaze. "They wouldn't have been expecting me to be here at the crime scene. My little surprise would have been waiting for me in my office, probably sitting there in my seat. You told them to bring it with them. I think you'll find that is what's known as circumstantial evidence. Good luck proving it." They got back into the car and took off, Bliss having relocated his welcome-back gift onto the back seat. He assumed Chandler was now driving him home, but as she dropped back off the parkway, his partner explained that DCI Edwards had called her while Bliss was busy taking a look around the interior of the bungalow. "She wants a quick chat, no more than 10 minutes. Then you are to go home and put your feet up. For the rest of the day." The final sentence was said with a notable lack of enthusiasm. "So I get an entire half-day to convalesce. I am honoured." "I know. I couldn't believe it when she said that." "You don't have to listen to her, boss. You're entitled to sick leave. You could ignore her and take it. Take the 2 weeks your doctor friend offered." He shook his head. "Let's just get it over with. I'm tired of all the games, tired of all the nitpicking. Basically, I'm just bloody tired." "Well, you were knocked down by a car, boss." "I was indeed. On the whole, I don't recommend it, Pen. And I don't recommend chasing someone around the streets while almost naked. But I hear some men will do anything for attention." Bliss smiled at her. Chandler always had to have the last word. Back at HQ, she remained in the car rather than hunt for a parking space. His breathing laboured, stride shortened, Bliss took the lift up to the 2nd floor. Normally he used the stairs, but today they would not be his friend. He found Edwards in her office, door open. He knocked anyway. She motioned him in, then got up to close the door behind him. He levered himself into the chair opposite her desk, barely managing to contain a groan as the ribs reminded him they were unhappy. "Thank you for stopping by," Edwards said, as if he'd had any choice in the matter. She retook her own seat. "How are you doing?" "About as well as you'd expect, I suppose. Possibly better, considering how bad it could have been." "Indeed. I know about the rib damage and concussion, of course. The abrasions on your face look sore, too." He was aware of them, having taken a casual look in the mirror when brushing his teeth that morning. He had also showered, but the simple act of cleaning his teeth took so much out of him that he had chosen not to shave. There were a good few days of stubble to cover up the worst of the damage to his cheeks and chin. The raw friction wounds to his nose and forehead were left uncovered to allow them to breathe and heal more quickly, and some antiseptic ointment soothed and protected them well enough. "I'll try not to scare any members of the public I happen to encounter," Bliss said, laughing it off. Other than the ribs, the worst wound was to his pride. He could only imagine what he must have looked like, splayed out on that road. "Well, you take it easy later on. And tomorrow I'll have you on lighter duties for just a few hours. How so?" The DCI's features took on a worried edge. "I need you to intervene in something that might later become a problem. When the call came in about this poor victim over in New England, it came with a red flag warning. Not only was the victim listed on the files of the Stalker Task Force, but she was actually interviewed by 2 of our own." Bliss nodded. "So I heard. How did that occur?" Edwards blew out her cheeks. "One of those days that conspires against you, Bliss. For a variety of reasons, including court attendance, holidays, sickness, and training commitments, the task force was short-staffed. They asked to borrow 2 DCs, so I loaned them Hunt and Ansari. This was while you were on holiday, as I recall. Sounds like a reasonable enough request and response." Bliss was curious now. He wondered where this was headed, and why Edwards had decided to involve him. It was. However, I was under the impression that DCI Mulligan, as head of the task force, would be reading the report and debriefing Hunt and Ansari if necessary. Mulligan was under the impression that I would be doing so before passing the details through their system. We were both mistaken. Now, of course, the fear is that if this poor woman has been murdered by the stalker she reported, we have to ask if it could have been avoided." "So you want me to do what exactly?" he asked. Edwards leaned forward, hands clasped together on the desk. "We would expect a formal inquiry to occur at some point. However, DCI Mulligan and I believe it would be to everyone's advantage if our 2 detectives were spoken to informally beforehand, which is where I come in." "Precisely. Why me? I wasn't even here at the time. That's one very good reason why it should be you, Bliss. You won't be regarded as covering your own back. And the other good reasons? Hunt and Ansari will feel less pressurized if you speak with them first. They also work closely with you and respect you. You can more easily convince them that no one is looking to put them in the frame." Bliss tilted his head to look directly at his DCI. Their eyes met, and he thought she knew exactly what he was thinking right at that moment. which was confirmed when she spoke next. "I can guess what's going through your mind, Inspector, no matter what our differences in the past. Believe me when I tell you that neither I nor DCI Mulligan are attempting to dump this in the laps of two junior detectives. We simply want to get ahead of it before the formal procedures kick in." Bliss now knew why Edwards had insisted he be taken to the crime scene, and Chandler's sense of unease over the instruction was explained. "I'm sorry," he said, shaking his head, "but I think that is a really bad idea. I won't do it." Edwards sat back as if to regard him more fully. "What do you have against it?" "It's too soon, for one thing. You're reacting to this as if the supposed media rumpus had already kicked off. That's a last-ditch move. Also, the risk of calling Hunt and Ansari in at this early stage is that we alienate them. Surely you have the capabilities to persuade them otherwise, Inspector." "Possibly. What I lack is the inclination." "These are your people, Bliss. I would have thought you would want to help." "It's not a matter of not helping, boss. It seems to me that this could easily lead where you would rather it didn't, and I think it's unnecessary at this stage. The last thing you want is for this to leak out to the press. If you start rattling cages, that's precisely what could happen." Edwards pushed herself back and rose from her chair. "It's up to you, Inspector. I really don't see what the problem is. But I'm hoping you will do what you always do, which is your job. And I'll take my chances with that." Bliss also got to his feet, though more slowly and painfully. He wondered if there had been a compliment buried in that statement somewhere. He nonetheless shook his head at his DCI. "I will do my job, boss. But I won't go to John and Gull in the way you suggest. Of course, I will discuss the issue with them, but I think that has to be part of the natural flow of the investigation, and not by pulling them to one side now and questioning them. It's not only a matter of how they react as individuals. How do you think it will look to every uniform and every suit out there if, at the first hint of trouble, we start circling the wagons? It will look as if you think we're guilty of something, that we have something to hide. In my opinion, the best way to proceed is by backing your own people here and now, and letting them get on with their jobs." The silence that followed was screaming with tension. Bliss realized that his relationship with Edwards was never going to be without its troubles. He was not her type of copper, and she was not his kind of leader. In recent months, however, they had found a way to muddle through that was neither disruptive nor corrosive. He wondered now if he had stepped over the line yet again, and set them all the way back, perhaps even to the point where it became unworkable. But then Edwards surprised him. She nodded, and even managed to tease out a small upward curve of her mouth. Something approaching gratitude gleamed in his DCI's eyes as she responded. "In retrospect, I agree that it's not just about how we react, but how that reaction is perceived by others. What is, in reality, a trifling matter to us may be regarded by others as something far more incongruous. Allowing the matter to be raised as part of, rather than separate to, the general team discussions will work better. Thank you, Bliss, for your candor. I appreciate it very much." Bliss nodded and turned to leave. "You're welcome, boss. Let's just hope you don't come to regret it." "And me neither," he thought. As he walked away, Bliss evaluated the potential fallout for both Hunt and Ansari. He would speak to them about their interview with Jade Coleman, but at the right time and in the right setting. In a perfect world, they would both seek him out to mention it to him first. He could not see how his decision could possibly create problems for his team members, but he resolved to keep a wary eye on the situation, to ensure that the internal political machinations did not rise up against them. If heads had to roll, it would not be theirs. Chapter 5. "I love what you've done with the place," Chandler said, As she blew through the ground floor of his house, her inquisitive nose twitching as she sniffed out every aspect of his life drawn from a 30-second observation. Bliss knew she was making light of a serious point. This house, which he had lived in now for almost 7 months, looked pretty much the same as it had the day he moved in, and similar to the house he had lived in during his first posting to Peterborough many years earlier. The furnishings were Spartan but functional, walls bare, the entire dwelling lacking any form of personal touch. Other than the essentials, Bliss's home life revolved around the one small section of his living room which housed his TV, Blu-ray player, and stereo equipment. Beside these stood stacks of DVDs, CDs, and vinyl albums. 2 armchairs sat facing the media centre and the back garden. It probably didn't take much more than a 30-second peek through his keyhole to sum him up, Bliss reasoned. It was only when someone else visited that he ever thought about how his home looked to other people. It had everything he needed and functioned exactly as required. There were photos and a handful of framed prints, currently sitting inside cardboard boxes, which by now he could have found time to put up on the walls. Yet he had always decided against doing so, unsure of the purpose. He had no need of physical reminders when it came to the important people in his life. They remained with him wherever he went, taking up a warm and comfortable spot inside his head. Bliss struggled over to his favourite chair, easing down into it as gradually as possible. By the time he was done, he felt as if he had run a marathon. When he had settled and found a comfortable sitting position, he gave a sigh of relief. "That's me for the rest of the day," he said, elevating his feet. Chandler came in from the kitchen, her quick scrutiny finished for the time being. "Do you want something switched on in here? Also, what are you going to do about your dinner?" He raised a small plastic caddy which held a number of different remotes. "I can switch on anything I need with these, because everything is on standby. As for dinner, I might get a takeaway if I fancy it. I'm not hungry right now." She laughed. "At the pace you're walking, you'd have to set off for the front door before you even placed your order." Bliss clutched his ribs as he also chuckled along. "It's pathetic, isn't it? Mind you, I keep coming back to the fact that I got run over. I really shouldn't complain about a couple of dodgy ribs and some cuts and bruises." Taking the other chair, Chandler wiggled her backside into the cushion. "This is nice, comfy. Surprisingly good choice. Look, Jimmy, I can always pop back over and help you out. I'll make some lunch now, knock up some dinner later when I get off work. It's no trouble." Friend or not, Bliss was not accepting more of Chandler's help than was absolutely necessary. She was also his work subordinate, and it didn't feel right having her take care of him away from the office. He imagined there was also a hint of macho nonsense about his decision, not wanting to appear weak in her eyes. But even though he recognized it for what it was, he nonetheless declined the offer. "I'll be fine," he insisted. "I'm used to taking care of myself. I'll work something out. But thanks. How about changing your strapping?" Bliss shook his head. "They don't do that anymore. These days they like you to have room to breathe and expand your lungs. Makes me wonder how many people died of vicious strapping injuries in the old days. It's probably more about saving money than medical thinking. Either way, there's nothing to help me with. I managed to get dressed by myself, then I can get around. In fact, I need to mix up the rest I'm told I need, as well as keeping on the move. No heavy lifting, but I can probably drive in a day or 2. Ice and anti-inflammatories are about it when it comes to treatment." Nodding, Chandler said, "I don't suppose you could invite anyone else round to keep you company? I know you and Angie are no longer a thing, but I was wondering about the bone woman." Bliss had been waiting for her to go there. He admired her effrontery, if not her timing. And when he looked back at Chandler, his eyes were narrowed to slits. You mean the woman who only became a widow just a few months ago? I'm not saying you should invite her around as a date or anything, but you took her in for a few days when she needed some friendly support. You got on okay with her all over again, so you said. There's nothing wrong with calling her up to tell her what happened. You never know, she might offer to come over without you even needing to ask. It's too soon. Besides, she would feel obliged to help, even if she didn't really want to. I don't want to put her in that position. I'll speak to her. Let her know what happened. But when I'm feeling a little less vulnerable. Chandler hugged herself. You men are so bloody stupid. That part of evolution really passed you by, didn't it? How is it you still don't realize that it's precisely when you are vulnerable that you should be asking for help? It's no sodding use afterwards. Look, I had a scare and I'm banged up a bit. I'll be fine for one night. Then back to the grindstone tomorrow. It's not a problem, really. He had always been grateful that Chandler seemed to know when the dead horse she was flogging had started to decompose. His partner appeared to take the hint now, throwing her hands in the air theatrically. Fine, whatever you say, but speaking of tomorrow, what did Edwards have to say for herself? He took a few minutes laying out the basics of the discussion that had taken place. That's very sneaky of her, Chandler said, her look instantly disapproving. She gets early notice of everything John and Gull are going to say if questioned, making you the bad guy for interviewing them in the first place. Then if you give the go-ahead for the stalker aspect to be followed up, which, let's face it, you would have to do, then she can claim later that you did so out of spite. That was exactly how I felt at first, Bliss admitted. But Edward seemed genuine this time. I suppose you had to be there, really. I would never say I trust her completely, but in this instance I do. Even so, I told her I wasn't going to do it. I think it would only make matters worse. I bet that went down well. Astonishingly, she was all right about it. More than all right. She not only agreed, she also thanked me for my honesty. And this is the same DCI Edwards, Chandler said sceptically. Your boss? The one who has given you nothing but strife ever since you came back to the city last year? The very same. Her reaction took me completely by surprise, but that suits me just fine. It makes for a nice change of pace. You'll be speaking to John and Gull about it at some point, though, won't you? I mean, it won't have escaped their notice that our victim is the woman they both interviewed. Bliss nodded. I will, of course. But unless they approach me first, I'll slip it into the conversation when the time is right. I don't want them to get the impression we're making a big deal of it. That sounds sensible, especially for you. But what about if they come to me this afternoon instead, given you won't be around? Give them some of the old Penny Chandler charm. Make sure they're aware they are not in trouble. Let them know they can come and see me as soon as I'm back. Chandler smiled. Yeah. Butter me up first, why don't you? Fine. I'll make sure they get the right message. And only if they mention it first. Meanwhile, I take it you want me to get things moving on the investigation, yes? Incident room, boards, operation name, early actions? Bliss told her that was precisely what he wanted from her. But then something else occurred to him. If John or Gull do discuss the issue with you, tell them they are not to mention the stalker aspect of this with anyone else until after they have spoken to me. They both had a chat with our victim, and they'll have a good idea where this investigation will lead us. But I don't want it spreading beyond them until I've had a chance to manage it. So yes, get the ball rolling on the case, but steer away from that particular avenue until tomorrow, if you possibly can. Will do. It's not looking good for Edwards and Mulligan, she said with a heavy sigh. Now that I know she had a stalker, Jade Coleman's murder instantly makes sense. That's the way I see it, too. No way of avoiding it. Not unless something significant emerges between now and the next briefing that sends us down another path. And if it was the work of her stalker, then Mulligan will come under fire as the head of the unit. But Edwards is bound to get caught up in the mess, given she's responsible for loaning out Hunt and Ansari. She must be extremely concerned if she tried to rope you in to do their dirty work for them." Bliss agreed. I actually felt sorry for her, but I'm more anxious about the potential trickle-down effect. We'll stand behind our colleagues, just as we always do. Bloody right we will. Chandler stood to leave. As he watched her get to her feet, something flashed across Bliss's splintered memory. For a moment he considered leaving it for another time, but decided against it. What he had to say could not wait. "Ben, you might want to sit back down again," he said gently. "I just remembered something I needed to talk to you about. It actually came up on the evening I was knocked down, and what with everything that happened, and my memory not being exactly clear at the moment, it went right out of my head until just now." "Okay." She frowned at him. "Judging by the look on your face, this is going to be serious." His partner retook her seat, spreading her hands, palms upwards and fingers splayed. Bliss saw that Chandler was not only intrigued, but openly anxious as well. "It is, Pen. You remember I had some communication with an agent from MI6 during that murdered airman case?" "I do. At least I know what you were able to tell me at the time. Well, despite having backed him into a corner he did not wish to be in, I ended things by asking him for a favour. It was a long shot. I never expected him to come through. The thing is, he has. And now it concerns you." "Me?" Chandler put a hand to her chest. "Please don't tell me you recommended me to them." Bliss shook his head. "No, nothing like that. I hope you're not going to be angry with me. But I asked the man I spoke to if he would look into your issues in Turkey, to see if he could confirm or deny whether your ex and your daughter are still in the country." "You did what? You called in a favour on my behalf?" He could not tell if her expression was one of shock or fury. "Yes. I'm sorry, maybe I should have asked you first." "No, I'm not angry with you, Jimmy. I'm surprised is all. I can't believe you would do that." "So they have some information. Is Hannah still out there in Turkey?" "She is, Pen. Not only that, but I now know exactly where." Chandler sat forward on her cushion so rapidly that she almost slid right off the chair. "You do? Really?" Nodding and smiling, Bliss said, "I have a current address in Antalya, on the southern coast. And there's more. The man I always thought of as just 6 told me he had someone light a fire under the Foreign Office. They reopened your case, fed all the fresh information into their system. They're now prepared to work hand in hand with the Home Office, plus the SIS out in Turkey, in order to apply some leverage to the Turkish side of the political arena. All you have to do is say the word." Tears fell from his partner's eyes, as Bliss had known they would. 17 years ago, the Turkish father of their then 2-year-old daughter abducted the little girl and fled with her back to his home country. Despite all her best efforts, not only had Chandler not seen Hannah since, but for some time she was not even certain that they were still in Turkey. Bliss had attempted to shift both the Home Office and Foreign and Commonwealth Office during his first posting to the city, but his friend and colleague had long since given up any realistic hope of seeing her daughter again. The break she had returned from, upon hearing about his accident, was actually her annual pilgrimage to Turkey, in an effort to track down her missing daughter. Bliss grunted and winced as he edged forward, looking up into Chandler's glassy eyes. "Pen, I know this is a step forward, but it also takes you closer to the point where you have to start embracing the reality of the shifting sands. Hannah will no longer be westernized. She almost certainly answers to a different name now, and has probably forgotten that she ever spoke English. You've always accepted that your ex will have told Hannah her mother is dead. You have to prepare yourself for the real probability that even if you won some sort of case against Mehmet, Hannah is old enough now that visitation rights no longer apply, and she may decide not to even meet with you. Using the heel of her hand, Chandler wiped away her tears. She blinked a couple of times before looking directly back at him. Jimmy, if you offered me even that faint hope right now, I'd chop your hand off for it. To go from the genuine prospect of never seeing Hannah again to possibly being able to visit her and spend time with her, even a couple of times a year, that would mean the world to me. I know, I understand that, but, and I don't mean to seem harsh, Hannah is a teenager now. Not the little toddler you knew and loved. The early stages of any reconciliation could be extremely brutal. I'm strong enough to withstand that, of course you are. I don't doubt that for a moment. But is she? Chandler closed her eyes as that sunk in. Bliss hated to be the one to both open a door for his friend and then put obstacles in the way of her walking through it. But he could not allow Chandler to rush blindly into something which might make an horrific situation even worse. She was strong, a mentally tough person who knew her own mind. But to regain contact with a young woman who was now a stranger, only to see that relationship flounder, would be hard to endure. When she looked back up at him, Chandler's expression was one of single-minded determination. "One step at a time is how we'll take it," she said. "I accept that Hannah may not want to see me. I accept that she's no longer the little girl who was taken from me. But no matter what, she is still my daughter. So, what do I have to do?" After Chandler had gone, Bliss sat in silence for a good while. He had pulled back the curtains and now lost himself in the natural beauty of his Zen-inspired garden. Ignoring his constant discomfort, even when sitting perfectly still, Bliss took his mind back to the new murder investigation. Once again he was drawn to wonder why nothing could ever be simple. The killing of Jade Coleman was a despicable act, and if, as seemed likely, it had been the work of a stalker, then the chances were good that the team would eventually track down the perpetrator. But the complications put a different slant on the inquiry. The fact that the victim had previously been spoken to by two of his major crimes detectives meant that questions would be asked of them as to whether the murder could have been prevented, which was bad enough. But to have two DCIs allowing that oversight to fall through the cracks was an impediment Bliss could do without, as it would lend credence to any allegations of collusion. The focus of a murder should never be on anyone or anything other than the victim. But here, as on too many similar occasions in the past, the distractions were never far away. Bliss turned his thoughts to Jade. The gaudy horror of her death was in stark contrast to the room in which she had lost her life. And here was the first point of pause. This poor woman would now have her life picked apart at the seams, torn this way and that, as the team worked to not only find her killer, but to also protect the investigation and its evidence in terms of presenting a winning case to the Crown Prosecution Service at some point down the line. Those who made allegations and sought prosecution had to be prepared for everything the defense would throw at them, which meant the team having to uncover each skeleton and every sordid tiny detail, if it existed. Sometimes Bliss felt as if they were brutalizing the victim all over again. He considered the way she had been displayed. There was something a little off about it, as if it had been rushed. Bliss understood how that might happen, if the attacker was concerned about the struggle and Jade's cry being overheard. But then why proceed with the binding and positioning of the body? Yet if the binding had taken place first, at what point had the struggle occurred? The timing felt out of sync, and that was a concern to him. Finding out whether she had been raped was now of paramount importance. Bliss felt it was unlikely that a stalker would go to such lengths, only to murder his victim before obtaining some form of sexual release, unless this particular sick freak got his jollies from penetrating a corpse. Bliss had encountered one or two of those in his time, but given the scream the neighbour thought they had heard, and the frenzied attack that had taken place, it could easily be that the killer had panicked and simply ensured that he could never be identified by Jade. Knowing if rape had occurred was crucial, but Bliss was not certain which conclusions might yet be drawn from the result of the testing that would take place. Like most men and women involved with police work, Bliss did not like coincidences. He recognized they existed, and that from time to time one would come along to bamboozle an investigation. Here, however, he had to ask whether the fact that a few weeks after reporting a stalker, Jade Coleman's brutal murder was coincidental to that report. In Bliss's experience, it would be unlikely, but not impossible. If Bliss had learned anything at all during his long career, it was that absolutely everything was possible when it came to murder. Chapter 6. Chandler knocked on Bliss's door shortly before 8 a.m. the following morning. He had told her he would take a cab into work, but she insisted on giving him a lift in, suggesting they could use the short drive to catch him up on any progress made the previous afternoon. He had relented. It was futile to do anything else once she had made up her mind about something. What he had seen in the bathroom mirror that morning was downright painful and depressing. Discounting the bruising and scabbed abrasions, the signs of aging were more pronounced than ever. His hair, prematurely salt and pepper 20 years earlier, was now fully grey. As ever, he wore it trimmed close to the scalp, and whilst receding and thinning, it was holding together much as his father's had at the same age. The flesh on his face was loose, sagging now beneath both eyes and chin. Deep blue eyes that had once stood out as his best feature were now lost in whites permanently marbled by fierce red lines. Somewhere along the way his old acne scars seemed to have become swallowed up by time. Score one for age, Bliss thought. A slow and painful shave, a good long soak beneath the most powerful shower setting he could find, plus some clean, fresh clothes, made Bliss feel a little more human. He was glad he did not have to bother strapping himself. But he did press a bag of frozen hash browns against the affected area for a few minutes. The pain was remorseless, and he popped another couple of cocodamol capsules. Given that he was already on a daily regimen of medication for his Meniere's condition and high blood pressure, Bliss did not like having to take additional pills. He reasoned that if he could dull the effects of the damaged ribs to a raging ache, then it was a risk worth taking. His Meniere's disease diagnosis followed a series of tests back in the autumn of 2005. A condition associated with the inner ear, it caused him to suffer from a loss of hearing, constant tinnitus, a loss of balance, and some mild mental confusion when fatigued, together with occasional vertigo. Every so often his body demanded a system reboot, and he took time off to recuperate. But mainly it was just a matter of getting on with the changes the illness had wrought upon him. Right now he was more concerned with his ribs, as his lifestyle changes were helping him manage the disease. Chandler blasted questions at him about his injuries, and whether he was taking care of himself. He admitted that he had not bothered eating anything other than a bowl of dry Honey Nut Cheerios the night before, and had helped dull the pain with a few bottles of Anchor Steam. However, he assured his partner that he had enjoyed a good breakfast and that the pain was under control. Bliss was keen to move the conversation away from himself and onto the case. He was impressed with Chandler's work so far. Operation Cauldron already had a full complement of Major Crimes team members, plus an equal number of uniforms attached to it. The even spread was something Bliss had always tried to achieve, not only because it made the uniformed officers feel part of something significant, but also because it gave him and his team an opportunity to spot potential future detectives among their ranks. The uniforms who plotted the lay of the land in the neighborhood the previous afternoon were due to report on their findings at 10 a.m. An hour later, the neighbor who had called in after hearing a loud scuffle, followed by a scream, was scheduled to be interviewed in their own home. Chandler had assigned that job to herself and Bliss if he was up to it. Otherwise, she would take D.C. Ansari with her. Interviews with other neighbors were currently being collated and entered into the system. Jade Coleman's family, who lived in Wiltshire, where Jade was born and raised, had been informed and had driven up the previous evening to make a formal identification. In the lift on the way up to their floor, the two encountered Detective Superintendent Fletcher. Bliss noticed that she had recently opted to forego her usual contact lenses for designer-framed glasses, and their stylish mix of colours had softened features which, at times, appeared unintentionally severe. Several weeks earlier, the super had undergone a complete restyle, including her hair and wardrobe of work clothes. This had triggered the usual spate of rumours around the station. Bliss ignored them, but he thought the changes made her seem more feminine and less aggressive. It was a combination he approved of. Fletcher got out of the lift with them and detained Bliss briefly, concerned about his injuries. "I'm doing okay, thank you, Ma'am," he assured her. "It could have been a lot worse." "Indeed it could have. Inspector, has anyone briefed you yet on what we discovered about the vehicle that struck you?" Bliss blinked. His memory remained hazy when it came to the incident itself, though he had been informed that the traffic investigators were looking into it. He said as much to Fletcher, adding that he had received no update since. "In that case, I have to tell you there is clear evidence that the person you chased and the driver of the car that struck you were working together. The traffic team located CCTV footage. And while their opinion is that there was no clear intent to run you down, the brakes only went on after you were hit, and moments later the figure you had chased away returned to the scene and jumped into the car. The vehicle was found burned out beside a field near Elton. So when the prowler ran, I guess the driver circled around to find them. Then I dashed out in front of them. That's the way it looks, yes. Did either of them check me to see what state I was in? Did they call the emergency services?" Fletcher cleared her throat. "There was only one 999 call. Someone living nearby heard the bump and the squeal of brakes. They had no clear view of what had happened, but they did at least make the call." Bliss thought about that. The intruder he had chased. He was reasonably certain that he had received similar attention from the security services at the start of his previous major investigation. That case had been resolved, so he had no idea why anyone would have been snooping around in his back garden in the early hours of last Wednesday morning. That whoever had run him down had then simply driven away after scooping up their partner in crime implied an underlying malice towards him. Even if hurting or killing him had not been their ultimate intention, they were seemingly indifferent to his fate. "Any ideas as to who this might have been?" Fletcher asked him. Bliss shrugged. "Not one, ma'am. I'm at a complete loss." Fletcher tapped him on the upper arm, wished him well, and told him to get some rest. Bliss thanked her and slowly made his way towards the major crimes area. The place was empty, those on duty away from their desks carrying out their instructions. Bliss sat at D.S. Bishop's desk opposite Chandler, deciding he would rather be with her when news started filtering in than stuck in his office alone. No sooner had he taken his seat, Chandler thanked him again for everything he had done on her behalf. "It's really okay," Bliss told her. "I took a chance. If the man from 6 had blanked it, then I figured I would never have to mention it to you. I certainly didn't see the harm in trying." "I couldn't stop thinking about it last night," Chandler confessed. "I hardly slept at all, which was precisely what I was worried about." "Don't get ahead of yourself, Pen. They may not be able to do anything more, I know. But at the very least I'll be able to write to her. Who knows? Mehmet may even allow her to read it." Bliss nodded, but they both knew that was never going to happen. Chandler's only real chance would be if those with some clout in the country could in some way compel Mehmet to allow his daughter and Chandler to communicate, or at least contact Hannah directly on Chandler's behalf. It wasn't long before the first updates of the day dribbled in. The report from the officers who had scoured the area around the crime scene was interesting in terms of the most likely route in and out used by the killer. Bliss studied a Google Maps close-up of the streets and followed the key findings of the report. Chandler stood beside him, arms folded across her chest, as the map was displayed on the big screen in the incident room. The room was quiet still, with just a couple of uniforms having drifted back after completing their assigned tasks. Bliss switched to Street View to get a better feel for what he was seeing, and immediately the scale of the problem they faced became clear. If the killer had been on foot or riding a bicycle, the quickest way in and out of the street was via a public footpath that ran along the side and to the rear of the corner property. The path led to a large stretch of open ground containing both a park and playing fields. It also merged with another path that led all the way to the Paston area, broken only by a couple of cross streets before taking a route beneath the elevated Soak Parkway. If they had driven, the attacker could have parked up anywhere in one of those nearby streets and walked through, or cycled in almost any direction once off the street in which they had taken the life of their victim. Before driving out to interview the neighbour who had called 999, Chandler again questioned the merits of Bliss accompanying her. She could not understand why he had not taken the rest of the weekend off, half-heartedly joking that he clearly lacked faith in his team to do the job properly without him. Bliss explained yet again that he could not sit back with his feet up at such an early and critical stage of the case. It served no useful purpose as far as he was concerned. He agreed to take the following day off instead, and that seemed to appease her. He was in no state to follow the path once they arrived on the scene. He did manage to struggle as far as the point at which it broke out into the open land and playing fields. "This is it," he said to Chandler, who stood a couple of yards away, peering along the pathway that ran through to a point beyond the A47 Parkway. Whether he walked briskly, ran, or cycled, this has to be the way he came and went. Chandler nodded her agreement. Makes perfect sense. Unless he drove in and out, and that seems unlikely. Bliss had made his own reference to their killer being a he, in exactly the way his partner had. It was merely a shorthand verbal expression at this stage, despite them being uncertain of the perpetrator's gender. It made life easier when talking about the case. He agreed that the use of a vehicle was improbable. In a tight street during daylight, people tended to remember strange cars or vans that did not belong. The other possibility was that the killer was local and had simply melted back into the community. But Bliss was equally doubtful about that. "Witness statements are going to be more important than I first realized," he said. We need to re-interview everyone and highlight the possibility of someone heading from and back to the alleyway and footpath. Plus, extend the search for witnesses to the playing fields, park, and all points along that pathway. I think an appeal on local news would be an advantage here. He noted the arched eyebrows and look of doubt that came his way. I know, he said, raising a defensive hand. I'd usually prefer to squash my own balls in a vice than go to the media, but I think this is one time when they can really help rather than hinder. It would take us too long to do a door-to-door on this scale. Plus, we need to reach out to everyone who walked or cycled these paths yesterday. They headed back to the bungalow next door to the property Jade Coleman had rented, Bliss carrying himself protectively. Try not to get too angry with them, boss, Chandler said, as she matched his slow and uneven progress. What do you mean? You know full well what I mean. I'm as pissed off with them as you are, that they buggered off shopping rather than hanging around after calling it in. But I'd rather we avoided a fractious interview if at all possible. Bliss grinned. Look, provided they don't say anything crass, I'll be as meek as a lamb. And if I do feel the need to vent, I'll save it for the end. Deal? Deal. But I bet you can't keep a lid on it until we're ready to go. A tenor says I can. You're on. At the door, Chandler rang the bell, and they waited in a narrow porch. Bliss winked at her and said, You seem to forget. I'm a changed man these days, Pen. Of course you are. And, boss, don't call me Pen. Chapter 7. It was a bet Bliss wished he had not made from the moment he first met Adam and Chrissy Baldwin. The pair were at pains to point out how inconvenient it was for them to be instructed to wait indoors on a lovely sunny Saturday, and Adam Baldwin in particular presented a disinterested figure. For the first 5 minutes he even kept the TV switched on, and the sound at a deafening volume. Would you mind please turning that off? Bliss asked, having swiftly drained the reservoirs of his patience. I'm finding it hard to hear myself think. Excuse me for having a life, Baldwin said, his wife having disappeared elsewhere within the bungalow, as if she wanted no part in the intrusion into her busy schedule. He depressed a button on his remote to mute the sound, though he left the set switched on. Well, that's more than Miss Coleman has, Bliss said, hoping his disapproving glare would make some impact upon the seemingly impervious and unfeasibly thick hide of the man who had somehow managed to dredge up some internal strand of humanity when making the emergency call. And it is important, Mr. Baldwin, for us to gain a clear insight into not only what you heard, but also the moments that followed it. Baldwin made an impatient gesture with his hand, motioning for Bliss to continue. Bliss wanted to reach over and slap him, but managed to keep his cool. Were you off sick or on holiday yesterday? He asked. I'm between jobs. I see. So having made the call because of what you heard, it would be only human nature for you to have at least glanced out of your window to see if you could spot the source of the disturbance, I suppose. The nod Baldwin gave was non-committal. So did you? And if so, tell me what you saw. For that matter, tell me if you heard anything at all either before or after the initial scuffle and scream. Baldwin puffed out his cheeks and seemed to give the matter a little thought before responding. I heard some clattering about and a crash, as if something had fallen to the floor. Then the scream, although maybe it was more of a yelp than a full-blooded scream, you know. Did you call us before or after you looked out of the window? In between, I suppose. Bliss was pleased with the answer. He had sensed the man's reluctance to admit to having twitched his curtain, and so ensured his next question assumed it had happened anyway. Baldwin had simply followed on from that. So you took a look, picked up your phone to call it in, and then returned to the window. Tell me what you saw." "Nothing, really." That sort of response tends to suggest there was something. Baldwin breathed heavily through his nose. He was clearly unused to being put on the spot by anybody, and disliked being questioned in this way. Bliss did not care, provided the answers that eventually came were truthful. "I might have seen a bike go past. There were kids playing out on the street, so they will have noticed. You should go ask them." "And we will." "We thought we would begin with the adults, sir. Now, can you remember anything about either the bicycle or its rider?" "Not really." Baldwin shook his head. His face was oval, with a long chin, the weight of which seemed to pull his mouth into an almost permanent downward arc. "It was just a flash of something going by. I was looking one way, it went the other." "So you looked out to your right, in the direction of Miss Coleman's home," Chandler prompted, nodding to encourage a response, "and the cyclist shot off to your left." "That's it exactly." "But you didn't see where it had come from? Whether from outside the property next door, or from further down the road?" "No, it was almost by me when I saw it. I noticed it but never took notice of it, if you know what I mean." Bliss knew exactly what he meant. He imagined a lot passed this man by. "So let's focus on the bike for a moment," he said. "Can you remember its colour? What type of bike it was?" Baldwin's shake of the head was firm this time. "No, I couldn't tell you. And all I can think of now when I try to picture what I saw is dark clothing. Possibly a hoodie pulled up around their head." "Okay, that's something. Any sense of build? Of gender?" "I can't be sure. I suppose if I thought about it at all, I thought it was a man. But I couldn't explain why. It was just a glance, there and gone. Like I say, I was looking the other way." Bliss thought about it. The cyclist could have been anyone, but equally it could have been their killer. The fact that some kids had been outside was a bonus. There might well be more to be gleaned from further local interviews, as he had suspected. He did not believe Adam Baldwin had any more to offer on that specific issue, so he decided to change tack. "Sir, approximately how long after you heard the sounds coming from next door did you make that call to us?" "Right away, I suppose." "So within a few seconds of hearing the sounds?" "I suppose." "I imagine you must hear all kinds of noises and cries, what with the kids playing out on the street." Baldwin snorted. "Too bloody right I do, noisy buggers that they are. So what made this any different?" "How do you mean?" Bliss kept his gaze even. "Well, you were used to hearing lots of different sounds, so I'm wondering what there was about this particular set of sounds that made you reach for your phone to call us before you even checked outside." The question seemed to perplex the man. I can't say for sure. It didn't sound right, is all. Especially the scream." "What about the scream, Mr. Baldwin?" Chandler asked, leaning forward to emphasize the importance of the question. "I don't know. It was wrong somehow. Proper fear, I suppose, and cut short." Bliss nodded along. "Fair enough. And what did you do after you had made the call and looked back out of the window?" The man frowned at him, bristling, as if indignant. "What do you mean? What should I have done?" It was the response Bliss had expected. "What I mean is, you were compelled to make a call to the police. What you heard obviously concerned you enough that you felt it warranted a police response. I'm wondering what you thought might have happened, and what your own response to that was." "You already know what my response was. I called you lot. If I'd known how I was going to be treated, I wouldn't have bothered." "Treated, sir? How are we treating you exactly? All these questions. You'd think I'd done something wrong." Bliss smiled and shook his head. There was a tenor riding on this. "Not at all, Mr. Baldwin. I don't know where you got that idea from. You must surely have expected to answer some questions, even though you didn't hang around long enough for us to ask them yesterday. and all I am asking you now is whether, having considered what you heard to be serious enough to warrant calling 999, you did anything more than peer out of your window again. Did you, for instance, go outside at all? Did you approach Miss Coleman's home?" Baldwin licked his lips uneasily. "Look, I made the call. I knew you lot would respond. We had already arranged to go out, and so we did as soon as the coppers arrived. There was nothing we could do about what had happened, so there didn't seem any point in hanging around. As for what I did after calling it in, I looked out of the window until the first of your cars pulled up." "I see." Bliss nodded. "I find that odd, because pretty much everyone else on the street seemed to be gathered outside when I arrived on scene yesterday. That seems to be the natural reaction these days to a police presence. People wanting to see and hear more first-hand, yet you and your family simply went shopping. We'd done our bit. We had plans. I didn't want to stand out there gossiping. I'm not like everyone else out there. That's fair enough. Mr. Baldwin, were you worried at all about Miss Coleman?" "Of course. I wouldn't have phoned you lot otherwise, would I?" He shook his head as if astonished at being asked such a ridiculous and self-explanatory question. "Naturally. But not worried enough that you went over there to see if she needed any assistance? That's what your lot gets paid to do. You're right, it is. How well did you know your neighbour, Mr. Baldwin?" "Why, what's been said?" Bliss frowned. That was an interesting response. Nothing has been said, as far as I know, although I have yet to read all of the initial interview statements. No, what I wondered was how long you and your family had known Miss Coleman, how often you spoke, that sort of thing. Baldwin took a breath. "Oh, I see. Well, she's lived next door for about 3 or 4 years now, I suppose. We stopped to chat if we saw each other, and she came over for a barbecue we had last summer, that sort of thing. Neighbours, but not close." "So what did you think I was referring to, sir?" "What do you mean?" "You asked me what had been said. What did you imagine might have been said, and by whom?" The man shot a look at the open doorway. The living room in which they sat led into the passageway, and in turn the rest of the property. He lowered his voice and his head at the same time. "I think Jade might have been under the mistaken impression that I was interested in her, you know, more than a neighbourly interest. I mean, she would often lie out in her garden on a hot day wearing a bikini, and would loosen the straps. A couple of times she caught me looking at her. There was nothing to it. She was a young and attractive woman, wearing what amounts to little more than underwear, so I naturally didn't turn away when I happened to catch sight." "Naturally. Did she ever say anything to you about it?" Chandler asked. "When she caught you ogling her?" Baldwin's cheek pulsed. The grimy nails of his long, thin fingers raked the arms of the sofa he was perched on. "I never used that word, did I? It's not like I stood there gawping at her. I noticed her. I looked. For a second or two she caught me looking. That was it. OK, my slip of the tongue. But did she ever confront you about it?" "No." "But you wondered if she might have mentioned it to someone else, another neighbour, perhaps?" He nodded. By the flickering in his eyes he realized he had opened up a trap door into which he had fallen. "Yeah, I think she was a bit too meek to call me on it. But she could maybe have told someone else. It might have seemed wrong from her perspective, like." "You mentioned that you found her attractive," Bliss said, warming to the subject. "Was your wife aware of this attraction?" "You're making it sound tawdry, and you're twisting my words. I never said there was an attraction. I said she was attractive. There's a difference. In case you're not aware of that, I'm aware." "So you considered Miss Coleman to be attractive, and you admired how she looked in a bikini, but you were not attracted to her in any way." Now Baldwin closed his eyes as he took a deep breath. The tip of his tongue seemed to be caught between his teeth for a moment. "It's not the way you're trying to make it out to be. So what if I was attracted to her? She was a good-looking woman with a great body. I'm a red-blooded male who doesn't think there is a problem in finding the opposite sex attractive. She was pleasant enough, but in fact she wasn't my type. Physically, yes, sure, but not as a person. She was a bit too awkward and shy and quiet for my liking. Not that any of this has a thing to do with her being murdered. You know damn well I didn't do it, because I called you." Bliss glanced across at his partner. She gave the slightest of nods, and Bliss took that as a tacit agreement to push the man a little harder. "Was your wife with you that entire time?" he asked Baldwin. "Prior to you making the call, I mean, for let's say an entire 30-minute period leading up to it?" The crease in the man's brow deepened. A genuine fear settled in his eyes. "Are you kidding me? Are you actually looking at me for this?" "I wasn't," Bliss said. "We came here today to speak to you purely as a potential witness. But I'm now very keen to learn the answer to my question, Mr. Baldwin. Was your wife with you in the half-hour prior to you making your call?" "She was here with me, yes." "Actually with you? In the same room, I mean?" "I don't know. I can't remember. She was in the house, and so were the kids. We were planning to go shopping, remember?" "I do, sir. But what I really need to know is whether anyone can verify your exact whereabouts during the period I specified. Because you must acknowledge how easy it would be to slip next door for 10 or 15 minutes and come back without anyone knowing you had even gone, especially if your wife and children were in other parts of the property at the time." Baldwin's eyes opened wide, and his jaw hung open for a second or two. He had started out angry. Now he appeared genuinely terrified. Bliss glanced across at Chandler once again, this time injecting anxiety into his gaze. He had continued pushing this line of conversation more in an attempt to cajole Baldwin into taking the matter seriously, rather than because he genuinely believed the man had anything to do with the murder. But now Bliss realized he had made a serious error in judgment. The questioning had run away from him, leading him to a point where he now had no alternative but to step on the brakes and approach the next stage with far greater caution. Because the simple matter was that those questions had sparked off a doubt in his mind. Adam Baldwin had swiftly moved from a grudging witness to a suspect, without Bliss even being fully aware of it at the time. His mind reeled as he realized what he had to do next. Rising quickly to his feet, Bliss looked down at Baldwin and said, "Sir, I apologize, but I'm going to have to ask you to continue with this interview back at Thorpe Wood." Baldwin groaned, deep in the back of his throat, like an animal in distress. He slapped two hands to his head. "You have to be fucking kidding me." "I'm afraid not." Bliss turned to his partner. "D.S. Chandler, would you please go and find Mrs. Baldwin? Make sure she remains elsewhere while I get her husband out to the car." "Am I under arrest?" Baldwin demanded. He looked between the two detectives, disbelief etched into a face now leached of blood. "Not unless you force my hand," Bliss admitted. Silently he cursed himself for not having predicted this outcome. He had no grounds for arresting the man, and no way of compelling him to accompany them to the station. He paused while Chandler slipped out of the room to make her way along the hall. When he spoke next, it was with great reluctance. "Mr. Baldwin, I have to admit that this interview has taken an unexpected turn. I would much prefer not to continue with it now, as we were. I have to ensure that you and your wife cannot collude in any answers to the questions I need to put to you. And the safest way to do that now is for me to talk to you on your own, in an interview room back at the station." "But why? I don't understand." "Because I looked at her when she was wearing a bikini. Because I fancied her." "Sir." Bliss raised a hand and hardened his gaze. "I strongly advise you to stop talking right now. Let me explain to you exactly what I plan to do, and then you can decide whether to accept what I'm telling you or not. At this moment you are not under arrest. But I do wish to ask you questions relating to the murder of Jade Coleman. You don't have to answer them. and you don't have to come with me. I can only compel you by arresting you. Neither of us wants that. Too bloody right we don't. I would prefer to continue this interview with you under caution, but without arresting you. You can have a solicitor with you if you request one, but the fact is that we wandered down a path I'd not previously considered, and had no intention of stumbling on. Now that we are here, we have to take the next steps in a more formal arrangement. This is purely in your best interests. Do you understand what I'm telling you? This is what I get for helping. This is what I get for calling the police. Bliss hung his head and sighed. I'm sorry things turned out this way, Mr. Baldwin. But right now, yes, this is what you get. Chapter 8. DCI Edwards was not on duty, but Detective Superintendent Fletcher was on site, having attended an area meeting in the Thorpe Wood conference room. By the time Bliss called her office, Fletcher was preparing to leave for the day, but she told him to go on up anyway. They sat in the L-shaped meeting area, rather than at the super's desk. But Bliss felt no less uncomfortable as he took Fletcher through the interview with Baldwin. I dropped a bollock, he confessed. A stupid mistake. The conversation took a turn, and before I knew it, things had switched around. As soon as I realised my error, I halted the interview, made sure he spoke to no one else, and convinced him it was in his best interests to come in and answer the remaining questions under caution. The problem being I'd already let it get too far. It happens, Fletcher said, dismissing the issue with a careless shrug. Do you think Baldwin is a genuine suspect? Bliss had considered little else since leaving the property in New England. I think he is a viable suspect in terms of the questioning that now has to take place. I also believe that either his wife or children will probably provide all the alibi he needs when we get around to them. You think if you had taken things further when you were still back at their home, that Mrs. Baldwin would probably have remembered where she was at the time, and that she would say she was with him? That's what I'm thinking, yes. It was the next logical line to pursue, only the moment I realised where we had suddenly got to, that I was now talking to him as a suspect, I knew I had to call a halt and part them. You did the right thing, Inspector. Fletcher nodded as if to emphasise her observation. It may look like an overreaction to some, when 30 seconds of questioning Mrs. Baldwin would probably have cleared matters up. On the other hand, if he ends up being guilty and that interview had continued without caution, with the possibility of collusion as well, then we would have had a tough case to answer. Bliss was relieved. He doubted that DCI Edwards would have been so understanding and forgiving. But with no axe of her own to grind, the super recognised how easy it was for interviews to slip away, and become far more than anyone had intended. The thing is, Ma'am, Bliss said, Adam Baldwin does meet the criteria for being a genuine suspect. He lives right next door. He admitted to finding Jade Coleman attractive. Admitted to watching her when she was sunbathing in her garden. He could easily have been the stalker she became aware of. And despite his wife and children being in the home at the time, it's not impossible for him to have slipped away for long enough to have committed the murder. That said, it doesn't feel right to me, and it would have been absurd of him to have then called us. On the other hand, criminals are generally no Einsteins. Fletcher nodded gently as she took that in. You're absolutely right not to discount him. When something like this happens, we usually begin looking at people who were closest to the victim. Geographically, Baldwin fits the bill, and from what you say, he had a bit of a thing for Coleman. No, you erred on the right side of caution here, Bliss. So what's your next move? When we got back with our suspect, D.S. Bishop and D.C. Ansari were still around. So I sent them over to speak to Chrissy Baldwin. I made sure they informed her it would be under caution, and that if she wanted a solicitor present, they'd have to bring her here, but also to get the message across that it could all be done and dusted within a couple of minutes, sat around her own kitchen table over a nice cup of tea. We really just need to know if she saw her husband in that period before he made the call. It's unfortunate that the first suspect we drag in here is also the person who made the emergency call, but that can't be helped now. As soon as his brief arrives, we'll get on with it." "But your sense of this is that he's not your man?" Bliss shook his head. "I don't believe so, no. But maybe he's a good starting point after all, because prior to this we had all too quickly focused on it being the work of the reported stalker, examining how he might have come and gone from the area. We pretty much jumped right in there without necessarily taking the investigation down its usual paths. We do still need to look hard at Jade's family, friends and neighbours. You were not exactly helped by this issue over the original stalker complaint. Without that, I'm sure everything would have gone more according to plan." Grateful for being offered an escape route, Bliss said, "That's true, Mum. Even so, with Baldwin suddenly being in the frame, it's a timely reminder for us to concentrate on all possibilities and not have the limitations narrowed for us." Fletcher nodded. "If that's all, I really need to push off. If I were you, Inspector, I would not be overdoing things either. Make sure you get away at a decent time today, and I don't want to see you here again until Monday, and only then if you're feeling up to it." "Thank you. I'll get the rest of this interview out of the way, my mess to clear up, and then I'll call it a day." "Good. By the way, how are things with DCI Edwards these days?" "Improved, Ma'am. We're never going to be the best of friends, but I have to say our relationship does seem to have settled down. I take it I have you to thank for that." "I don't know about that. I think the Chief Inspector came to understand that we somehow had to find room for you both here, and when it came to who remained, if that was not the case, it would not be decided by rank." Bliss read what he was supposed to read between those lines. That Edwards had been told to make nice or run the risk of being the one who was pushed sideways. The murder of Jade Coleman was the biggest case they had running in Peterborough right now, so the corridors of the station were largely empty. Staff who were off duty were keeping well away and gearing up for a much larger and more significant response after the weekend. The first few days were always critical, but most people had no idea how much of that time was taken up by formalities and structure. The whole operation had to be moulded into shape, and information was the key that usually unlocked the first door leading to the starting point. Bliss nodded to a couple of uniforms he met on his way down to the ground floor, where he was pleased to discover that Baldwin's duty solicitor had already arrived. Bernard Stillwater was familiar to the interview rooms within Thorpe Wood, and could often be found on call at the weekend. Not because he was junior, more because he needed additional income in order to pay for 2 failed marriages. Bliss had encountered him only once before, but he had a reputation for being fair-minded, and maybe even a little cavalier when it came to objecting to lines of questioning. Bliss knew he would not have to tread too carefully around legal niceties, but was nonetheless wary of allowing the conversation to escape him again. None of the 5 suspect interview rooms were large or anything less than grubby, but the room designated for witness interviews was tasteful and comfortable. Baldwin somehow fell between both, but because Bliss sought his cooperation, he had chosen the nicest space in which to talk. They got the formalities out of the way. Bliss sat opposite Baldwin, Chandler faced the solicitor. Bliss got the ball rolling. "Mr. Baldwin, first of all, I would like to thank you for coming in to answer our questions. As I advised at the time, you are here on a voluntary basis, but are also now represented by a solicitor in Mr. Stillwater, and hopefully with his help we can clear things up in no time at all." Baldwin grunted a response of sorts. Bliss had suspected it would be this way. The man had not welcomed the initial interview when sat inside his own home, so having to come to the police station was hardly going to make him a more pleasant character to deal with. Nonetheless, Bliss moved it on. "Sir, I want to pick up where I left off, really. This is where I hope we can ease towards the right outcome for all of us. All I need you to do is to tell me exactly where you were yesterday, during the preceding 30 minutes leading up to you making the 999 call and asking for the police. In addition, I would then like to know where your wife and children were at the time." Baldwin scratched his nose. It was a gesture Bliss did not care for, as it often suggested guilt, but just as often implied anxiety, which could be explained away by the stress of the interview. "As far as I can recall, I was in the living room for most of that time," Baldwin said, his voice gruff and monotone. "I might have popped into the kitchen or to the toilet, but if I did, I didn't stop to mark it on the calendar." Bliss nodded. "Thank you. So, to the best of your recollection, Mr. Baldwin, where were your wife and children during that same time window? And I don't mean were they at home with you, I mean whereabouts in the house were they?" "I really don't know," Baldwin said, gesturing with his shoulders. The look on his face suggested he wasn't trying too hard to remember. "Then I recommend you think about it more carefully, Mr. Baldwin. I do realise a whole day has passed, but of course the only reason for that is that you made yourselves unavailable to us yesterday afternoon while we attended the crime scene. The whereabouts of your family would, I'm sure, have been much clearer to you then. As it is, we now have to work with what we have. The location of your wife and children during that half-hour period of time could be crucial in terms of what happens next, Mr. Baldwin. So please, do try to remember." "What do you mean it could be crucial?" Baldwin asked. "I think this will go quicker if I ask all the questions for now. You'll have your say." Bliss glanced at Stillwater, who turned to his client. "You are here to answer questions, Adam. I would advise you not to ask them. But I think what the inspector means is that if your wife or children were with you during that period and are able to verify that separately, then you will have established a credible alibi." "An alibi, yes," Chandler said, without looking up from the notes she was taking. "We might debate their credibility later." "The thing to remember here, Mr. Baldwin," Bliss said, suppressing a chuckle at what his partner had said, "is that this interview is taking place in order to establish that alibi. We're not looking to prove either your guilt or innocence at this time, which is why no charges have been brought against you. We simply need to know where you were, where they were, and whether you were with any of them during the specified period of time." Baldwin took a long, deep breath and let it out slowly. "Okay, so if I'm remembering correctly, and I don't want you coming back at me with claims of lying later if I'm mistaken, my son Jamie was playing out in the garden. I'm not entirely sure where his sister Fiona was, but most likely she will have been in her bedroom. As for Chrissy, she was busy getting ready to go out, so would have been flitting from room to room. The fact is, although I'm pretty certain that at one time or another she was in the living room with me, I can't be absolutely certain. I know she wasn't when I heard the commotion from next door and started to make the call, but I can't be definite when it comes to where she was beforehand." It occurred to Bliss that Baldwin's recollections were perfectly reasonable. A short period of time in which very little of note happened would be difficult to recall in detail the following day. He did not find that at all suspicious. The problem for him was that, as an account, it helped nobody. Nodding, Bliss said, "Hopefully your wife will have a clearer memory." "And if she does, I can go?" "That depends, but yes, I think it's likely. Your solicitor can advise you as to procedure, Mr. Baldwin. But please understand that just because your wife provides you with an alibi, if indeed she can, it does not mean we are finished with you. There are other matters to cover. We will be providing you with a warrant later so we can search your home, and we will want to take away with us the clothes you wore yesterday. Before we get there, however, tell me, please, were you ever in Miss Coleman's home?" It was interesting watching Baldwin's features as he digested the question. He was difficult to read because he took his time, seeming to review his response before uttering it. Bliss realized that his dislike of the man was an encumbrance in trying to weigh him up, but he had seen less shifty characters who were nailed on guilty. "Never," Baldwin said eventually. He sat back and folded his arms. Ironically, given the defensive gesture, it was this response that caused Bliss to become convinced of Baldwin's innocence. "Are you certain?" he asked. "You never popped next door to fix or adjust something for your neighbour? Nothing like that?" "No." And there it was again, Bliss thought. It was an easy question to answer in the affirmative, even as a lie, both because Coleman was no longer around to contradict it, but also mainly due to the fact that admitting to being inside, offering help to a neighbour, would explain away any print the CSI team might lift. It suggested Baldwin was either stupid or not guilty and telling the truth. And Bliss had an idea the man might be more slippery than he appeared to be. "So there is no chance of us finding your prints inside her home?" Bliss prompted, watching the man's response closely. "None whatsoever." For the first time, the rigidity in Baldwin's face loosened its grip, and Bliss could almost feel him relax. There was a knock at the door. Chandler went to answer it, had a whispered chat in the doorway, and then returned to the table. "We have some news resulting from a brief chat with your wife, Mr. Baldwin." "Oh?" He edged forward and rested his arms on the desk. "Unfortunately, your wife's recollection is no sharper than your own. Pretty much as you described, she says she was there and moving from room to room. Is sure you were both in the same room at some point, but she cannot be certain of precisely when. She is, however, convinced that it would have been no more than 10 minutes before you made the emergency call, though she does remember asking you specifically about lunch." Baldwin snapped his fingers at the two detectives. Yes, I do remember that. We talked about where we might eat while we were out." "But you can't tell us for sure what time that conversation took place?" Chandler asked. "Well, not for sure, no. Like she said, couldn't have been much more than 10 minutes or so before I heard the noise from next door. Sadly, Mr. Baldwin, that all lacks the sort of precision we were hoping for." The man waved both hands across his face, as if tearing at ribbons of fog, obscuring his vision. "So what you're saying is that you think I waited for my family to be elsewhere, then ran next door, knocked off Jade, and then came back indoors and called for the police. Is that really what you think happened?" "What we think happened is not up for debate right now," Bliss replied. "We have to ask ourselves what could have happened, and the scenario you just described is not beyond the realms of possibility." "So what did I do about the blood, then?" Stillwater jerked out a hand and lay it on Baldwin's forearm. He shifted sideways in his chair and lowered his voice to a whisper. "Adam, it really would be best if you either answered only the questions which are put to you, or respond that you have no comment to make. It does not help your situation when you volunteer your own questions in that way." "But since he did," Chandler said, grinning and staring pointedly at their suspect, "tell me, Mr. Baldwin, who said anything about blood?" Chapter 9. It was a cheap shot neither of them expected to work. Baldwin blew it off as the kind of comment anyone might make when they already knew the victim had been stabbed to death. Chandler saved face by insisting that he could have worn some kind of coverall, which was just one of the reasons why they wanted to search his home. Bliss hoped the warrant came in before the man exercised his right to leave whenever he felt like doing so. He still did not rate Baldwin as a prime suspect, but the man was coming across as a creep, and Bliss was convinced there was more to his fascination with Jade Coleman than he was admitting to. It was the voyeurism that bothered Bliss most. Not the act itself, but what it might mean. There was not a huge leap between spying on a neighbour, in the way Baldwin had admitted to, and the significantly more perverted actions of a peeping Tom. Secretive actions and lustful thoughts were triggers for stalkers, and to Bliss the man gave off bad vibes. Baldwin was not exactly unhinged, but neither was he entirely stable. Baldwin was informed that the police would prefer it if he did not go back home until the search had been completed, and he was asked to remain in the interview room in case there were more questions to be answered. He complied, albeit with his habitual grumble. If he was a killer, he was the least nervy one Bliss had ever encountered. As they left the interview room, Bliss turned to Chandler and stuck out a hand. "That'll be 10 quid, please." His colleague came to a juddering halt. "You what?" "I think you mean you owe me £10. Bliss shook his head vigorously. "No, I won the bet. I didn't lose my rag with him." "You bloody well arrested him." "I didn't do any such thing." "Okay, so you didn't arrest him, but you dragged him out of his home and brought him here. How does that win you the money?" "Because it was a voluntary interview, and the bloke would hardly have volunteered if I'd lost my temper with him." "Semantics," Chandler insisted. Bliss rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. "Come on," he said, "hand it over. I won, fair and square." She shook her head and continued walking, calling back over her shoulder, "I don't have it on me at the moment. You can have your blood money later." On the way back to his office, Bliss encountered D.S. Short, who welcomed him back with a broad grin and a happy gleam in her eyes. "Glad you made it, boss," she said, "and it's good to see you wearing more than jockey shorts this time." "Be thankful I wasn't going commando." "We all are, boss, believe me. How come you're not resting up at home?" "Stupid question, Mia," Chandler chipped in as she appeared from the stairway. "Have you ever met D.I. Bliss before?" Short frowned. "Boss, I don't mean to step out of line, but you really ought to take some time off. I understand why you felt the need to attend the scene yesterday, and I realize we have a murder on our hands, but we can hold the fort for a couple of days without you." Bliss was touched. His colleague was genuinely concerned. She was a rising star among the ranks, and although Chandler had revealed to him that she personally was currently happy remaining at her current rank of sergeant, Short was aiming for the very top. She would achieve her objective, and he believed she would be a fellow inspector within the year. Unfortunately, that might mean her having to move on to another area in order to progress up the ranks if a slot became available. But she was bright and keen and deserved her opportunity. "Mia, I've already been through this exact same conversation with Penny. It's not that I don't trust my team, nor do I have a hard time delegating. This is a strictly selfish act on my behalf. It would drive me crazy sitting at home licking my wounds while there was a murder investigation on the books. I'll rest when I need to rest, but when I can work, I will do so. You're the boss. Only you know how you feel after what happened to you. Thank you, Mia." "For what?" "For not trying to mother me." He gave Chandler a baleful, sidelong glance. She held up both hands in surrender. Chandler had intended to run him home after the interview, but Bliss asked if they could stop off at the Woodman pub just a couple of minutes up the road. He enjoyed their stack burger. It came with barbecued pulled pork and smoked brisket, though Bliss always asked for the final ingredient of mac and cheese to be left back in the kitchen, preferably in the bin where it belonged. The restaurant had long been revered for its coffee, which was always one of his main requirements. Reluctant at first, because it was so close to work, and therefore the station became too easy to slip back to, Chandler eventually decided she was hungry enough to tackle their surf and turf. "I'm taking you home right afterwards," she told him, with a narrow gaze that felt like a Venus flytrap had snapped closed. "No questions, no whining, just back home to rest. Once I have a meal inside me, I'll need to put my feet up, so don't worry about that. By the way, about what we discussed yesterday, I've decided to call the Foreign Office first thing Monday. If there is some momentum on this, I want to make the most of it." He nodded his head. "Good, I'm pleased to hear it." She smiled at him. "Are you? I know you worry about this giving me even more false hope, and that even if I get the opportunity to see Hannah again, she may decide she doesn't want to. But I need you to know that's fine with me, Jimmy. I would rather feel that sense of loss all over again than to fear it so much I do nothing. I'm going to take it as far as I can. And it's all down to you. Actually, it's all down to the mystery man from MI6. Just shows how people can surprise you. They had just ordered drinks and were studying the menus when a large shadow fell across their table. "Jimmy? Jimmy Bliss? Is that you?" Since moving back to the city, bumping into people from his previous posting had become a regular occurrence for Bliss. But this man went back further than that, much further, back to a time long before Bliss had stepped foot in Peterborough. He was large and loud and a real presence. Someone Bliss had never cared to run into again. Without waiting to be asked, he squeezed his way into the booth at which they were sitting. "Jimmy bloody Bliss," he said, nodding away to himself, as if stunned by the sudden and unexpected meeting. Bliss scowled. "To give me my full title. Aren't you going to introduce me to this lovely little thing? This is my DS, Penny Chandler. Penny, this is Jerry Quinn, an old colleague of mine." Quinn stuck a meaty hand across the table, leaving Chandler no option but to shake it. "D.I. Quinn," he said, "and I am very pleased to make your acquaintance, darling." His fingers lingered longer than necessary, and when they finally slid off her hand, Chandler shuddered. Bliss did not know whether to laugh at her horrified reaction or smack the newcomer in the mouth. Quinn slapped him on the back. "You're looking good, Jimmy. Too bloody good, if you ask me. You don't change at all. Whereas you do, Jerry. You've put on a shitload of weight and lost a shitload of hair." Bliss searched for any sign of anger in the man's face, but there was not even the slightest tick. Instead he laughed, said, "Same old Jimmy Bliss, always were a straight talker. You ain't wrong, though. I've piled on the pounds, and my Barnet and me parted company years ago." He rubbed his smooth dome of a head. "So how's it going, pal?" "It's going fine, thanks. How's life treating you, Quim?" The D.I. wagged a finger. Now, you always know I hated that fucking nickname." Bliss smiled. "I know. That's why I always used it." If the exchange failed to burst the man's bubble, it did appear to sober him a little. "You didn't seem at all surprised by my rank, Jimmy. I could have been running the show these days for all you knew." "No, Inspector was as high as you were ever going to climb, Jerry." "Same as you, then?" Quinn gave a knowing wink. "Yep, same as. Difference is, it's where I choose to be. What the hell are you doing up here, Jerry? I thought you got a nosebleed if you ever went north of Watford." Quinn nodded. "I'm having exploratory talks about getting myself posted here in the city. My ex-wife and my 2 kids now live just outside Huntingdon. I'd like to be closer to them." "London's not that far away, Jerry." "It is when you live south of the water, pal. Plus, the place is dragging me down. London's a fucking zoo these days, run by politically correct wankers. Years ago we were jumped on, for all the stop and search being aimed predominantly at the coloureds. Then when all the so-called black-on-black killings began, it suddenly became okay to do it again. Then as the Yardies backed off, that all changed, and we were all back to being racists for stopping them on the streets. All that driving while black cobblers. Now the fuckers are stabbing and shooting each other again, and they want us to do more. Do less, I say. Let the blacks kill other blacks and leave the streets for decent people." "I'm going to the bar to get those drinks," Chandler said, rising to her feet. She did not so much as glance at Quinn as she stood. "Why don't you two catch up? Jimmy, perhaps you'll introduce your old mucker here to the 21st century." Bliss apologized with his eyes. It was his misfortune to run into one of the few colleagues he had ever truly despised. He knew how gangland crime in the capital was viewed by those who had to police it. They did feel they were having to do their jobs with one arm tied behind their backs. And to an extent, Bliss sympathized. They were damned if they carried out street searches and damned if they did not. Yet some officers took things way too far, and Bliss had long ago recognised Jerry Quinn as being one of them. The man's mind was a cesspool of resentment and irrational hatred. He wondered why Quinn had sought him out, having spotted him here. Bliss had rarely bothered sharing the time of day with him when they worked together, usually giving him a wide berth. The man loathed being called Quim, a nickname his proper surname clearly lent itself to, and so Bliss had always made sure he used it as often as possible. The two had been far from friends. If he had noticed Quinn first, he would have been at pains to avoid him, and as he was pretty sure Quinn felt much the same way about him, Bliss wondered if there was more to this than a chance meeting. If the DI was seriously looking for a move, he might just be seeking a recommendation from an ex-colleague already working in the area. "She's a bit of a sort," Quinn said, eyes feasting on Chandler's backside and legs as she walked away. "I like them, Bolshe. You thrown one up that yet, Jimmy?" Bliss cut him off with a tight glare. "Jerry, why don't you stop all this false bon on me, and tell me why you came over to speak to me? Is this the chance meeting you claim it to be, or did you ask around about where I enjoyed having lunch? Whatever you're here for, get it over with. You're a racist and a misogynist, and I can't abide either. Let's not pretend we ever liked each other. It's insulting." The smile withdrew from Quinn's face in an instant. It was replaced by an indignant scowl. "I thought maybe the past was the past. I thought that if I might be working up here shortly, it would be good to have a friendly face around. That's all. I know what you think of me, Jimmy. You were never really the sort of bloke to hide it. You always walked the fringes without ever really diving in. I suppose I was stupid enough to think bygones could be bygones. After all, we were never enemies. Not friends, maybe, but we had the common bond of being detectives going for us." Bliss regarded Quinn thoughtfully. He wondered if he had misjudged the man, had perhaps dismissed him too easily. But then he thought of the casual racism in Quinn's manner when talking about the gangs in London, and the way he spoke about Chandler. The sexism was something Bliss himself could have been accused of at one time, but he believed he had long ago conquered that way of speaking, much of his banter having been misunderstood. He was old school and wasn't always aware of the politically correct changes in society. He doubted he would ever wrap his head around gender fluidity or declarations of being non-binary, but neither would he go out of his way to offend a person who claimed they were. Bliss had always been aware of the thin line he bestrode, and had no time for those who did not care if they went beyond it. Quinn following Chandler's backside with his eyes was one thing, the leery comment that followed quite another. "What are you now, Jerry? 50-odd?" Bliss asked. "Not far off." "And you want to see out your final years in the job up here?" "A bit of a wrench leaving London. It was for me, and I was much younger. You really think you can make it away from the bright lights, Jerry?" "I reckon so, if I'm given half a chance." "You won't be, if you bring that personality or mindset up here with you. They won't stand for it, Jerry. They take the service part of modern policing very seriously. I'm as old as dirt, but I won't tolerate it either." "I wouldn't have thought that would suit you, Jimmy. You were never shy of breaking a few rules." "It doesn't suit me entirely, I admit that, but I reached the conclusion that if it came down to me bending or them bending, it was going to have to be me. I still don't like all the petty-minded bureaucracy, all the softly new legislation, and I love nicking villains. But even back in the day I knew the difference between right and wrong. I'm not sure you ever did." Chandler returned to the booth. She slipped in next to Bliss, putting a bottle of Budvar on the table in front of him. She made no apology to Quinn for not buying him one. "Me and your boss were just chatting about old times," Quinn said, seemingly not put out at all by the snub. "We had some crackers back down in London. Jimmy, you remember all those jokes about villains having to visit the flyover supports over at Bow if they wanted to find missing mates?" "I do," Bliss nodded, and despite himself gave a thin smile. and then one cracked open, and when a team of workmen went to repair it, they found 4 bodies inside. Quinn roared with laughter and slapped his knee. The look on everyone's faces. Everybody thought it was an urban myth. Yet there they were. Human flyover supports. What was left of them, anyway. They had to do scans of all the other supports, and they found 3 more bodies. What was it they started calling the bow flyover afterwards? The boneyard flyover. Another roar, another slap. Bliss glanced at Chandler and shook his head, hoping she realised he was simply playing along. Then there was that job down in that factory on the Isle of Dogs. Do you remember that tosser's face when he was interviewed, and he was told that we'd found 50 grand in a hidey hole in his office? Instead of denying anything about it, he screamed at the interviewing officers and claimed there should have been £250,000. This time Bliss laughed. He remembered it well, mainly because of the uproar the claim caused. Yeah, it was funny at the time, but not so much later. We really got looked into. You did? Chandler said, looking up. Bliss nodded. Afraid so. There were 12 or 15 of us on that raid, and we were all inside the warehouse at some point, so we were all questioned. Did they ever find the missing money? There never was any, Quinn said, a look of disgust twitching his lips. The wanker made it up just to fuck with us. I don't know, Jerry, Bliss said. If he was making it up, he was a bloody good actor, I suppose. Quinn hiked his shoulders. Still, that was a better result than some. The number of times we went on raids only to find the place empty. Someone was minting it by tipping them off. Bliss was surprised by the comment. At the time he had suspected Quinn of being one of the officers thought to be earning money from villains by providing them with tip-offs. But it seemed odd for him to have raised the issue if he was actually guilty. Bliss wondered if he had misjudged Quinn, simply because he did not much like the man. You ever wonder about those days? Quinn asked, lowering his voice. He sneaked a wink at Chandler, who visibly recoiled. Seriously, Jimmy, the number of man-hours we wasted on raiding empty places drove me insane. Did you ever suspect anyone? Other than you? Bliss smiled as he asked the question. Quinn laughed. Yeah, that's why I never had a pot to piss in. You had to have wondered about some of the lads, though. You remember Tubby Brown? I do. Short arms and long pockets, that's the one. Tight as 2 coats of paint. Never liked to get around in, yet always seemed to have enough money to dress in expensive clobber. And you remember the motors young McNeese used to flash about in? Never could figure out how he managed that. Bliss shook his head. Brown's wife was a banker, and she came from money. I got the impression she dressed him. As for McNeese, he only had his cock to keep, lived at home still, and indulged his love of cars. So who then? Which of those bastards fucked us over on a regular basis? Who was on the take? Who pocketed what should have been evidence? I don't know, Jerry. To tell you the truth, I don't think about it anymore. And I don't want to think about it anymore. Those were different times, and we were all different people. Quinn blew out a long breath. He made a show of checking his watch. I ought to be going. Maybe we can do this again, Jimmy. Go out on the lash and talk old times. I've only just landed this murder case, Jerry. Plus, I have to rest up my ribs. Of course, a nasty business, that. What was? Getting knocked down. Could have been worse, of course. But makes you think, I bet. Bliss eyed the man suspiciously. So this wasn't a coincidental meeting after all, was it? If you know about my accident, then that means you've been sniffing around. Shrugging, Quinn said, Can't blame a bloke for trying. I thought it might be nice to have someone in my corner, is all. Can't have too many mates, Jimmy. I'm not so sure about that. Quinn smiled and patted Bliss on the arm. We'll see. I'll be in touch. It was good seeing you again, Jimmy. Good meeting the other half as well. His eyes slipped across to Chandler, whose return glare was icy. The 2 men shook hands. Chandler dropped her eyes to the table so that she would not have to either shake or refuse if Quinn offered his hand again. When he was gone, Bliss rolled his eyes, sat back in his seat, and took a long gulp of his drink straight from the bottle. "Sorry about that," he said. "Not your fault. We all have old mates we'd rather not talk about." Believe me, Quinn was never a mate. A colleague for a while, so we spent some time together, but we were definitely not friends. "Please just tell me you were never as bad as him when you were back down with the Met." "I would hope you would know otherwise. No, Quinn was an abomination, even back then. I can't believe he hasn't changed one iota in all this time. Most of us steered clear of the man. He's a racist and a buffoon. But worse than that, he's loud about it. He gave us all a bad name. Perhaps because you all stood by and let it happen." Bliss glanced up, eyes narrowed. "Is that a criticism of me?" "If so, then you don't know what you're talking about." Chandler stood her ground. "But that sort of attitude can only thrive if it's allowed to. He should have been reported to your superiors, like I said." "You don't know what you're talking about." "Jimmy, No, leave it there, Pen." She did. For about 10 seconds. "Jimmy, I can't not have this out with you now. It's impossible. I know you, or at least I think I do. I need to know what you mean when you say I don't know what I'm talking about." On a heavy sigh, Bliss said, "You have no idea about how things were back then. I'm not suggesting that sort of attitude was rife, but it was hardly uncommon. You go to one of the bosses today, Pen, and you'll find all the support you'll ever need when it comes to things like intolerance, bullying, race hate and sexism. But not back then. You'd be lucky to get someone to listen to you. And even if they did listen, it was ignored anyway. So then the whispers started, and before you knew it, you'd be a pariah inside your own nick. So what? Nobody even bothered to try? Of course they did." Bliss slapped a hand down on the table. He choked down on his anger, managing not to raise his voice. "Why do you think those bastards turned their backs on me when I needed them most? When Hazel was murdered and I pointed the finger at a fellow cop. The only case they ever tried to build was against me. They seemed almost desperate to nail me for murdering my own wife. After that I was regarded as a leper. And every time I dragged myself up off the ground, they knocked me back down again. Why do you think I ended up here in the first place?" Chandler had closed her eyes and hung her head in the face of his passion and raw emotion. Now she looked up at him and lay a hand upon his. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. It's all right. No, it really isn't. I should never have pushed you like that. It's okay, honestly. Seeing Quinn again got my engine cranked. He dredged up all kinds of emotions that I've had buried away for years. Him and people like him are the reason all of us in the job today are targeted and branded. I have to be honest, if he'd touched me again, I think I would have chinned him. That or thrown up." Bliss smiled. "Yeah, he has that effect. You think I'm forever stuck in the 80s. I'm nothing compared to that Neanderthal. He was tough to work with sometimes. Mainly because beneath all that crap he carries around with him, he was actually a decent detective. Just a liability when he opened his mouth. I'm surprised you didn't send him off with a flea in his ear much earlier." Bliss tapped the side of his nose. "You know me, Pen. I accept that coincidences exist. I just don't trust them. Him turning up here like that was just plain wrong. I'm not sure what it means, but it can't be good. I hope he doesn't try for our squad if he's serious about moving up here." Bliss laughed. "Actually, I do. Can you imagine him interviewing with DCI Edwards? She thinks I'm bloody Fred Flintstone, so Jerry Quinn would blow her tiny mind." Chandler joined in with the laughter, so much so that she started weeping and holding her stomach. That would be hilarious, especially if he called her darling. Bliss roared, almost spitting out his drink. Their spat was over, and he was glad of it. His partner called him out on his shit when she had to. He hadn't liked it when Chandler questioned him about his past, or the potential comparisons to Quinn. But he thought he might have overreacted. She had meant nothing by it. They finished their drinks. Bliss no longer felt hungry, and Chandler did not care either way. He wanted nothing more than to return to HQ and spend a few hours getting to grips with Operation Cauldron. But he also realized that he had good people around him, who would get things in shape so that by the time he arrived back at work on Monday morning, he would have a much clearer view of their objectives. He fended off his partner's offers to come over and cook him some dinner that evening, as well as take him out for a carvery Sunday lunch the following day. He thanked Chandler and was appreciative of her concern and willingness to help him out. But all he wanted to do was lie back in his recliner, keep a cooler of beers close to hand, and to put on a little music while he stared out at his garden. Waving Chandler off, his thoughts turned to Jerry Quinn once more. The man was a mess, and it had been an embarrassing encounter. But Bliss could not help wondering why the DI had sought him out, only to not go ahead with a request for a recommendation. Chapter 10. Bliss slept right through Saturday night. Having closed his eyes just to rest them shortly after 11 p.m., and woken in his recliner, with the fierce glow of the morning sun cutting shards of light through gaps in the drawn curtains, dust motes idly coiling and spiralling like insects trapped within the warm beams. He stretched out, feeling stiff and irritable, but rested. Even his ribs were not gnawing at him as they had been the previous day. Sunday turned out to be one of the laziest he could remember having in years. He caught some colour sitting out in the garden, his contemplative thoughts occasionally accompanied by a chilled bottle of beer. Bliss had somehow managed to ignore his phone, forgetting to switch it on during the day because he had forgotten he had switched it off the night before. Not that his relaxed mind had entirely prevented itself from wandering. The investigation had yet to be pulled into shape, and there were a number of items in need of crossing off his list before they could either make some headway with Adam Baldwin as their main suspect, or move forward beyond him. There was also the stalker angle to consider, and how affected the task force would be if this proved to be the work of someone whose very existence they had apparently ignored in terms of following up on Jade Coleman's statement and Hunt and Ansari's subsequent report. Developing that lead further was of paramount importance. As for Jerry Quinn, Bliss hoped never to lay eyes on the man again, and felt indignant that his old colleague had inflicted his poison upon Chandler. Then there was the voicemail he had received on Saturday afternoon from Sandra Bannister, a reporter from the local Peterborough Telegraph. Her message simply asked him to call her as soon as he could, and he thought he knew why. Bliss was feeling a whole lot better when he presented himself at his front door after Chandler rang the bell at 7:30 a.m. on Monday morning. During the short drive to Thorpe Wood, she related what had been achieved in his absence. On Saturday afternoon, the search of the Baldwin home had taken place, a magistrate having eventually granted the warrant. Although Bliss had yet to arrange a promised interview with the reporter, Bannister, it was the Baldwin intrigue he thought she had called him about. The eager but professional journalist would be looking for an inside scoop as to why the family who had made the emergency call had been questioned and their properties searched. Bliss decided she could wait. Little of interest had been uncovered during the examination of the Baldwin home, and, so far, the forensics units had found nothing to suggest Adam Baldwin had ever been inside Jade Coleman's house. He had been allowed to return home late on Saturday afternoon, threatening to sue for wrongful arrest, until he was reminded that at no point had he actually been arrested. Coleman's parents had carried out a formal identification and had been briefly questioned in relation to their daughter. The victim's social media history, emails, correspondence, and friends were in the process of being wrung out to see what spilled across the floor. As he had predicted, her life was being torn asunder and violated all over again. Safely ensconced in his office by 7:45 a.m., Bliss began preparations for a briefing in the incident room. No sooner had he sat down and logged onto the network system than his desk phone rang. It was Bannister calling from her desk at the PT. "I was sorry to hear about your accident, Inspector," the reporter began. Bliss thought she came across as sincere. "I trust you are recovering well?" "Thank you. Yes, it's coming along. Early days. And ribs just heal in their own time. I'm a bit raw and scuffed up, but a day basking in the sunshine helped. Are you calling about the interviews?" During his last serious case, Bliss had liaised with Bannister over the placing of 2 stories, only one of which went on to be published. Part of the trade-off was that he had accepted her request to be interviewed for a book she was writing about one of his previous cases. Initially, Bliss had refused to take part, but he had eventually needed her help and knew it was the price he had to pay. With Superintendent Fletcher's blessing, 3-hour-long interviews had been agreed upon, though Bliss had yet to arrange the scheduling of them. "I think you know I'm not, Inspector. I'm wondering how serious a suspect Adam Baldwin is in connection with the Jade Coleman murder." Bliss imagined her frown deepening. She had an earnest face which could be pretty when not pinched with either interest or suspicion. "Every suspect is a serious one, Miss Bannister. However, we are looking further afield, and Mr. Baldwin is, as I'm sure you know, back home with his wife and children. As soon as we have anything more concrete, we will issue a press release. Because the moment Mr. Baldwin is no longer on our radar, we want the local public to be made aware of that. I must insist that he was spoken to while under caution, but at no time under arrest, and was helping us with our inquiries. Whatever that means. It means exactly that. We had questions. Mr. Baldwin answered them for us. He lived next door to the victim. He made the 999 call. It would be a dereliction of duty if we didn't have questions for him." "Agreed. But to also search his home? What was that all about, Inspector?" "Nothing untoward. Unfortunately, people read the worst into what for us is mere procedure. The positive spin would be that, having been interviewed and having had his home searched, Mr. Baldwin is not sitting in a cell right now. That should surely indicate something to your readers." "Fair enough. I'll see what I can do as an update to this morning's online feed. You'll keep me informed?" Bliss shook his head. She had some nerve. "Let me be clear about something, Miss Bannister. Our arrangement was for me to provide you with 3 interviews, each with a very specific focus. Those will be your payment for helping me. We never once discussed my feeding you critical case information." "We didn't. Are you sure?" Now he imagined her smiling down the phone, and the day seemed to brighten with it. "I'm positive. I'll get back to you about those interviews." Bliss killed the call before she had a chance to shoot anything else at him. Less than 30 seconds later, DCI Edwards slipped into the office and closed the door behind her. She declined to sit. "You're looking better today, Inspector," she said, nodding appreciatively. "Some of those grazes are already fading." "Thank you. Yes, I sat out in the sun much of yesterday, and I have to say the vitamin D has done me the world of good. Amazing how much a bit of sun, a shower, and a shave can re-energize a person." "And the ribs?" "Score another one for the recuperative powers of the sun. Or maybe I just dulled the pain with beer. The ribs let me know they're still angry with me every now and then, but I've adjusted how to move and walk with them damaged, so they're not giving me many problems. Good to hear. I just caught up with D.S. Chandler. She appears to be coping admirably. I never doubted it for a moment. She's one of the good ones, boss. I wanted to ask you about Hunt and Ansari. How are things looking there?" "As far as I'm aware, from D.S. Chandler, there are no issues at all. Their visit to Jade on behalf of the Stalker Task Force came up during the Saturday afternoon briefing. They did what they were sent to do at the time. Neither thought there was much to it. The log was updated, the report written, and that was left with one of the task force officers. They've nothing to rebuke themselves for, and with respect, boss, neither do you. If anyone made an error on this, it came from inside the Stalker Task Force. At first glance, however, I don't think anyone should catch shit for this. According to Chandler, Jade Coleman's statement to Hunt and Ansari was flimsy at best. She admitted that her fear was based on a sense of being watched, a sense that maybe someone had been inside her home. There was simply nothing concrete to work with. If it had dropped on my desk, I doubt I would have spent too much time with it. Edwards nodded, but she was clearly concerned. The fact remains, if it turns out that Miss Coleman was murdered by her stalker, a stalker we dismissed, then nothing will prevent that from leaking out to the media. It won't matter how lacking in substance Coleman's statement might be. Somebody will have to pay for it. Then it will have to be DCI Mulligan. I'm not so sure. Boss, I realise he delegated to you. But the thing about delegation is that the responsibility for following up on it is his. I don't want to see him suffer because of this, but it shouldn't be you either. Edwards appeared fazed by what he had said, even a little embarrassed. Thank you, Inspector. I'm not sure what to make of this newfound support for me. Fair's fair, boss. We're jumping the gun here, because the murder may have nothing to do with a stalker. But even if it has, in my opinion, neither of you are to blame. On the other hand, if somebody has to carry the can, then it should only be the man who made the request. I think in this case, should is the operative word, always has been. I suppose it always will be. Bliss smiled to himself when Edwards left. He realised his vocal support of his boss would throw her off kilter. He did not like his chief inspector much, and in the past she had been more than willing to throw him under the bus. But at his core he thought of himself as a fair man. Credit where it was due. But also when the shit hit the fan, it was only right that it ended up smeared only over those who deserved it. On this occasion Edwards had not made any errors. Bliss was prepared to back her in those circumstances, just as he would any other member of the team. He checked his watch and cursed. Time he had set aside for other matters had been eaten up. The morning briefing overran. It took time to get going from the outset, while Bliss accepted the warm greeting of welcome from the assembled full squad. He took the barbs about him running down dark streets in his underwear in good humour, and gave as good as he got in response. He had to be a good sport about it, because it was a ridiculous thing for him to have done, and ridicule was what he deserved in return. Afterwards the team ran through Operation Cauldron and brought everybody in the room up to date. Evidence suggests there was no break-in, Bliss concluded, so there is every chance that Jade Coleman knew her killer and simply allowed him to enter her home on Friday. Either that, or it was someone she had been expecting to call, perhaps for an appointment. There's nothing on her calendar, and we're still waiting for access to her online mail, diary, and social media accounts. Jade was a Facebook user, and there's nothing obvious from that to suggest that she was waiting in for anyone on Friday. But we may find more luck from her electronic diary. Why was she not at work? A uniform by the name of Snelling asked. Good question. We need to arrange for interviews at her place of work. Her boss, Short said, raising her hand like a reluctant schoolkid. I was the one who went through her Facebook postings. Jade quit her job about 8 or 9 weeks ago. That's all I could glean from her posts. No reason why, no clue as to what she was doing currently. Thank you, Sergeant. I must have missed that update in the log. Apologies, folks. Boss, it was actually my error. I haven't yet updated the logs. Bliss grinned. I realised that, Sergeant. I was trying to save you some embarrassment. That spread some gentle laughter around the room. Bliss was pleased to hear it. Briefings and discussions in the incident room tended to veer between great highs and depressing lows, as the investigation in hand altered throughout its duration. One moment you were despairing of hearing any positive news, and the next came the breakthrough you had been waiting for. The dynamics changed constantly, and Bliss endeavoured to keep things as upbeat as possible. We do still need to follow up with the employer to try and find out more about why Jade quit, he said, looking around at some very tired faces. but also who she was close to while she worked there. Any enemies she may have had, too. D.S. Chandler, if you could contact them when we're done here, perhaps you and I could take care of that. Meanwhile, we need to zero in on a possible boyfriend, carry on with the neighbours, and look more closely at this stalker connection. There were groans all round. Bliss raised his hands. I know. By now I'm sure you are all aware that Jade Coleman previously reported being stalked, but that both her initial account and eventual statement were lacking in detail. They were not taken seriously at the time and so ended up on the back burner. The task force has a genuine problem with stalkers at the moment, with on average 2 reports per day, and therefore we have to reconsider the statement and give it the attention it now warrants. I'd also like somebody to take a closer look at Adam Baldwin. D.S. Bishop, would you please find out when the post-mortem will be, and then arrange the actions for the day, including attending it? Bliss returned to the squad room with Chandler and Short. On their way through, a young, clean-cut detective with dark brown hair and a slim build approached him. To Bliss he looked like an insurance salesman. "Can I help you?" he asked the man. "D.C. Grattan, boss. We met last week. I'm filling in while D.C. Carmichael is on secondment to the Cambridge Counter-Terrorist Unit." Bliss blinked a couple of times. He recalled Carmichael being intrigued by the CTU during a prior major crime investigation following the torching of a young RAF airman. He also remembered being a bit put out when the secondment came through suddenly and swiftly, taking everyone by surprise. But of this young detective standing before him, he had only a hazy, distant recollection. "I'm sorry, Constable," he said. "My mind is still a little bit fuzzy in terms of what happened last week. I'm sure it will all come back to me in time. Long and short-term memory appears to be okay, just not the day of my accident, nor a day or two either side, it seems. Understandable, boss. I just wanted to say that I chose this squad because of you. I realise it may be just for a few months during D.C. Carmichael's absence, but I want to learn as much as I can from you, and your great team, of course." Grattan was keen, and Bliss wasn't about to knock that out of him. "Well, you've landed on your feet with Operation Cauldron, Constable. Stick close to Hunt and Ansari, learn from them. Sergeants Chandler, Bishop and Short as well. Each about as good as it gets." While Chandler was on the phone, Bliss spoke to Short about Coleman's social media presence. "How did she come across?" he asked. "In general, I mean. Was she a keyboard warrior? You know the type, get all bolshy because they're online, when in reality they'd say nothing. Or was she just ordinary?" "Oddly enough, I'd say she was a bit of both. Most of the time her posts were yawn-inducing. Standard Facebook stuff, detailing what she ate and where she ate it. She was a member of some reading groups and a lot of fitness groups, also a fair few anti-nuclear groups. The difference being that she never once contributed a single post on those, whereas she was pretty active about her reading and fitness. That explained the physical conditioning and the bulging bookshelves. You said most of the time and hinted at some uncertainty." Short tugged at her hair. A gesture Bliss had come to recognise that she made whenever she strayed into areas relying on impressions rather than facts. Recently she had started to come across as a little, not unbalanced, but certainly unravelling. She loved any posts that even hinted at conspiracy theories. I got the impression she felt things were going on, which were being covered up. Bliss looked up at that. "This have a tie-in with work at all? Perhaps why she left her job?" "Possibly. Her manner online seemed to change shortly before she stopped working." "Which is my cue," Chandler said, having put the phone down and turned her attention back to them. "I have Jade Coleman as working for a company called Esotier UK. What I wasn't aware of until just now is that Esotier UK was previously known as Whittlesea Energy Disposal, and by energy, that mostly meant nuclear waste. Campaigners battled against them for years, right up until around 4 years ago. I remember it all very well," Short said enthusiastically. "My family live in and around Whittlesea, so it's all very familiar to me." The campaign group called themselves Citizens Against Whittlesea Energy Disposal. There were several investigations into alleged firebombings of homes associated with workers and suppliers. The CORD activists were regularly investigated, and the whole thing caused a lot of fuss locally. Bliss folded one arm across his chest and cupped his chin with the other hand. I actually worked on one of those investigations. It never came to much, but we were pretty sure the local protesters were involved. So Jade Coleman worked there until recently, despite belonging to anti-nuclear groups on Facebook. That's an intriguing path to follow. Activity from that particular group ended 4 years ago, when the group lost their final court appeal, boss. It's unlikely to have a connection. Agreed, but let's keep our eyes and ears open. The group may have gone away, but the ill feeling built up over those years may not have. I've got us a meeting there at 1:30 p.m., Chandler confirmed. For what it's worth. Even if it closes a door, it's one less we have to consider later. Mia, would you please speak with the Stalker Task Force for me? Tell them I'd like to arrange a briefing with them before our own one later this afternoon. I'd like to get a feel for what they're doing and what their suspect pool looks like. Will do, boss, Short said, though I think they would be very happy if our investigation moved away from the stalker theory right now. If you get any blowback, just tell them we are looking at absolutely everything at the moment. My mind is wide open on this one. As Bliss cut back through the corridor towards his office, he happened to notice two figures at the far end having what appeared to be a heated exchange. He recognized DCI Mulligan, and was dismayed to see the large man standing toe-to-toe with Ansari, and looming over the young officer in what to Bliss looked like a threatening manner. Guessing what the disagreement was about, Bliss marched down the corridor as fast as his ribs would allow him to move. As he grew closer, Mulligan's voice softened, and as he approached, the chief inspector turned to face him. "I was just tearing a strip off this dozy article," he explained. He smiled, but there was no humour in it. Mulligan's florid nose and cheeks spoke volumes. "And I was just explaining that I did nothing wrong," Ansari said, standing her ground. Her own cheeks were tight with fury. Mulligan rounded on her. "Well, if that was true, that woman probably wouldn't be dead, would she?" "Hey," Ansari cried, "that's not fair." "Well, boo-fucking-who, sweetheart, life is not fair." "That's enough," Bliss said, shifting closer towards his team colleague. He glared up at the taller man. "You have no right to speak to DC Ansari that way. You have a problem, you go through the channels, and by that I mean me. What you don't do is bully one of my detectives." Mulligan reared back. "Oh, is that so? Let me remind you, Inspector, I may not be your DCI, but I am a DCI, and that means you show me some bloody respect." Bliss moved to stand directly between Mulligan and Ansari. "I'm showing you all the respect you deserve right now, sir. I'm telling you to back off, and if you are at all worthy of your rank, you will do so, and apologise to DC Ansari before you walk away, because from what I overheard, right now she would have a good claim for bullying and sexism in the workplace. I suspect the detective constable here is big enough to accept your apology and let it drop. But that's up to you, sir." Mulligan stared hard at Bliss. "I've heard about you, Inspector, all about you, and I can't say I like what I hear, whereas I've heard absolutely nothing about you, sir, which says a lot, really, but I call it as I see it, and to be honest with you, I'm not impressed. Now you can do as I suggest, or we can both go and find the super and ask her which of us is a prick, and which of us is an even bigger prick." Bliss noted Mulligan clenching and unclenching his fists. All the while the colour bled from his face as his temper cooled, and the reality of the situation seeped in. Bliss made allowances for the fact that the DCI was probably under enormous pressure and looking to find a scapegoat. But it wasn't going to happen here and now with a member of his team. He met the larger man's gaze full on, hoping his expression revealed his resolve. The silence hung between them like a block of ice, but Bliss thought he detected the first sign of thawing on Mulligan's side. A moment later the DCI glanced sidelong at Ansari. "I think I may have been a little hasty," he said, I meant nothing by it." Bliss looked at him for a moment, then turned to his DC and said, "I think that's as close to an apology as you're going to get. Chalk it up as a win and move on is my advice." Mulligan did not wait around to find out if he was off the hook or not. Bliss and Ansari watched him go. "Thank you for that, boss," Ansari said. She flashed a vague smile and breathed out heavily. Bliss raised his eyebrows. "Actually, you should be kicking my arse. I know you could have handled him on your own. You were doing a pretty good job of it before I rocked up. You know me, Gull. I occasionally act before I think." "Occasionally?" Ansari's smile grew broader. "Hey, you've been spending too much time with D.S. Chandler." "Boss, you're right when you say I could have handled it myself. On the other hand, I'm sure I would have done so badly and ended up suspended. You saved me from that." He nodded. "Then all is right in the world. Except now you're the one he's angry with." Bliss looked back down along the now empty corridor. He shook his head. "No, I think his problem was, and is, that he's angry with himself. If he's a decent DCI, then right now he'll be angrier still, and will seek you out to offer a proper apology. And if he's not, a decent DCI, I mean, then I guess I'm off his Christmas card list," Bliss said. He winked at Ansari. "Come on, Constable. Let's get back to some real police work." Chapter 11. "Let's go for a drive," Bliss said to Chandler, as he swept into the Major Crimes Operations Room. "And don't get used to having this power over me. I'll be back behind the wheel before you know it." He was restless, and when he got that way, he liked to get away from the office. Occasionally he needed a different setting in order to provide some inspiration, and he had such a place in mind. Chandler shook her head at him as she slipped out from behind her desk. "It's been less than a week, Jimmy. You won't be cleared to drive for ages yet. And you bet I will make the most of being the nominated driver. Get over yourself. I'm your chauffeur on sufferance, but it's also necessary. You have damaged ribs, remember? You need to rest, remember?" Bliss waved her away. "You're like a broken record." "Yeah, well, even a broken record is right twice a day." Chandler gave him a look as if to suggest she had outfoxed him. He rolled his eyes and said, "That's a clock, Pen. Not a bloody record, you dozy mare." She had to think about it for a second, but eventually Chandler flushed and shook her head. "Oh, yeah. Well, same thing. Of course they are. A timepiece and a recording are often mistaken for each other. You know what I meant, you pedant." Bliss laughed this time. Chandler joined in a moment later. Several of the team members were now at their desks, and those who had overheard were chuckling. "The last time someone called me a pedant, I clocked them one," Bliss said, smiling at the memory. "I thought that was the same as being a pederast." Chandler shook her head. "One way or another, you were a pretty dumb kid, weren't you?" This was just last year. They enjoyed the moment together. Before they left, Hunt asked him if he could spare a couple of minutes. Bliss nodded and stepped out into the corridor. Ansari arrived in Hunt's wake. "What is it?" Bliss asked, hoping he already knew. "An intervention?" It was Hunt who stepped forward. "Boss, I realize that you're aware by now that Gull and I were given a stalker team job while you were away on holiday. We were the ones who spoke to Jade Coleman after she reported a possible stalker. We wanted you to know that, as far as we're concerned, we did our jobs, but we wanted to clear the air with you, just in case you weren't sure what to do about it." "I take it Gull told you about her run-in with DCI Mulligan?" "She did, yes." "Good. For the record, then, I was asked to have a chat with you both on Saturday morning. An informal debrief, if you like. I declined. D.S. Chandler has since seen both the report and the statement, both of which she and I discussed at length. As I later informed DCI Edwards, you two did your jobs, and had it been my task force, I would have put it somewhere near the bottom of my list. You did nothing wrong. There's no air to clear. But I appreciate you both coming to me." The conversation put him in a happier mood as he and Chandler left the building. He had known from the beginning that Ansari had the right stuff, and now it seemed that Hunt was also growing into it. Chandler's Ford Focus was a dark blue automatic and only 4 years old. Bliss sat quietly in the passenger seat as she drove, offering directions as necessary, but otherwise not speaking. Eventually they came to a little pull-in near the end of Lincoln Road, where it ran alongside Bourges Boulevard. The pull-in was actually part of a road that had once been a side street, before the bulldozers came in to run a tarmac backbone through the city. Chandler snapped off the engine, and they sat in silence for a few moments. The sun was high and hot, and bathed the car in its warm embrace, glinting off clean glass and a high-sheen waxed dashboard. Bliss thought about his own car, whose interior only ever got cleaned when it was serviced. "You mind telling me what we're doing here?" Chandler asked. "See that alleyway?" Bliss said, nodding across the road to their right. The alley was wide enough to take vehicles and ran between two sets of terraced houses. Halfway up the alley stood a pair of iron gates which were closed and looked padlocked. Beyond the gates were a series of shuttered lock-ups. They were too small for garages, but ample for either small works or storage. There was a time when they had provided shelter for market stalls and security for the wares sold from them. Bliss had often wondered what treasures might be hidden away behind one or two of those rolled-up, shuttered doors. One of those pods was once the less-than-swanky HQ of Cord. That's the anti-nuclear group Mia mentioned earlier. They moved to bigger and grander premises later on in Whittlesea itself, shortly after money started drifting in from the Anti-Nuclear Action Group and other like-minded organisations. But this was where they first plotted how to demonstrate their outrage. And believe me, they were angry people at that time. The year before, planning permission for the disposal business was granted, and the local paper ran a piece on it. That was when the Cord Group was first formed, and they demonstrated daily outside the building site, and then the business that it later became. The campaign never really gained much traction nationally, not until it became violent, that is. The organisation was supposedly a cooperative, but in reality they were led by two people, Marvin Cook and his then-girlfriend Ellie Sims, whom he later married. They were the ringleaders and planners. I have to say that before I became aware of the kind of attacks they were making, I had some sympathy for them, Chandler said, squinting at the lock-ups. Nuclear energy scares me, and the thought of its radioactive waste being so close to us was, and still is, terrifying. It's an emotive subject. The very mention of nuclear has people running scared, but that's often due to a lack of understanding. These companies use landfill sites for low-level waste only, saving the nuclear industry billions. Low-level waste used in the atomic industry includes clothing and plastics, as well as metal and building rubble. It makes up an extremely high proportion of the UK's radioactive waste, but supposedly contains minimal radioactivity. But at the end of the day, it still is radioactive nuclear waste, so if a young firebrand has the balls to go for it, and they protest peacefully and make lives difficult for the right people, then my sympathies might also lie with them. I suppose you're about to tell me that's not always the case. I worked one of the firebombing investigations. It was one of my first jobs after moving up here, and you and I had yet to be thrust together as partners. I had to visit the temporary shelter provided to a family of 5 who found themselves burned out of their home in Breton. That can't have been a pleasant experience. It wasn't. You know what the husband and father worked in, Pen? He was in IT. He was no expert on waste, and certainly had nothing to do with the place being built and then operating. Worse still, he wasn't even at home the night those people firebombed his family home. His wife was, as were their 3 children, aged between 3 and 7. I knew even before I spoke with them that these people should never have been targeted. So why were they? Chandler asked. The protest group claimed their victims were complicit because they helped run the place, and the hardened activists could not have cared less that 3 little kids were now too terrified to close their eyes and go to sleep in case the fire came for them again. The frustration of those Cord people I could understand. Their targeting, however, left a lot to be desired. But what I couldn't stomach was their self-righteousness, their arrogance, their inability to understand the different perspectives of others. I loathed each and every single one I met. "It's not as if there wouldn't have been better targets," Chandler acknowledged with a nod. "It's okay to agree with their cause, but not their tactics, isn't it? Of course." I was very torn until I looked into the eyes of those shocked children and saw the misery that had been brought into their lives. Then, of course, I reminded myself that things could have been so much worse. They might not have escaped the fire. I wasn't involved with any aspect of how this city dealt with the campaigners, but a friend of mine, a fellow uniformed constable at the time, was caught up in a major skirmish with the Cord group. She was trampled on at one point, kicked and stamped on too, had her leg and knee busted, ligaments damaged. She loved the job, but she had to leave. And all because those bastards couldn't control their own people. Oh, I think they were controlling them only too well. You do. They always claimed the troublemakers had come from outside the organisation. I know, and I didn't believe a word of it. I guess you'd know better than me, boss. I found the whole Cord thing a bit cultish, if I'm honest. I came to regard them as a bunch of zealots who seemed to care more about their vision, bringing others into the group and achieving notoriety, than the actual people and property they were supposedly trying to protect. Chandler shrugged. "So what's this potted history lesson all about?" "I wanted to get out of the office, for one thing. Plus, you'd do well to bear in mind what these people are like if we do have to dig deeper into their lives. Many of them did some time, mostly on charges of disturbing the peace, aggravated assault, and fraud, rather than terrorism. I think the fraud presented the prosecution service with an easier win, as they seem to have evidence relating to campaign money being misappropriated. Plus, terrorism charges would have led to some sympathetic protests, whereas them being exposed as crooks pretty much put an end to their cause." While he was running through all this, Bliss had snagged hold of an idea. He took out his mobile and tapped in a number. Moments later, he was speaking to the journalist at the Peterborough Telegraph. "Miss Bannister, it's D.I. Bliss. I was wondering, what would it take for me to get your deep background on Cord mailed across to me, and how long would I have to wait?" "That's an interesting leap, Inspector. What's the connection?" "You'll find out eventually, so no harm in telling you now, I suppose. Our victim worked for the energy disposal place in Whittlesea, Esotier, UK. "Ah, during Cord's reign?" "No, I'm not saying we're looking into them just yet, but it may go that way, and I'd like to know if you would send me what you have, and if so, how long I would have to wait." "If I decided to send it to you, I could have most of it cobbled together within a few hours. What's in it for me?" "A sense of civic duty," Bliss suggested, winking and smiling at his partner, who was listening via the open speaker. "I'm a reporter, Bliss. We don't have a conscience, apparently. I seem to recall a certain D.I. who told me that at one time." "That's shocking. An awful slur on a noble profession, and a terrible thing to suggest. OK, so how about if it takes us anywhere? I'll give you a head start on national media." "All media? Local TV as well?" "All media. Time enough to knock up a few thousand words and plaster it all over the internet before they even get a sniff." "Then you have yourself a deal, Inspector. I must say your own media people are playing this Jade Coleman murder very close to their chests. Those statements they are releasing say virtually nothing. Barely warrants a mention in the nationals. We're trying to avoid the usual frenzy. Wild speculation only interferes with what we're trying to do, so we have to limit it somehow. That's why they won't let me anywhere near your lot these days." "Sensible people, now that we can agree on," Bliss said. "What was all that about?" Chandler asked him when he ended the call. Her face was a picture of astonishment. "Jimmy Bliss cozying up to a journalist? Has the whole world gone mad?" "Bannister is okay. I have a whole thing going on with her, And professionally, that is. Don't ask, but suffice it to say that my darkest secrets will be revealed in what you may shortly find on sale for 50p in a charity shop bargain bin. Anyway, she's a pro, and she understands the two-way street we both travel. We must have our own data in connection with Cord. Why go cap in hand to the PT? It's easy to dismiss them, but we would all do well to remember that they are also investigators. Journalists ask different questions to those we need answers to, and often over a much longer period of time than we can afford. They also have different objectives, so they tend to gather a lot more information than we do, and use only the pieces they can make headlines out of. I admit I'm a hypocrite in both despising them and using them, but I reckon we have to exploit that usefulness as and when we can. Besides, we could do with having a friend on that side of the fence. His phone rang before he had an opportunity to slip it back into his pocket. It was Nancy Drinkwater, the city pathologist. "Just letting you know there has been a delay on the PM you're waiting for," she told him. Bliss was unperturbed. He did not imagine any surprises awaited them. "Thanks for letting me know. You backed up down there?" "That's a bit personal, Inspector." He laughed. "I mean work-wise. I have no interest in your bowel movements." "It's not that. Jade Coleman's parents are Orthodox Jews. They have appealed against the autopsy, and have volunteered instead to pay for the body to be scanned and additional blood tests taken in order to find out the true cause of death. This was by no means unusual these days. Back in 2009, allowances were made in law for people of all faiths to appeal on religious grounds. Some faiths fought against the further desecration of a body, demanding it be kept intact. Only in special circumstances would a pathologist and the justice system fight such an appeal. Bliss felt sure this one would be granted. "I don't suppose you have a TOD for me, do you?" Time of death was somewhere between 6 a.m. and 10 a.m. on Friday morning. Bliss knew that dropped right within the time frame they already had. The call from Adam Baldwin had been logged at 9:07 a.m., which meant they now had to extend the man's alibi, as he could easily have murdered Coleman earlier than he had placed the call. Not too much earlier, Bliss reasoned. He could not have allowed the body to become too cold. Otherwise it would have been obvious that the murder had occurred much earlier. More thinking to do on that one. "Any chance you can narrow that down further?" Bliss asked. "Probably, if you pushed me on it right now, I'd say closer to 9 a.m. "Thanks, Nancy. So regards to the different method of PM, you'll MRI her and work from that, right?" he said. "We will. It's not ideal, but in this case I think it's simply a matter of deciding which punch with the blade delivered the killer blow. If any single stab was indeed responsible, it could easily have been the trauma resulting from the volume of penetrations. Perhaps even a vital organ was punctured." Dr. McGovern seemed to be on the ball. Drinkwater laughed. "She spoke very highly of you, too. I think you may have a fan there, Ray." "Behave, will you?" "No, I mean it. She mentioned you often." "Yeah, well, I think my days as an old lech are done, Nancy. There was a time when I would have been all over her, but I'm at the point when I know I'm batting way out of my league. She probably thought of me as a father figure." Now that you mention it, I think you could be right. Grandfather figure, even." "Thank you, Nancy." Bliss cut the connection. "Ray," Chandler said to him, peering at him curiously. Bliss chuckled. "She says from some angles, especially side-on, I look a little like Ray Winston. It's become a running joke." Frowning, Chandler shook her head and said, "No, I don't see it. He's quite an attractive bloke, in a brutish sort of way." "Thank you, charmer." "So, if you're Ray Winstone, who am I?" "She never said. But to me, I would say you're easily a Clare goose." Chandler pursed her lips, nodded and said, "I can live with that. It might even be a compliment." He grinned, very nearly. The phone in his hand rang once again. "I might as well never put this bloody thing away again," Bliss complained before answering it. This time it was D.S. Bishop. "You heard about the autopsy delay?" he began. After Bliss explained who he had just been speaking to, Bishop continued, "There's a suggestion that Jade Coleman may have been seeing somebody at her fitness club." "Oh, so she did have a boyfriend." "Not quite, boss. The person she was seeing is a woman. An older woman at that." "We talking a romantic relationship here, Bish? It certainly seems possible, boss." "Where did this suggestion come from?" Bliss asked. "Mrs. Baldwin, the neighbour. Apparently she and Jade occasionally chatted. At one point, during one of their chats, a woman showed up. Mrs. Baldwin got the impression the two were close. Something about the way they behaved when together. It came out at some point further down the line that they worked out together. She remembered the woman's name, and we followed up on it." "Good work, Bish. That's genuine progress. You want me and Ansari to speak to her?" Bliss thought about his schedule. He and Chandler were not due in Whittlesea for almost 4 hours. Even allowing for a lunch break, they had time. "No, let me have her details. Work and home, all phones." Bishop rattled them off, and a moment later Bliss heard his phone chime as the same information came his way via email. Bliss admired the sergeant's ability to multitask. "One more thing, boss," Bishop said. "This Mrs. Lancaster you're seeing. It may be best to reach her at work first, because as well as apparently being hooked up with our victim, she's also married." Chapter 12. Bliss had never heard of the Rebound Trampoline Park, let alone seen it before. RTP was tucked away inside what had once been a frozen food warehouse in Breton, whose car park backed onto the railway line, the other side of which lay the light industrial Manchester Square complex. An overhead pedestrian walkway provided an easy route between the two. To Bliss's mind, these estates dotted around the city seemed to consist of businesses which came and went in the blink of an eye, and he wondered how long it would be before the trampolines were replaced with electronics or spare parts. Judging by the car park, it would not be long. But they quickly found out why theirs was only one of 3 vehicles outside. "What kind of business opens its doors only from noon?" Bliss asked, eyeballing the poster on the glass door, which listed coming attractions, features, and opening times. "The kind that relies on the sort of clients who stay in bed until lunchtime," Chandler suggested, shielding her eyes as she put her nose to the reflective pane and peered through the door. "Well, there are 2 cars parked up, so someone has to be inside. Yeah, and judging by the white soft-top Merc, I'm betting one of them is the boss." Chandler shoved the door, then pulled it. It remained solid and unmovable. Then she used her knuckles to rap on the glass. Seeing nobody emerging from the dark interior, Chandler turned and used her boot heel to kick the metal plate at the foot of the door. "We can always come back," Bliss said. "We're here now. I don't want to come back." "Who would have thought you would turn out to be the impatient one?" "I know. When did I become you?" "It's your age. You reach a certain point when you realize that all those years you spent living through a filter was simply wasted." Chandler gave a yelp of surprise as the door behind her was yanked open. The woman who stood there jabbed a long and bony finger at the poster on the door. "I assume you can't read," she said brusquely. "We're not open until midday." Bliss slipped his warrant card out from inside his jacket pocket and flipped it open. The woman was somewhere in her late 40s, had a shapely, chiseled face, and a trim, wiry build. Thin lips carried the air of superiority on their glossy surface. Sky-blue eyes, which flickered in alarm when she saw his credentials, drew attention away from the wrinkles which bracketed them. "Major crimes," he told her. "Detectives Bliss and Chandler. I don't suppose you are Mrs. Lucy Lancaster by any chance, are you?" The irritability and contempt vanished from the woman's face like a tablecloth disappearing from beneath a China tea service with one quick snap of an expert's wrist. "This is about Jade, isn't it?" she said softly, her taut mask slipping to reveal the crestfallen reality beneath. "It is. May we come in, Mrs. Lancaster?" The woman nodded and stood to one side, still holding open the glass door. There's only a trampoline tech in at the moment, other than me, so we can talk in my office." They moved through into the belly of the building. The office Lancaster led them to, along a narrow and featureless corridor, was surprisingly bright and cheery, despite being constructed of plain breeze block. A number of prints and framed photos adorned the walls, including one of Lancaster standing alongside the city mayor as they shook hands. It was a promotional photo opportunity, announcing the grand opening of the business. On the far wall, Bliss's attention was snagged by a black-and-white photo of Lancaster dressed in a clinging black leotard as she held a gymnastic pose on a balance beam. "So what can you tell me about what happened?" she asked, taking a seat on the far side of an oval wooden coffee table to the left of the room. Bliss and Chandler sat opposite, settling themselves. "I'm afraid it doesn't work that way, Mrs. Lancaster," Chandler said curtly. "We need to be the ones asking the questions." Bliss had suggested she take the interview, that he would chip in as and when he thought necessary. They agreed that this might work well, but would largely depend on whether Lancaster regarded the judgment of a fellow female to be a comfort or punishment. "Let me save you some bother, then." The woman's cheeks flushed as she regarded them without guile, and Bliss found himself instantly admiring her inner strength. "Yes, Jade and I had a relationship. We met at the gym and often found ourselves working out alongside each other, drawn together as females in an overtly male environment, perhaps. One day we were side by side on the cycle machines, and I had forgotten my MP3 player. Jade asked if I would like to share hers and offered me an earbud. That was all it needed to cement our relationship, really. A little musical glue." "You sensed Jade was gay?" "Oh, yes. Despite the fact that Jade had not, and now will never come out as gay. I knew, though. Those stolen sidelong glances, the way she fluffed her hair as we spoke. As for me, well, I am bi, although my husband is not aware of it." "So you're telling us your husband was unaware of your relationship with Miss Coleman?" "Entirely. I doubt he even thought I might be having an affair. But if he ever did, he would never have considered it being with a woman." Lancaster crossed her legs and smoothed down her black stockings. The movement drew Bliss's eye, and he could see why this woman would hold an appeal over just about anyone. Her clothes were of good quality, she oozed charm and elegance, spoke well, and clearly took care of herself. She wore a simple skirt and jacket suit that appeared effortless, yet anyone who noticed it would know it had been chosen with great care. "What do you do here, Mrs. Lancaster?" Bliss asked. "This place? I own it, Chief Inspector." "That's just Inspector." "Oh, I doubt you are just anything." "This is one of 3 businesses I have on the go. My husband has his own empire to run. We keep odd hours, which made life easier for me and Jade." "Where did you and Jade meet up when you felt like seeing each other?" Chandler asked. "It's okay if you want to say have sex. It is what we did, after all. Ours was not a relationship that could ever, have been more. I felt a great deal of affection for Jade, and I like to believe she thought a lot of me, but we were both in it for the physical side more than the emotional." "So you never dated, never went out to restaurants together? Nightclubs?" No, and no. We spent quality time together in the gym. I occasionally visited Jade's home. At other times I booked a room at the Riverside Hotel in Stamford. We arrived separately, left separately, and spent no time together either in the bar or the restaurant there." "How often did you book a room?" "I have a standing arrangement every Wednesday. At times I added to it if we were feeling particularly frisky that week." "How did you hear about Jade's murder?" Bliss asked. He decided to knock the woman from her comfort zone, in which she seemed to enjoy trying to shock them. "Sadly, from the TV news on Saturday. A local report. Later I read about it more fully online. When did you last see Jade? She smiled as she peered at him. Ah, the softening up process is over, is it? Time to provide an alibi for myself. I last saw Jade on Wednesday night. And before you ask, of course, nobody can verify that because we were never seen together. And you did not visit Jade on Thursday or Friday? No. When did you last speak with her? When we said goodbye on Wednesday night. No calls? Texts? We were not the texting types, Inspector. I rarely called Jade, other than to perhaps ask if she felt like another night at the hotel. We saw each other pretty much every day at the gym. I realize it probably comes across as a quaint idea these days, but Jade and I actually enjoyed speaking to each other while we were in the same room. But not last Thursday or Friday, Chandler pointed out. Lancaster blinked quickly and lowered her chin. Sadly not. I missed out on Thursday due to a business commitment, and Jade wasn't there on Friday when I went for my session. Which was at what time? Our sessions coincided, obviously. When we first started meeting up, it was of an evening, but recently that changed around to early morning. We had a 7 a.m. start. Why the change around? Bliss asked. Evening to morning, I mean. Something to do with work, I believe. It was at Jade's request. Chandler sat forward on her seat, which let out a gentle squeak. Were you aware that Jade no longer worked at Esotere? That she hadn't for over 2 months? I was not. For the first time, Bliss thought Lancaster appeared vulnerable. Disappointed, he guessed. Something significant had altered in Jade's life, yet she had chosen not to inform her lover. The older woman was hurt by that. That would have been around the time Jade asked you to arrange morning sessions at the gym instead, Chandler went on. Did you never ask why? As I said before, she mentioned something about work. Changing the session time really wasn't an issue for me, so I confess I may not have been paying much attention at the time. Tell me, Bliss said. Had Jade changed in recent weeks and months? Had she become more distant? More relaxed, perhaps? Was she worried about anything, as far as you know? Lancaster paused before responding. The first time she had done so. Now that you mention it, Jade was less in the moment. She seemed to drift off, as if her mind was on other things. I wasn't concerned by it. We all have our times wallowing in the blue. In the blue. When we're feeling down, Inspector. Not quite the black dog of depression, just in the blue. You speak from experience. Of both. Bliss saw it in her eyes, and the way her bearing temporarily lost its rigidity. And you never asked your friend, your lover, why she was feeling low? We didn't have that kind of relationship. If we were troubled, we dealt with it outside of our time together. Tell me, did Jade have any enemies that you knew of? Anyone who might want to harm her? Lancaster shook her head firmly. I can't imagine anyone even disliking Jade, let alone being her enemy or wanting to hurt her. She was the sweetest person, with a wonderful nature, naive at times, but rather that than a cynic. Would it surprise?
Let your mind drift gently with the melody, as if carried by a soft breeze across a quiet night.
You to know that Jade believed she was being stalked. Chandler asked. Now that I didn't know. That would not surprise me at all. In fact, it would be typical of Jade to keep it from me. As for being stalked, I can't say if it surprises me or not. I've never really been sure what drives such people on. Mrs. Lancaster, where were you on Friday morning? Specifically, where were you between 6 and 9:30? The woman gave a thin smile. I've been waiting for you to ask that. I woke just before the alarm at 6, got ready, went to the gym for 7, left the gym just before 8, and was in my office on Park Street within 15 minutes. What gym would that be? We use David Lloyd. Not far from your station at Thorpe Wood, actually. Anyone verify you were there between those times? Bliss asked. It was routine. Jade Coleman had been murdered shortly after 9 a.m., at which time Lancaster had been safely ensconced within her office, where he was sure more than one person would vouch for her whereabouts. There were plenty of people there. There's also a security feed. As for my office, at least 4 staff members would have seen me and spoken to me, and I made several phone calls during that time frame. I was in the office until shortly before noon, when I drove over here to speak with the manager. Any idea why Jade didn't go to the gym that morning? No, after I found out what had happened. I assumed it was because she was murdered. Any idea where your husband was between those same times? Bliss had been intrigued by the differing emotions he had seen flash across Lucy Lancaster's features throughout the interview. She certainly had no shields where they were concerned, her every reaction entirely transparent. But for the first time since they had started talking, he now saw fear brush against her. I've told you he had no idea about Jade, she said, a tremor in her full lips that you know of. Lancaster closed her eyes for a moment. Then she sat forward, shifting herself to the very edge of her seat. Her eyes implored Bliss for understanding. Please don't involve my husband. He and I are happy together. We love each other. Just because Jade was able to provide me with something my husband is no longer interested in, nor is capable of, since he is not a woman, does not mean our marriage is a sham, nor is it under pressure. But if he learns about Jade, it will break him. Inspector, please tell me you have no need to involve him. Bliss took a beat to breathe deeply and push it out slowly. Mrs. Lancaster, you're an intelligent woman. You will understand why our investigation would be interested in our victim's lover. You will further understand why we would also be interested in that lover's spouse. I don't enjoy wrecking marriages, Mrs. Lancaster, although I usually find a couple have somehow managed to do that themselves. The thing is, we have to be certain that your husband was unaware of your relationship with Jade Coleman. And we have to be certain that he did not put a stop to it on Friday morning. I understand that, Inspector. Of course I do. However, if I can provide you with substantiated evidence that my husband was elsewhere and therefore could not have murdered Jade, would you accept it without necessarily having to quiz him directly? Bliss glanced across at his partner, who gave a slight shrug. He returned his gaze to Lancaster, who now appeared even more fragile. This saddened him for reasons he could not explain. That would largely depend on what evidence you provided. This is a murder investigation, and I won't cut corners. I would have to be completely satisfied. Lancaster nodded and said, He got up shortly after me, but we left the house at the same time. Paul has a driver, because he lost his license last year. They were going out to a site on the other side of Northampton, at which Paul's company was breaking ground. I'm sure that his driver could be persuaded to provide you with all the information you need, but he must never mention it to Paul. Bliss had been truthful when he told the woman he had no intention of ruining her marriage if he did not need to. He saw that she now provided him with a way in which this might be achieved so that her husband did not become aware of what was going on around him. It was not a deceit, he decided. It was a kindness. Let us have the details before we go, and we'll see what we can do, Bliss told her. He had paused enough to allow Chandler to respond, but for some reason she had held back. "Meanwhile, last couple of questions for you, Mrs. Lancaster. Firstly, did Jade ever mention any issues she might be having with family, friends, a neighbour, perhaps?" "Not really." The woman shook her head. "I mean, there was the perv next door. He always somehow managed to be standing by his garden fence when Jade was sunbathing. She once told me she thought he might be playing with himself while ogling her, but we laughed it off together. She even teased him a little by lowering her bikini-top straps. I dared her to go topless, but she drew the line at that. So this neighbour didn't worry or frighten her? Not at all. She said he was a harmless perv, and if he got his kicks by checking her out, then so be it." "Jade sounds very enlightened," Chandler said. "A lot of women today would have been furious. Possibly even started an online campaign. You know the sort of thing I mean. I have a hashtag and I'm not afraid to use it. And perhaps the neighbour deserved exactly that, but it was not Jade's style at all." "Finally then," Bliss said, steering them back on track, "did Jade ever mention a run-in with any anti-nuclear activists?" "Anti-nuclear?" Lancaster gave that some serious thought before briskly shaking her head. "Not that I recall, and I'm sure I would, though I seem to remember Jade once having a friend who was an activist." "Is that so?" "Yes, I'm pretty sure she used to exercise in the same gym as Jade in those days. I believe this friend was also even a member of that group known as Cord at one time." Bliss looked across at his partner. What had seemed only seconds ago to be an interview going nowhere had now taken an extremely interesting turn. Chapter 13. Bliss suggested they stop off for some decent coffee before heading back to HQ. There was a Costa's at the nearby Breton shopping centre, so Chandler drove them there. It was a nice-looking place with plum-coloured accents to complement the various wood laminates used throughout. Up at the counter, he ignored the variety of cakes and pastries on offer, bought a medium latte for his partner, and settled for his usual black with no sugar. Why these places insisted on forcing him to confirm he meant an Americano, he had no idea, but he was just happy to be sipping it down and enjoying the light breath of chilled air wafting around the room. "So what did you make of her?" he asked Chandler. Bliss narrowed his gaze. "I got a sense back there that you were not entirely happy at our agreement." "You mean about keeping the husband in the dark?" Chandler screwed up her face. "Neither happy nor unhappy. I was surprised you went for it, if I'm honest." "Why?" "Because I'm a man. And a man was cheated on by his wife." "Pretty much. Or doesn't it count if the cheating takes place with a lesbian?" Bliss laughed. "You know, it sort of doesn't. For most men it's an ego thing. If their wife has been sleeping with someone else, they hate to feel they might be smaller and less good in bed. It's the comparison they fear most. That doesn't come into it when the lover is another woman." Chandler shook her head. "You really are Barney Rubble, aren't you?" "It was Fred Flintstone, actually. And I'm just telling you how it is, not that I endorse the view. Besides, does Paul Lancaster really need to know his wife was cheating on him with another woman, if that woman is no longer around to cheat with? Perhaps not. Mind you, it doesn't sound to me as if there hadn't been other women before, nor that there wouldn't be more in the future. Then that's for another day. The marital problem, not ours. We'd be doing them both a favour if we can keep this quiet, believe me." "So you don't think Lancaster is our killer?" "No. Not even without what looks like a pretty solid alibi." "And the husband?" "I'm not as convinced, but she was. I think all we've stumbled into is a sorry little affair that our victim was involved in. That's what happens when you deep mine a person's life. Would a trawl of yours come up smelling of roses, Pen? I know mine wouldn't." "To say the least. But yes, I think you're probably right. I'm more interested in this friend of Jade's. The anti-nuclear demonstrator, ex-member of CORD, no less. That can't be a coincidence. Bliss thought Chandler had it right. Coleman had joined Esotere UK after the protest group had disbanded. So at what point had she become friendly with one of its activists? He wondered if it were possible that Coleman's relationship with both the friend and the group had somehow inspired her to start working at Esotere. Had she been a plant, he wondered, placed there to work undercover and report back? And if so, to whom did she make those reports to? And did it somehow tie in with her murder? The coffee was good, just the right side of bitter. Bliss had always meant to try their beans and grind them himself at home, but once again had forgotten to buy a bag when making the drinks purchase. The place wasn't busy, and they were free to discuss the investigation in greater detail. It beat being stuffed inside the incident room back at Thorpe Wood. Bliss set his mug down and said, "I'm starting to think there is much more to Operation Cauldron than first meets the eye. I'm not seeing all the connections just yet, but I am getting a feel for it now. Say our victim was not wrong when she made her stalker report. Only it wasn't so much a stalker as a watcher. Something compelled Jade to leave her job. Then she feels like she's being stalked, that somebody has been inside her home. She has a friend who was an activist for the very group that terrorized her employers. And there's something that links all these things together. We have to find out what it is. Hopefully we'll move a step closer to that when we speak to the CEO of Esotere later today." Bliss was doubtful. In his experience, people that high up within large corporations either had no clue as to what was going on, or had all the power and authority they needed to quash it. Still, it was a necessary meeting, perhaps more so now than before Lucy Lancaster's revelations. Bliss had yet to decide how to play that interview, but he would certainly be keeping some things close to his chest. "How are the ribs?" Chandler asked him. "Doing well, with the appropriate level of pain relief. My breathing is a bit ragged, but I'm fine otherwise." "Not that you'd say if you weren't. Have you told your mother yet?" "What's to tell? Why worry her? It happened. I recovered. No need for her to find out. I'm just glad no one at work thought to contact her." Chandler inclined her head. "Do they even know how to? Did you ever bother to inform them that she was living in Ireland now and not Spain?" He blinked a couple of times, mind racing. He had intended to make the next of kin change, but now that his partner had mentioned it, Bliss thought that perhaps he had never got round to updating the form when his father died. He shrugged and chuckled at Chandler's look of complete disgust and incomprehension. "Hey, I'm only human," he complained. "I can't remember everything. I'll catch up with it as soon as this case is done with." "Of course. Why do today what you can put off until tomorrow? Or the day after? Or the day after that?" "I get it. You made your point. And you don't forget to make your own call. You regenerate interest at the Home Office, they will work their charms with the Foreign Office. You think I could ever forget that?" Bliss shook his head. "No, I imagine not." Chandler's love for her abducted child had never waned in all the time he had known her. Stoicism was one of his partner's many admirable traits, and whilst outwardly you would never know she was hurting, Bliss knew that Chandler carried around a pain that gnawed away at her inner core, consuming hope, aspiration, and expectation. But not love, never love. Hannah had not become some kind of cause célèbre for Chandler. There were no online campaigns or hashtag armies fighting for her rights. There was simply the quiet and ceaseless devotion to a daughter she had not seen in 17 years. The sincerity of love a mother has for her child, despite having to come to terms with the dreadful, agonizing facts of Hannah's abduction. "You're a step further than you were," Bliss said. "At this stage, every single step counts for something. Thanks to you." He made no reply. "Jimmy, what exactly transpired between you and MI6? I know it had something to do with the bone woman. I also recall it had something to do with her dead husband. My powers of deductive reasoning lead me to conclude that somewhere in the midst of all that lies a story involving little Miss Reporter at the PT. I'm intrigued by all the strands, but nowhere near as much as I am by the fact that you refuse to discuss any of them. The mere mention of the bone woman caused his thoughts to shift to Emily Grant, or Emily Curtis as she now was. Not so much the one who got away as the one who almost was. A fledgling relationship tossed upon the rocks of a career nosedive that took him all the way back down to London. In the spring of this year she had come to him a newly widowed woman, seeking to clarify what had happened to her husband. Every sign had pointed to a suicide, but she was convinced, and in turn had convinced Bliss, that her husband would not have killed himself. Emily had been right about that, but wrong about so much else. "It's not that I don't want to tell you," Bliss said to Chandler now. "It's just not my story to tell, and I don't have permission to reveal even my part in it. All I can say is pretty much what I've said before. Emily needed my help, and I gave it. At one point I was used by MI6, and then I used them in return. Miss Bannister, or Little Miss Reporter if you prefer, played a part in that. There was a price to pay for her help. Part of that debt has been repaid. The greater part is yet to come. And what did you get out of it all, Jimmy?" Bliss looked up from the dregs of coffee he was staring at in the bottom of his mug. "What do you mean?" "Well, it seems to me that the settlement from MI6 is that I get the opportunity to find out where my daughter is and possibly arrange to see her again. Little Miss Reporter, at the very least, gets an interview with you as her reward. The bone woman clearly got to find out the truth about her husband's death, irrespective of whether or not it was what she wanted to hear. That sounds like a lot of time and effort you put into achieving all those positive outcomes for others. And yet I'm not seeing the upside for you." "Then perhaps my upside is that you and Emily both have an upside," he explained simply, not even having to think about it. "I certainly didn't do any of it for reward." Chandler shook her head. Her eyes held his. "Of course not. And I know you're not seeing Emily as such. But have you seen her at all since the spring?" "One time. I drove over to her house to give her some news about her husband's inquest. We had a chat over a cup of tea. But to be honest, I felt more than a little bit awkward. Emily did not really find what she was looking for when she asked for my help, and it was clear to me that she needed time to come to terms with it all. Plus, when push comes to shove, we've both moved on. Our time was a long time ago. We are different people now, changed by our circumstances and experiences. And there's been nobody since Angie Burton. You two should get over yourselves and start seeing each other again. So you had a falling out. Couples do. Then they talk it over and make up. We weren't ever a couple, Pen. Angie and I are friends, or at least we're friendly. If we see each other at work, we talk, we laugh and joke, and we're mates. The truth is there was never anything between us worth holding on to." "How about Robbie Newman? Now, I know you liked her. Have you even bothered to call her since we got back from the States?" Bliss sighed and raised a hand as if warding Chandler off. "What is it with you? I know you've always felt as if you can poke around in my love life whenever you feel like it, but ever since you came to my house the other day, you've been itching to pair me up. Jimmy, I want you to put down some roots here. I keep wondering whether you'll stick around, especially with all the aggravation you get from Edwards. And then, when I saw the place you laughingly refer to as home, it seemed to me that you're determined not to settle. I came back here to be on your team, and I can't do that if you're no longer here to run it." He looked at her for a moment, then risked a half-hearted grin. "So, your interest is purely selfish. It's all about you. how it affects you." Chandler put both hands to her head. "Ah, you drive me insane, Jimmy Bliss. Yes, let's say it is all about me. It's all I give a damn about. So tell me what your intentions are. Why does your house look as if you're passing through? Why are you not putting your feet under the table and claiming this city as your own?" Now the grin became a chuckle, and Bliss could not help himself. "Penny, you're drawing major conclusions from minor, obscure reference points. In terms of my love life, it is currently non-existent because I have neither the time nor inclination to do anything about it. As for my home, the lack of a personal touch has absolutely nothing to do with my long-term plans. The truth is, I have none. I genuinely don't look beyond the next day, the next case. Bare walls and no wardrobe add up to exactly what they are, a means to an end. I have what I need. I live how I want to live. When that changes, you'll be among the first to know. I don't mean to nag. Yes, you do. All right. I do. But I don't mean to intrude. Yes, you do. Okay, I do. Jimmy, I just got a bit scared. When I left your place on Friday, I had the awful feeling that you were on your way elsewhere. That's how it felt to me. As if you're waiting for a call that will see you up sticks and leave us without a word." Bliss could tell Chandler was serious. He frowned and shook his head. "Pen, do you really think that little of me? You honestly believe I could walk away from here without saying goodbye? To you, of all people?" Wearily, Chandler shook her head, a resigned look on her face. "No, you wouldn't do that. I know you wouldn't." "I'm sorry." "What if I told you I was considering retiring?" "Are you?" "Considering it, yes." "How seriously?" "Seriously enough that I'm mentioning it now." "I'd say, great for you. If I thought it would stick." "What do you mean?" "Only that I find it hard to imagine you without this job. It is you, and you are it, Jimmy. I don't see you sitting on the sidelines while all that crime is carrying on around you out there." "It'll be carrying on long after I'm in my box, Pen." "Yeah, but you make a difference. And it makes a difference to you." That last statement rammed its way home, because Chandler was spot on. It made a huge difference to him. Bliss shrugged and said, "Like I say, just a consideration at this point." "Will you stay here if you do?" He smiled. "Will it help if next time you come over I have walls covered in artwork, photos on shelves, unpacked boxes, and more than my basic furniture requirements?" "Actually, yes. It may seem stupid to you, but it will tell me you're here for a while, if not for good." Bliss winked at her. "I'll get it done. It may take a while because I have these busted ribs, but I promise you I will do it." "I could help," Chandler suggested, a little too eagerly. "I could come over at the weekend. You could tell me where you want things, and I could go around doing it all for you." "Will that make you happy?" Chandler hiked her shoulders. Her smile was genuine. "I don't know about happy, but happier, that's for sure." He puffed out his cheeks. "Then it's a deal. Sunday. I'll hold you to that." Bliss's phone rang. He took it out of his pocket and thumbed the receive button. It was DC Grattan. Bliss spoke for a moment or so and then ended the call. The CEO's personal assistant at Esotir called and asked if we could make an earlier meeting. I agreed, so drink up and let's go. "What's the hurry all of a sudden?" "Not sure. Didn't ask. Grattan didn't say." "What do you make of him, by the way?" "Who?" "Grattan? I hardly know him. I was on holiday when he started, remember? Since I've been back, we've been swept up in this case. He seems all right. I wonder how Ian is getting on with the CTU. DC Carmichael and the counter-terrorism unit were made for each other. He was fascinated by them and the work they do. Yeah. It might not seem quite so idyllic on his 5th day of a stakeout, during which absolutely nothing happens." Chandler laughed. "If he obtains a posting there, will you keep Grattan?" "He's extremely keen." "You say that like it's a bad thing." "No. But you know something? In all my time as a DI, he's the only DC, as far as I can remember, who stopped by to introduce himself. He didn't say that's what he was there for, but it was. I didn't even remember him. My brain was still so fuzzy from that heady cocktail of concussions and medication, but he made a point of seeking me out. Again, is that such a bad thing? Bliss shook his head. No. But it's just another unusual moment, in what feels like a cluster of unusual moments lately. Did you ever get the impression that things were happening all around you, and you were either too blind or too dumb to see it? Too blind, maybe, but never too dumb. I'm feeling a little of both right now, he admitted, and I don't like it, one little bit. Chapter 14. The meeting at Esotea UK took the investigation no further. By all accounts, Jade Coleman had been a respected and valuable colleague working in the large admin department, had been considered shy and a little timid, and had formed no lasting relationships with other members of staff. She was friendly enough when involved in discussions, but attended no after-work drinks, staff functions, or parties. To Bliss, it felt as if Jade had left little lasting impression on those who worked alongside her. The nuclear waste disposal site in Whittlesea was a 20-minute drive east of Peterborough, and Bliss used that time on the way back to mull over everything he knew or had seen and heard about the place and the protests it had provoked. The campaigners who had for many years stood outside the entrance to the site were now long gone. Bliss wondered about them as he exited. All those years, and they gained not a single thing other than celebrity. Had they considered it a waste of time, or a triumph of the soul? Back at HQ, Bliss gathered the team and asked for updates. They were pretty much all back in the incident room, and he was feeling edgy. The case had been his for 3 days now, and it felt as if little progress had been made. Unlike many of the more senior officers, Bliss understood that investigations often took time to launch themselves. The information-gathering process and the sifting that followed was an integral part of any operation, but it took time. His first DS, a friendly man by the name of Barry Tudor, had insisted that the initial thrust of an investigation could be split down into 3 individual components and days. The first 24 hours the team gathered information. The next was spent sifting through that information, with the final third devoted to breaking the potential leads down into solid ones. Only then did a case take on a life of its own, the pace of it usually increasing rapidly after that point. Tudor lost his life in a car accident 2 days before he was due to be promoted a rank. Bliss remembered him with a great deal of affection, and had never forgotten the lesson. As edgy as he felt, he also knew that the shift in gear was closing in on them. Jade Coleman's neighbour, Adam Baldwin, remained on the board as a suspect, but was considered by most members of the team to be low grade. As for the cyclist mentioned by Baldwin, several children and another adult living opposite the Coleman property confirmed the details laid out in his statement. None had provided better descriptions, but all were convinced that the individual was not local. Of those witnesses, only one of the children thought the rider had emerged from in or around Coleman's front path. The others had no opinion to offer. The cyclist had been noted and then dismissed from their minds. Chandler then outlined the work she and Bliss had been doing, and it was agreed that Jade's ex-employer was a dead end. "There are still some other checks I want running alongside my own," Bliss told them. He drew a hand down his face. "Lucy Lancaster's alibi has to be verified, although I'm betting she was not involved. Same goes for her husband, Paul. Let's also do some sniffing into their finances. I'd hate to find out later on that one of them paid somebody to kill Jade for them. Who has been liaising with the Stalker Task Force? DC Grattan, who had been sitting at one of the desks, got to his feet. I have, boss. DS Short tasked me to have a word. I fed them the description of the cyclist, such as it is. They are piecing it together with their own investigation to see if there is overlap. But it wasn't ringing any bells. Also regards the meeting you wanted with them. They can't make time until tomorrow morning. Okay, thanks. Get back to them for an update before evening briefing. Bliss surveyed the room and said, Whoever was looking for a boyfriend in Jade's past now needs to add a possible girlfriend into the mix. That's me, boss, Hunt said, with a wry smile. I'll go back over it. I've also had word from Tech Ops that there's nothing worthwhile on Jade's mobile. How about the parents? You want me to speak to them about her personal life? Bliss chewed his lip, thinking about that one. This was one of those times when an investigation bumped up against compassion. Given the raw grief and sense of loss Mr. and Mrs. Coleman would still be experiencing, the very last thing they needed was to be told that their beloved daughter had kept a significant secret from them. He hoped they were the kind of people who could digest such a revelation without thinking less of their child, but perhaps not when their minds were unbalanced in mourning. Yet this was still a murder investigation, and Jade's sexuality may have played a part in her death. There was another reason why Bliss stalled on his answer. He was not convinced that Hunt had the right amount of tact and diplomacy required for such a sensitive interview. He knew it was his job to ensure everyone in his team obtained those skills, but he regarded the DC as a slow learner, with a mind that did not quite latch onto the need for an approach requiring both sympathy and empathy. It would come in time, but this was not the right moment to unleash him. Tell you what, Bliss said finally. Find out for me if they are still staying locally. If they are, I'll go and see them myself. I want to ask them about their daughter's time at Esotir, and specifically if they knew why she had resigned. As for the Lucy Lancaster connection and other related issues, I think I'll wing it. If Jade kept from them the fact that she was a lesbian, then of course they would not be aware of any current or recent love interests. However, it's possible that they were aware of a special friend of Jade's. I'll check on their whereabouts, boss, Hunt told him, without complaint. Bliss nodded his gratitude. Detectives did not take kindly to being taken off an action they had been working hard on, but in this case Hunt had obviously seen the sense in Bliss's decision and had made no objection. Listen up, then, he said. He indicated to the whiteboards as he spoke. We have 4 clear strands here. Neighbour, stalker, work, personal life. By the time we next meet, I would like to see at least one of those erased from the board and our focus less splintered. My guess is we'll be able to drop the neighbour. Jade's personal life is another I can see as being able to dismiss very soon. It's possible that the stalker and work strands may become a single item. So, DS Bishop, before we're done, do you have anything more to offer? Bishop remained seated. Grattan had been the only one to stand in order to deliver his update. Boss, I would agree that Adam Baldwin is looking less and less likely. He clearly enjoyed getting an eyeful of Jade Coleman when he could, but nothing has yet been found to suggest he was ever in her home. The kids playing out in the street were asked whether they had seen anybody at all going into or coming out of Jade's property that morning, but they saw nobody. It's possible that Baldwin accessed the next-door bungalow from the rear garden, but it would have been too easy for his wife or children to have spotted him as they came and went between rooms. I have to say I like the stalker theory so far, and I get the impression that's where we'll eventually find our impetus. However, I'd really like to know why Jade left her job recently. As would I, Bliss muttered, and why she started working there in the first place. If her parents don't know, then maybe this friend of hers does, the one mentioned by Lancaster. Although it has to be said that nothing quite fits, Chandler observed. None of Jade Coleman's colleagues knew why she had quit. None of them believed her to be unhappy there, and she apparently never mentioned it to anyone. The woman she was sleeping with didn't even know, which tells us something. It seems highly unlikely that her parents would be aware if those she spent the most time with weren't. Family ties, D.S. Short said. As usual, she was hammering a notepad to death with her pen. Supposedly, they're the ones you go to when no one else will do. If those closest to her genuinely knew nothing, then maybe the parents are the only ones who would. Chandler nodded, puckering her lips. You make a good point, Mia. We can't know what kind of relationship Jade had with her parents, so, as you rightly suggest, they may well be the most likely candidates. Bliss took a breath. Decent paths to follow, but none that gave him the feeling they would find answers at the end. He gave Bishop the nod to divvy up the actions once again, reminding him that if the parents were still local, then he wanted to be the one who visited them. Before he had a chance to say anything to Chandler, his mobile rang. It was Sandra Bannister's number. Bliss hated the fact that she probably now had him on speed dial, but knew it was part and parcel of selling your soul. "Is this important, or can I call you back later?" he asked, having thumbed the accept button. "And hello to you too, Inspector. Not important, no. I was calling to ask if you were any closer to releasing a statement about Mr. Baldwin. Closer, but not quite there. Expect a call after our evening briefing. I appreciate that. There will be a formal statement, but that probably won't come until tomorrow morning. Any other suspects? None that I'm willing to share with you, Miss Bannister. I do wish you would call me Sandra, and why so hostile? I thought we had an understanding. I assure you that's not hostility, Miss Bannister. That's my get-off-the-phone-I'm-busy voice. Hopefully you'll never experience me when I'm feeling hostile." No sooner had he ended the call than the phone rang again. This time it was a summons from Superintendent Fletcher, her office, 10 minutes. "Wonder what that's all about," Chandler said after Bliss told her. He shrugged and rolled his eyes. "What can I say? I'm a popular bloke." Usually for all the wrong reasons. Not this time, Pen. I'm wounded, and therefore a protected species." "I wouldn't bank on it, boss." "No," Bliss agreed. "I wouldn't either." It was not unheard of to be asked to speak formally with the super without first having been through DCI Edwards, but it was extremely unusual. All the way up to the third floor, Bliss asked himself what might lie behind this particular summons. His conversation with Edwards earlier in the day had gone well, so he was certain this was not about any fallout resulting from that meeting. By the time he reached the office and was nodded in by the super's PA, Bliss had come to the conclusion that the meeting had to be about the stalker and the undercurrent surrounding the visit of Hunt and Ansari to Jade Coleman. It was obvious from Superintendent Fletcher's preoccupied greeting that he was there for more than a catch-up chat. The two arranged themselves either side of Fletcher's desk. Bliss thought he detected a reluctance from the super to meet his eye, and all at once a heavy feeling of dread landed in the depths of his stomach. "How have your injuries stood up to the day so far, Inspector?" Fletcher asked him, looking up at him finally. There was a look of genuine concern and sympathy in her eyes. "Pretty well, thank you, Mum. I'm a little tired, but that's to be expected. No further signs of concussion? No, I'm alert to the symptoms. Can't be easy, what with your other medical condition." Bliss shook his head. He had been managing his Meniere's disease for over a dozen years, and thought he had a decent grip on it. "I'll be as right as rain in a few days," he insisted now. "Thank you for your concern." Fletcher nodded absently, then leaned forward to address him. "Inspector, putting yourself in the shoes of both D.C. Hunt and D.C. Ansari, how would you have felt if you had been approached to essentially be grilled about your work, albeit informally?" This was a turn in the road Bliss had not anticipated. Now he wondered if Edwards had complained about him after all. "Ma'am," he said, spooling the words out in his head before he spoke. "It wasn't that I felt interviewing them was the wrong thing to do. I did, however, believe it was the wrong time to do it. I'm unconcerned about your decision not to go ahead, Inspector. For now, humour me by answering the question I put to you." "Yes, ma'am." "Well, if I'd been approached the way it was intended, I would have been grateful that my bosses had elected to keep things off the books at that stage, and not gone straight for a full disciplinary hearing. It would have suggested to me that they believed I had done nothing wrong, and that the matter was best handled discreetly." The super breathed out through her nose. Now Bliss was convinced that Edwards had made a complaint, but he was wrong. "I'm very glad to hear you put it that way, Inspector," Fletcher said, "and I hope you retain that viewpoint when I tell you why you are here. The fact of the matter is that I've been approached by 2 officers from the IOPC who wish to speak with you about a number of investigations in which you were involved. As I understand it, these date as far back as your first years as a detective and run right up to the last serious operation here in the spring. I can tell you at this stage that I have been provided with no details, and neither have I requested any. It was my feeling that if this could be handled in an informal setting, completely off the record, then I had no need to know what was being discussed, nor why. I want you to know that I regard this in the same way you just described the proposed meeting with your DCs. That is to say, you have my full confidence, and I'm keen to have this dealt with here and now, after which we speak of it no more." Bliss was struggling to take it all in. The words were taking longer to process than usual. He reached up a hand to finger the small scar on his forehead, recognizing the habit immediately and snapping his hand straight back down again. The Independent Office for Police Conduct had replaced the old and somewhat misappropriated Independent Police Complaints Commission. Word funneling down had it that the IOPC was little more than an old dog with a new bone, but that the changes had allowed a few things to slip through the net, which gave that same old dog new and sharper teeth, in particular when it came to past allegations of misconduct, or fresh ones concerning historical cases. His heart clunking away so stridently, he thought his boss must be able to hear it. Bliss eased himself back in the chair and formed a suitable response. "Thank you, ma'am. For those last few supportive words, I mean. As for the rest, I have to admit to being stunned right now. I genuinely believed I left my past behind me, and while I have never accepted that I did any wrong, other than matters of a personal nature which clearly overstepped the boundaries expected of a DI, I suppose I now have to accept that I was naive to believe I would be allowed to get on with my job without any of that history dragging me back down. Just because they want to talk to you, Inspector, does not mean they have anything to say." He understood exactly what Fletcher meant. Whoever these 2 officers were, they might simply be on a fishing expedition, with allegation and innuendo as their only bait. Nonetheless, it's my past which has put me in their sights. Still that same shadow intruding on my life again now. Fletcher spread her hands. "If I were you, I would focus on the positives. We all know how a new broom likes to work, and unfortunately it seems as if you have been caught up by those fresh bristles. However, if they were serious about this right now, they would have come with a warrant. You would now be on desk duty or worse, and we would be calling in your rep. I don't know what they want of you, Jimmy, but please don't react to any provocation. You know you can be your own worst enemy at times." Bliss nodded and tried to take deep breaths, looking to clear his head. He appreciated Fletcher's use of his given name, which suggested to him that she was very much on his side and seeking to both calm and support him. That knowledge was helping him regard the news with the kind of clarity he needed. The super was right. If they had anything on him, they would not have agreed to an informal arrangement. They had travelled up from London, which meant they felt it worth their while, but even so, his focus had to remain positive. It would do him no good to dwell upon the possible ramifications. This day had been coming. Bliss accepted that now. He had been foolish to assume otherwise. He said, "Thank you, Ma'am. I am grateful to you." Fletcher tapped both hands on her desk. "I will inform D.S. Bishop and D.S. Chandler that you are busy, and that you are not to be disturbed until you report back to them yourself. Before you do that, you come and find me again. Whatever I am doing, no matter how long you may have to wait, you do so. You talk to nobody except me after you are done. Do I make myself clear, Inspector Bliss?" "Yes, ma'am." "What about DCI Edwards?" "She is out of the office for the rest of the day. Let's see how your meeting goes, then I'll decide what information to pass on." "Thank you, ma'am." "Good. As for your visitors from the IOPC, I've put them in my conference room. Now, go wipe the floor with them." Chapter 15. Bliss did not recognize either of the two men who introduced themselves as DCI Batty and DS Lee. As far as he could recall, he had not heard of them either. Their handshakes were perfunctory, and both men regarded him with what felt like openly hostile looks. Batty was a large man, a Devonian, if his accent was anything to go by, with the same kind of physical stamp as Bishop. With his suit jacket fully buttoned, he looked like an overripe fruit, about to burst free of its skin. The number 2 buzz cut made his huge round head appear larger still, and Bliss's attention was drawn to the man's huge ears with long lobes. As for D.S. Lee, he wore what Bliss assumed to be a permanent sneer, and his high-pitched Liverpudlian accent drilled through the room when the man gave his rank and name. He was half the size of his colleague, but his eyes looked cold and combative from the off. "You had off-the-record interviews with 2 members of your team recently," Batty said, after they had made themselves comfortable at the conference room table in the centre of the room. Bliss had spent some time there earlier in the year, but with a very different group of people. How did they go? They didn't take place. Bliss wondered where that information had leaked from, but he understood where this was headed and rode with it. "What about them, anyway?" "Nothing much. Just that my colleague and I were wondering whether you were the kind of copper who could dish it out but not take it. To be honest with you, Bliss, both of us bet against you." "I don't have a clue what you're talking about." "What I'm saying is that we would like an informal chat with you about 1 or 2 things, in much the same way as you were supposed to have had with your DCs Hunt and Ansari. Nothing official, you understand. No rep sitting there blocking every avenue we decide to follow. Just the 3 of us having a natter about old times." Bliss nodded. "I'm game, up to a point." "And what point would that be?" "I'll let you know when we get there." Batty stuck a tongue in his cheek for a few seconds before continuing. "Fine, good. As I'm sure you are aware, the IOPC has a new policy which sets aside resources to look into certain cases, certain officers, certain incidents, or a combination of any or all of those things. We spun the wheel, and your name popped up." "Lucky old me. Do I win a prize?" "Yes, you do win a prize, this meeting, with us." "Like I said, lucky me. By the way, does he speak, other than providing his rank and name?" Bliss glanced across at Lee, who had stared almost unblinkingly at Bliss since they had all sat down. "He does," Batty said, "and he will, if he feels the need." Bliss shrugged, saying nothing further. Detective Sergeant Lee's role of attack dog had been established. "Okay, so what we would like to do, Bliss, is go through some matters of interest to us. At this stage, as you can plainly see, and as I have already mentioned, this is entirely voluntary on your part, and this chat is also unofficial. We would appreciate your cooperation. Before we start, would you mind if I recorded this meeting?" Batty was already removing his phone from the breast pocket of his suit jacket. "Yes," Bliss said. "Yes, what?" "Yes, I do mind you recording this meeting." Lee scowled and said, "Oh, come on, Bliss, we just want to make sure we have an accurate account for transcribing, if necessary." Bliss turned his attention momentarily back to the man who had finally spoken up. "For the terminally hard of understanding in this room, let me point out the problem with your request. You cannot have an off-the-record discussion if there is actually a record made of that discussion. Even you should be able to work that out for yourself. And second, it's Inspector Bliss when you address me, but not necessarily when I do," Batty said, smiling at Bliss and shooting a look at his colleague. The DCI had tiny teeth, Bliss noticed, yet still they filled his mouth when he smiled. "I take your point about the recording, so I won't press the issue. Let's get back to me asking most of the questions, starting with the very exciting and newsworthy op you had here in the spring, which looked for a while as if it could have been terrorists at work, and which eventually turned out to be something quite different. That ring a bell, Bliss?" "Of course." "Our interest today lies with one particular aspect of that investigation, namely, the point at which you suddenly disappeared down to Essex to join a joint task force raid on a farmhouse. A failed raid, as it turned out. What about it?" Batty leaned forward, clasping his hands together. Bliss noticed the DCI did not refer to notes. "Two things. First, what led you to attend that raid? Second, where did your sudden interest in it spring from?" Bliss had known from the outset that one day he might be called upon to answer that very question. The truth would not do, only a good lie. "I'm sure the case files mentioned that I consulted with my old colleagues down at the NCA. My major crimes team were looking for a drug connection to our victim. Not finding one locally, I put some feelers out." "And so, one of your old National Crime Agency colleagues told you about an ongoing joint task force operation they were involved with, and you shot down to Essex off your own bat, not mentioning the lead to your team or your superiors. Is that an accurate description of events, Bliss?" "It wasn't quite like that, no. I was given two names. One was a villain by the name of Darren Bird, and the other an Essex DI. Nobody mentioned the task force at that time. When I called him to discuss our op, D.I. Percy extended an invitation to join him and his team that night, and I accepted. I think that point is worth repeating. I was invited by the D.I. I did not initiate that invitation. When I drove down there, I did so alone because it was in my own time, on my own initiative, and therefore not wasting anyone else's case time if the potential lead proved to be unconnected." Batty nodded as if he knew better. "Interesting. Your old colleague at the NCA made no mention of either the task force nor the raid planned for that very night. And how convenient that was, by the way. So it clearly could not have been Sergeant Hannah Yez who provided you with that information. Otherwise she would surely have mentioned both of those critical issues to you, bearing in mind that she was involved in setting it up, and for its failure, as it turned out. Is there a question in there somewhere?" "No, just a few observations. We're talking here, right? Chewing the fat. You want questions, I'm happy to oblige. Which of your old NCA colleagues provided you with that information? I wouldn't want them to get into any trouble for talking to me, even though we're all supposed to be on the same side. Well, some of us are. So you're refusing to give me the name?" Bliss cleared his throat before responding. He knew he was stumbling into dangerous territory here, but believed he could clear a way through for himself, and those who had assisted him. "I am. This is an informal chat, after all. Informally, I'm telling you to move on." As if prepared for the erection of this protective wall, Batty immediately sought to overcome it. Very well. When the smoke had cleared following the failed raid, investigating officers found it very interesting that not only did your old mate Hannah Yez screw her own task force by tipping off their main target, but that this all happened while you, her old boss, D.I. Bliss, was right there alongside her. What do you have to say about that? Not much. Hannah's family were threatened. She felt she had no choice but to comply. She did the wrong thing, but for the right reasons. I felt more sorry for her than angry with her. So sorry for her that you spoke up for Yaz at her subsequent disciplinary hearing. That's correct. And what if I told you that we have since found substantial sums of money paid into an offshore bank account in Yaz's name, and that we can tie those payments to Darren Bird, the very gangster she claims was threatening her family? I would have to claim the veracity of this chat, due to severe doubts about your integrity, DCI Batty. I would say you were baiting me with a lie. I wouldn't have believed that of Hannah, even if I had not looked into her eyes when she recounted her story to me. Perhaps you're really not such a good judge of character as you seem to think you are, Bliss, Batty said, recovering well from the pushback. We'll circle back to that. How about we move on to the Thompson case? Now that was something, eh? Rapist of young girls, killer of old women. You must have been thrilled when the mother topped herself in prison. I wasn't exactly unhappy. Bliss kept his tone even. He had an idea in which direction this would go. 2 areas of weakness, both of which these men were bound to exploit. No, indeed. I hear Marjorie Thompson was a complete bitch. As for the son, I guess we'll never know what drove him. Malcolm Thompson is no longer around for us to question. Ultimately, that was down to his actions and some bad luck. That's pretty much what it said in the report. Shame he's not here to verify that version of events. Your partner did, though, D.S. Chandler. The same D.S. Chandler whom Malcolm Thompson abducted and was going to both rape and kill, apparently having been egged on by Mummy Dearest. What a sick couple of freaks they were. Still, how fortunate it was that you intervened, and neither of you had to go through the inconvenience of a trial afterwards. Bliss batted it away. As enjoyable as this trip down memory lane is, I'm not really hearing a question again. You're right. I'm a bit of a rambler, Bliss. Sorry about that. So, tell me, Inspector, why is it that you and D.S. Chandler were the only police officers at the scene on the edge of that cliffside that morning? Because I chose not to call for help. Because you chose not to call for help. And why was that? I was instructed by Malcolm Thompson not to bring backup. But in all honesty, it was also a question of too many cooks. I felt I would have a better chance on my own. And how did that work out? Bliss smiled. D.S. Chandler is alive and well. I'd say it turned out great. Not for everybody, Lee shot back. I'll cry me a river some day. Judge, jury, and executioner, Bliss, Batty said, frowning. Is that the way you prefer to handle things? Lee was busy writing notes. Bliss pointed and nodded toward the ring-bound notebook. You forgot Tinker and Taylor, among others. Can we move on? I've told you what happened. And D.S. Chandler will presumably back up your version of events. Hark at me, what am I saying? Of course she will. You two are close, so I hear. Extremely so. She was the abductee. You her saviour. So I'm guessing she doesn't really care how it actually went down. I expect D.S. Chandler is very grateful to you, Bliss. How does she express her gratitude, I wonder? How often? If Batty was looking to provoke a rise, Bliss was not about to give it to him. If he reacted, they would know Penny was a weak point for him. He did not want her dragged into whatever this was, Even so, it took every ounce of willpower he possessed not to hurl himself across the table to throttle the man. Bliss settled himself before responding, cooling the hot blood in his veins. D.S. Chandler was in a state of complete shock, both at the time and in the immediate aftermath. But yes, she saw everything that happened that morning. It's all in her statement. It is indeed. And you found out where Thompson was holding Chandler how exactly? Despite himself, Bliss admired the DCI's swift change of tack. He was ready for it, though. I had Marjorie Thompson's phone. He sent a text to it. Ah, yes, the phone. Which really ought not to have been in your possession. But we'll revisit that another time. See, there's a very interesting snippet in your interview with the mother. Oddly enough, yet again you were the only detective in with her at the time. That appears to be a common theme. At one point she tells you to stop the tape and video recording, after which she might give you something. Shortly afterwards you call an end to the interview. Tell me, Bliss, what did Marjorie Thompson say to you before you left that interview room? I can't recall. Fair enough. I expected that response. We'll come back to that operation at some point, I'm sure. So, I would prefer to remain in Peterborough for now, in terms of looking at your previous cases, Bliss, but to be fair, I think they deserve a meeting all of their own. The autumn 2005 one in particular. But let me just touch on the one which preceded that, the one for which you were suspended. On full pay with no loss of rank, it was gardening leave. There is no such official term, Bliss, you know that. It's listed on your record as suspension. While I was being cleared, I was not under investigation myself, nor were there any disciplinary allegations to answer. That was how it turned out, yes, but no matter what the official record states, you were being investigated. We all know that, so let's be adult about it. This was a most unsavoury series of events. A young boy originally believed to have been abducted, a number of racially motivated arson attacks, discovering that the young lad had actually been co-opted by a wealthy right-winger to set fires, and was then murdered by the man. And somehow the boy's grieving father finds out who this wealthy man is before the police can arrest him. At which point the father hunts down the man and kills him. Some might see that as true justice, Bliss. Others might consider it corruption if that poor father was fed crucial information by a police detective. An investigator, such as myself or D.S. Lee, would definitely see it as their job to take a long, hard look at that one. Bliss nodded, which you are perfectly entitled to do. Examine the records, speak to colleagues and witnesses. It was all investigated at the time. We have nothing to hide, maybe. But do you, Bliss, personally? I was questioned, accused of passing on information. I was eventually cleared. I suggest you move on. There's nothing there for you. Interesting choice of words, nothing there for us, implies there may be something elsewhere. That is your inference, DCI Batty. It was not my implication. The DCI stretched out. His huge frame became enormous. Bliss wondered if the intent of the movement was to intimidate. But he had an idea Batty would know better, that even if it had worked in the past, it was not going to work on this particular day with this specific target. Is that it? Bliss asked. Have I answered all of your questions? He was aware that they were not finished with him. They had mentioned a number of items they intended coming back to, and they had yet to even touch on his past back in London. Even so, Bliss thought it was worth the nudge. He sensed they were only warming up. Not by a long way, Lee scoffed. Like the gaffer says, you screwing up of your own people back in 2005 needs its own meeting. That's without your Met cases to consider. Grinning, Bliss leaned forward slightly and met Lee's narrow gaze. The word irony means nothing to you, does it? I mean, you sit there and talk about me screwing over my own, when that's what you two do for a living every day. Look you, Lee snapped, baring his teeth and raising a curled finger. I don't have to sit here and take that shite from the likes of you. The job we do is—" "Take it easy, Sergeant," Batty said, holding out an arm to prevent Lee from taking matters into his own hands. "No need to rise to such obvious bait. I'm sure the inspector here intended no offence." "Oh, believe me, you have that completely wrong," Bliss said, releasing the pressure just a little. "It was absolutely my intention to offend you pair of tossers." "Really? And to include a DCI in that statement as well?" "I could have you for insubordination, Bliss. Yes, you could. If only it weren't for that pesky informality and off-the-record agreement we made at the beginning." There was a subtle shift in Batty. Bliss sensed it immediately. A hardening of the eyes, loose skin becoming taut across the cheekbones. Batty had so far played along with a semi-jocular approach, oozing sarcasm at every juncture, but the man now seemed angered by the exchange. "I do hope so," Bliss thought. "You need yanking out of your comfort zone. Please understand me when I tell you we're at the preliminary stage of our investigations," Batty said. He had turned sullen, and Bliss felt pleased with himself. Now he felt as if he might actually learn something valuable. "We will be speaking with you again, Bliss. That you can bank on. And when we do, don't expect this same comfortable arrangement. That's exactly what I will expect if you want to keep it informal." Bliss kept his focus on Batty now. "In fact, I will demand it. And, by the way, if you're going to try to sneak in a little rat to feed you snippets of information, use someone with a little more awareness than Jerry Quinn." "I don't know what you mean," Batty claimed, shifting in his chair. Bliss knew better. "I wondered why he'd shown up the other day like a bad smell. It seemed odd and out of place. Now you're here. It doesn't take a genius to work it out. I reckon even D.C. Lee here could, if he tried really hard." He caught the sidelong glances the IOPC pair threw at each other. Bliss laughed. "Oh, I get it now. You sent him ahead to sniff around, find out what he could about me. But you didn't actually ask him to seek me out." "Well, he did. And he was bloody obvious about it, too. But thanks. Because, frankly, if you're having to resort to using pond scum like Quim, then the IOPC must be really scraping the bottom of the barrel. In fact, that's probably why you two have jobs at all." Batty coloured up. He leaned further across the table and said, "We will be meeting again, Inspector Bliss, and like I say, you won't get such an easy ride next time." Bliss pursed his lips. "When you have enough on me to make it any other way, then you get to set out the ground rules. Actually, not even then, because it's the system you'll be following, not your own initiative. Because that takes real police work from real police officers. Until then, until you're ready to take me down, we do things my way, in my time. Don't push me, Bliss. You would be best advised not to try taking me on, and you would be best advised to make sure you come fully loaded when you do come for me." Batty rose from his chair. The movement was slow and filled with thoughtful menace. "You'd better believe I will, Bliss. The more I learn about you, the less I like. Well, I'm all broken up about that. You'd better be prepared to answer my questions more fully next time. About anything and everything. What we've touched on today, your actions in tearing this local service apart all those years ago, some early dubious cases concerning missing goods and money, raids being aborted or failing. It's all there, waiting to be picked apart. And then, of course, there's what you did to your own wife." This was the attack Bliss had been waiting for all along. He stood, no threat in his stance. He simply glowered at the DCI. "Do not waste your breath," he hissed. "If I can fit you into my busy schedule, DCI Batty, then you and I will talk again, but I'm warning you now. You so much as mention my wife and I will walk away and we'll be done." "You're what?" Batty snarled. "You're warning me? Me?" "Yes. Just of that, Chief Inspector, just of my walking away from any meeting at which my wife is mentioned. That's my only warning. For now." Batty's jaw had become so rigid that Bliss thought it might snap in two as his teeth ground their way through it. "You just made a big mistake, Bliss," he said in a harsh whisper, "one you will never survive." Bliss nodded and started to walk away from the table. He stopped and pointed a finger at the man. "So did you. You gave away your endgame. Now I know what you're really after. What a piss-poor copper you must have been." Whatever response either Batty or Lee had was lost on Bliss as he walked out of the room with more alacrity than he had felt in days. Chapter 16. Bliss took a few minutes to gather his thoughts. His favourite spot inside the station was on the staircase landing, staring out of the window that overlooked the car park, Thorpe Wood Nature Reserve, and the parkway traffic hurtling by up on the A47. As he stood with his nose pressed to the glass, he drew deep breaths and thought back over the meeting. Overall, Bliss thought he had gained more than he had given up. The IOPC pair were both obvious and insufferable. Batty's attitude seemed more calculated, whereas Lee came across as a naturally unbearable character. Bliss agreed that the police needed policing, but it was generally the manner of the officers investigating their own that most fellow cops objected to. Too often they appeared overjoyed at the prospect of taking down a colleague. His own off-the-books investigation into murder and corruption inside the Peterborough Force 13 years earlier had been a painful wrench, something he had endured in order to seek justice for his long-dead victim. There had also been a genuine need to rid the job of a disease which had infected its heart to the core. Bliss had taken no pleasure in bringing down his fellow police officers and detectives, but he instinctively knew that both Batty and Lee would revel in his downfall should that time arise. He did not understand the desire that drove them, nor the satisfaction they derived from their job. Feeling his temperature rise once more, Bliss winced as the damaged ribs reminded him they were there and not doing too well. He placed a hand over them, feeling a little heat beneath the skin. His mind flashed back to the night of the incident. The figure he had chased had been in his back garden. At the time, Bliss's only thought was that the man had been looking to break into the house. Now he asked himself if there might have been an entirely different reason for his presence. Was the timing of the IOPC visit purely coincidental? What if the intruder had been working for them and had intended planting listening devices? He also knew there was a chance it ran deeper. Back in the spring, Bliss had been convinced that another unwelcome visitor in the early hours of the morning had been working for MI6. His mind now fashioned a possibility in which the newly formed IOPC had been investigating him all along. The thought caused him to catch his breath, which in turn kicked off the nagging ribs one more time. It was a stone he had to kick over, but now was neither the time nor place. Fletcher was free and ready for him when he recovered his equanimity. Bliss had half expected the chief super to be in attendance as well this time, but the office held just the two of them, as it had earlier. "Tell me as much or as little as you like," she instructed him. "Just give me enough to work with." Bliss found himself relating everything to Fletcher. He had not intended to, but there was something about the super that earned his trust. As he spoke, she made notes on her laptop, mini bursts of keys clacking, accompanied by almost imperceptible nods. Every so often she would punctuate the moment with a firm shake of her head to tut at what she was hearing, or nod with vague enthusiasm. "You did well," Fletcher insisted when he was through. "You got to the bottom of why they were really here. The rest is just window dressing for the main display. Some pretty powerful window dressing, when inspected with a jaundiced eye," he pointed out. "True, But equally, I'm positive you can be creative enough to ensure that all remains under control. However, they could not have chosen a more powerful weapon to use against you, Jimmy. Since the spectre had been raised by Batty, Bliss had struggled to contain thoughts about his wife. Over the years, it had become increasingly more difficult for him to conjure up Hazel's image in his mind when thinking about her. But the second he placed her in context with an event, or a moment captured in memory, that beautiful face swam back towards him out of the gloom and hung just in front of him, tantalizingly out of reach, but so very welcome. I agree. Using my wife's murder against me is purely a ploy. It's also the most obvious weapon they could have chosen, Mum. True, but you overlook its effectiveness at your peril. I'll be fine, Mum. They can't hurt me on that. That's not true, and you know it. They may not win, Inspector, but they will most certainly cause you great harm, perhaps even irreparable damage. With respect, Ma'am, it's my battle to wage, and I can take care of myself. Inspector, the super said, those 3 syllables carrying the full weight of her authority. I've made my mind up as to how this will go from this point on. You will disagree with me. You will not like what I have to say, nonetheless. You will argue with me over nothing, not a thing, mind. This is the moment I step in to wrestle control away from you, to take up that burden on your behalf. Ma'am, Bliss said uncertainly, today, Inspector Bliss, you will call an early evening briefing, after which you will return home. Tomorrow morning you will call in sick. The ribs ought to be enough, but a mention of the concussion will do the trick if not. You will insist on seeing the Thorpe Wood occupational health doctor, in addition to your own GP, and between them they will sign you off work for 10 days. A minimum of a further 5 will be available to you should you need them. Later today I will be contacting OH Psychological Therapy and making an appointment for you to speak with somebody, starting sometime early next week. During your twice-weekly therapy sessions, feel free to discuss the murder of your wife and any other relevant aspects of your career that might fit in with anything the IOPC may want to discuss with you now or in the future. Bliss felt his initial frown becoming a tight, V-shaped wedge of anger. It felt like he was being punished, and he could not imagine why. As if reading his mind, Fletcher said to him, Inspector, hear me out before you respond. The 10 days R&R have a dual purpose. First, it sees you at home resting and starting to recover from your injuries. Second, it keeps you out of the firing line. If you're absent, unfit for work, the IOPC cannot interview you again, unless they do so whilst you are under arrest. As for the psych therapy, if you're in sessions with a therapist, then nobody can compel you to talk about anything currently being discussed within those private sessions, not while they are ongoing, at least. Now, I am sure the IOPC will find a legal way to get around that little ploy, but it will buy you some time. Time for what? Bliss asked, perplexed. Fletcher leaned forward and said softly, to fully prepare yourself. Those 2 idiots from the IOPC just declared open warfare on you. They were not fully prepared for it. They were not armed sufficiently for it. And they certainly were not ready for you striking back in the way you did. But they will return, Inspector, and they will be coming hard next time. How can you know that, Ma'am? Because I am detached and you are emotional. You would see it for yourself if you were not the subject of the investigation. Inspector, you know they are looking hard at you in connection with your wife's murder. Ask yourself why. Why now? You were previously investigated and cleared, so what has changed? What do the IOPC have that their predecessors did not? I can't answer those questions for you, but it's obvious to me that their interest has been renewed with purpose and vigour. They came here to rattle you, but they also came to fire the first salvo. It will not be their last." Bliss nodded, forcing a half-hearted smile. "I genuinely appreciate everything you've said, ma'am. You're right, of course. Yet it changes very little in terms of how I need to proceed. The murder of Jade Coleman has to come before my own concerns. I was allocated that case by DCI Edwards, and I don't intend to let go of it until we have someone banged up for it." Shaking her head and matching his weak grin, Fletcher sat back in her chair and took a long breath before responding. "Did you even hear me when I told you there were to be no arguments, Inspector? Look, your sickness absence and your therapy provide you with time to build your defences, and they will need to be tall and wide, from what I can gather, as much to prevent you from getting to your attackers as the other way round. I understand what you're saying, but what good is time if I'm sitting on my backside at home, worrying about when the knock might come at my door? Also, what will it look like if I'm pulled off the investigation at this stage? But you're not being removed from the op, Bliss. You are unfit to work due to injuries sustained in a road collision. There's a significant difference. As for the time you have been given to recuperate, just because you are not at work does not mean you have to stop working. I think you know what I mean by that. I can't tell you what to do, Bliss. That's entirely up to you. But if it were me, I might just spend that time trying to find out what they have, where it came from, why it has come now, and then work out how you might best defend yourself when they come at you next time." Bliss regarded the super with a newfound appreciation. From day one she had been nothing but fair with him, and now Fletcher was actively encouraging him to take matters into his own hands. If he was buried beneath the weight of investigating Jade Coleman's murder, he would have found little time for himself. Now his boss had given him a way out. She was telling him to take this opportunity to put to rest once and for all the rumours that had been dogging him for the past 17 years. "I don't know what to say," Bliss muttered, hanging his head. He used his left thumb to worry the small scar on his forehead. "Other than thank you, of course. Though that seems so inadequate. Jimmy, the only thanks I need is you emerging from this and continuing to lead my major crimes team in the way you have been doing. Besides, what are you even thanking me for? All I have done here today is instruct you to take time off to heal your physical wounds and to speak to somebody about the emotional ones. Well then, I thank you for not asking me." "Not asking you what?" "If I murdered my wife." Fletcher's gaze narrowed, her perfectly sculpted eyebrows converging. "Why on earth would I?" Bliss blinked and nodded. "I'm sorry, but I'm not used to that level of trust, ma'am." "Inspector, I'm not about to insist that you are always the easiest person to get along with. Your cursory acceptance of rank is an irritant, and your mistaken belief that orders are merely suggestions can increase the blood pressure on occasion. That said, I understand why you are the way you are. I understand that it comes not from a position of self-advancement, but for the benefit of your victim or victims at any given time. As a high-ranking officer, I find your approach to leadership from above both archaic and frustrating at times. Yet the leadership qualities you demonstrate with your own team are commendable. You put your loyalty to the victims and your team above all else, and the larger part of me admires you for that. I'm therefore able to accept the pros and ignore the cons, which come as part of the overall package. Up to a point. You're a bloody good detective, Jimmy, and beneath the thick veneer and rough edges there is also a good man. I'm not so high and mighty that I cannot appreciate both." Bliss was almost lost for words, but he felt the need to voice his appreciation. "For what it's worth, ma'am, I don't think I've ever had as much respect for someone of your rank as I do for you. I'm extremely grateful to you. and I will take advantage of what you've suggested here today. I'm still concerned about the murder case, however.
Naturally, but you have an excellent team, Inspector. Use them, however you wish. But use them.
Looking into her even stare, Bliss thought he knew what Fletcher was telling him, that her words were not related only to the Jade Coleman murder, but also to his own personal pursuits in the days to come. He also knew that he could not let her down. The faith the super had showed in him had to be repaid in full. The Argo Lounge on Bridge Street was a popular bar and eatery in a busy part of Peterborough. Less than a century ago, the broad, pedestrianised street was not only the main thoroughfare into the centre of the city, it was also home to many slums which huddled together in the vast shadow of the Anglo-Saxon cathedral. Bridge Street had been split into two distinct sections, prefixed with the words broad and narrow. The high-density housing had been built for labourers in yards behind the shops, but by the time it was demolished in the 1930s, it had fallen into severe neglect. Now the shops and cafes that stood in its place ensured that visitors and local inhabitants alike were drawn to the beating heart of North Cambridgeshire. Many sat at tables outside, breathing in the hot evening air, whilst doing their level best to appear cool. Bliss had invited his closest and most senior colleagues for a drink after work, which was why he, Chandler, Bishop and Short were gathered at a table in the basement with drinks in front of them, and several plates of tapas occupying its centre. They were deep into their second round of drinks, and the conversation was lively. The early evening briefing had taken the investigation no further. The lag was unfortunate, but it was not for want of trying. The effort from everybody involved had been overwhelming, but sometimes an operation took on a pace all of its own and required only one minor breakthrough in order to release the brakes. Bliss had a sense that this was just such a case. Two of the competing strands were now tied off. The neighbour, Baldwin, had been dismissed as a suspect, and Bliss had texted Sandra Bannister ahead of the official media release, providing her with the opportunity to make that information on the Peterborough Telegraph website available before anyone else had it. The alibis for both Lucy and Paul Lancaster had been verified, the husband's driver confirming Lucy's version of events. The peek into their finances was ongoing, but Bliss thought it likely that the couple would be cleared entirely within the next day or so. Security footage concerning the cyclist in the hoodie was still in the process of being gathered and analysed. If the cyclist had ridden in and back out as far as Paston, then CCTV cameras close to the Paston Ridings and Topmoor Way Junction would be the only feeds available. There was a road camera ahead of the roundabout, just as the path gave way to the pavement. DC Hunt had also suggested the local primary school might have an external camera pointing in the right direction, although its view was likely to be obscured by trees. Hunt had taken it upon himself to stay with that lead. This now meant the focus of debate that evening could be narrowed down to Jade's parents, and the possibility of her having had a closer friend, whose identity was currently unknown to them at the time of her murder. "My money is on the parents being a dead end," Bishop said. "It feels at the moment like a game of patience. You know how you can turn the cards for ages and seem to be getting nowhere. Then all of a sudden you lay down one high card which leads to a whole bunch of other cards being freed up. My gut still says Jade was killed by her stalker, but we're waiting for that one card to allow us to break the dam and flood through." Bliss thought about that for a moment before making a phone call. He had to put a finger in one ear so as to hear in the busy bar. When she answered, Lucy Lancaster sounded wary. "I'm contacting you with good news," he said, hoping to initially allay any anxiety she might be feeling.
Your alibis check out. I apologize for some of the questioning, but it was necessary to rule you both out. I hope you understand. I do, Lancaster said. Her voice on the phone betrayed a weakness she had not displayed in person. Bliss guessed she had not enjoyed the best of days. I expect you can't tell me any details, but have you made any progress, Inspector? You're right, I can't tell you, details or otherwise. But I would like to ask you a question. Actually, to repeat one. I was wondering whether you had given any more thought to Jade's friend. The one who you knew to be an anti-nuclear campaigner. I don't suppose you remembered any more about her, did you? Bliss knew he was taking a chance. Lancaster was by no means a slow-witted woman. She would realize that this unnamed friend might also be considered a suspect, and Bliss had to trust her not to reveal the name to anyone else if she knew it. He felt it was worth a shot. After all, the woman wanted Jade's killer nailed, so was unlikely to do anything which might harm the police investigation. I'm sorry, Inspector. I've given it a great deal of thought, but I really don't know any more than what I've already told you. How about the conversation you had which revealed the friend to be associated with Cord? Can you recall how that information emerged? There was a brief pause before the hesitant response came. I'm really not sure, Inspector Bliss. I think perhaps we were discussing the subject of nuclear disarmament, CND, that sort of thing. Jade was such a gentle soul, but this was a topic which fueled her passions. Perhaps a news item sparked it, but I'm only guessing. Jade told me she wished she could be as involved in the same sort of activism as her friend, and Jade never mentioned the name. You never asked? No, it was an aside, not an in-depth debate. At least, not that I recall. I distinctly remember Jade mentioning the friend was a woman. Well, to be precise, she used the term her, but for the life of me I cannot remember in what context. Bliss sucked on his teeth. He felt they were close, but as Bishop had suggested, still that one crucial card short. After thanking Lancaster for the information and asking her to call him if anything occurred, Bliss turned back to his team, trying, and failing, not to appear despondent. He drained his pint glass and went upstairs to fetch another round. The Argo Lounge clientele were mostly young and loud, the bar constantly busy, and it took Bliss the better part of 10 minutes before he was able to carry a tray laden with full glasses back down into the basement. In his absence, the conversation had switched to Jade and her sexuality. Given there is currently no intelligence in relation to Jade having a current or recent girlfriend, Bliss said, what does everyone think about my approaching her parents directly when I meet with them later on? Mr. and Mrs. Coleman had remained in the area, but were not available until 8 p.m. later that evening. When a female is murdered, it is a standard strategy to look closely at the husband or boyfriend. Bliss saw no reason to deviate from that, simply because in this case the partner was a female. It's a tough call, Chandler said, sympathizing with his dilemma. Clearly we have to pursue that line of inquiry. On the other hand, dropping that bombshell into their laps at a time of such emotional turmoil could be devastating. I agree with Penny, Short said. She sipped from her glass of Southern Comfort and lemonade, in no hurry tonight to rush home to her twins. Earlier, you suggested you might just play it by ear. Bliss nodded. I know. I just felt I ought to have a more definite plan than that. It feels a bit like sitting on the fence. You could just feel them out, boss, Bishop suggested. Drop a few hints into the conversation. If they know anything, they'll pick up on it. After all, you only have the word of Lucy Lancaster that Jade was in the closet. Jade may have shared the information with her parents, but kept it from Lancaster. If they don't take the bait, then you could opt to leave it there. True enough, it would be expected of me to ask about boyfriends, which would provide them with the opportunity of opening up. I can go with you if you want, Chandler told him. Her own drink had already disappeared without trace. Bliss thought that his friend's drinking had kicked up a notch or two in recent months, and he made a mental note to keep an eye on that. He shook his head in response to her offer. "No, you get off home when we're done here." "Which we will be, as soon as I've told you all why I invited you here this evening." "I thought we were here to thrash out the case," Short said. Bliss shook his head. "Not entirely, no." "You mean you have an ulterior motive?" Bishop said. Bliss swallowed thickly and took a deep breath. "I do. I have something to tell you." "Is this about why you were called away earlier, boss?" "It is. I need to tell you what it was about. After which, I also need to ask you all for your help." Chandler beamed one of those radiant smiles of hers at him and said, "You had me at I do." Chapter 17. It was a 5-minute walk from the Argo Lounge alongside the cathedral and into New Road to the travel lodge where Tony and Joan Coleman were staying. Bliss had the receptionist alert them to his presence before he took the lift up to the second floor and walked down the corridor to their room. It would give the couple a few minutes to prepare themselves and perhaps tidy the small space, as some people prefer to do when receiving guests. When you've seen one budget hotel room, you've seen them all. This was one of the city's more recent hotels, so at first glance it still looked clean and fresh. And with no smoking anywhere on the premises, it also smelled better than some Bliss had stayed in over the years. After the introductions, Mr. Coleman sat down on the edge of the bed, allowing his wife and their visitor to sit at the narrow wooden desk-cum-dressing table. Jade had clearly taken her looks and trim build from her mother, who was tall and lithe still, upright as she sat in her chair, looking at him with both sadness and expectation glinting in her eyes. Tony Coleman was above average height, but he carried a portly belly around with him, his clothes seemingly either too baggy or too tight, as befits a man who probably fell between sizes in just about everything. "Is your family liaison officer nearby?" Bliss asked. It was customary for newly bereaved families to have an officer with specialist training at hand in order to alleviate the more formal and procedural activities associated with a murder or serious crime. Tony Coleman nodded. "She's in a room just along the corridor, Inspector. She's been extremely kind and helpful." Bliss began by outlining his role in major crimes, with a brief description of the efforts the team had put in so far. He felt he owed it to the couple to be as honest as he could be. So he also informed them that he would be taking more of a back seat in the coming days, due to injuries sustained in his one-sided meeting with a speeding car. Seeing the couple glance at each other, and a flicker of concern pass across Joan Coleman's face, Bliss swiftly reassured them both that he would be remaining close to his team, and that it was only his physical presence that would be lacking. 3 days on, are you any closer to finding out who murdered our daughter?" Tony Coleman asked. His hands were resting palm down on the bed, fingers splayed, as if he were about to leap into action at any moment. The shock was palpable in every line of his face, and the man's glazed eyes told Bliss that so much grief was yet to sink in. It was looking at faces just like this throughout his career that caused Bliss to take his cases personally. He never forgot a murder victim, but it was the expression on the faces of those they left behind that haunted him most of all. "In all honesty," he replied, "that depends on the way you look at it. Whilst it is true to say that we have no good suspects or solid leads at the moment, it is also a fact that we have been able to rule out various people. Like the neighbour, for instance. Yes, I regard that as progress. But if I were you, I probably would not draw much comfort from that. We're at the end of day 3, and in terms of an average murder investigation, we are where I would expect us to be. The workload in the first 72 hours is immense. I won't bore you with the details, but there is so much information to gather that our extended team are working all the hours possible. Unless we're lucky and get a decent break, such as a cast-iron witness or CCTV footage, then this is how investigations tend to pan out. I think if we're going to get that genuine break this time, then it will come in the next day or two.
Really?
Joan Coleman's eyes beseeched him. Nodding, Bliss said, "It's the point at which we have the majority of information and evidence we are likely to obtain during the operation. What we glean from that will more often than not guide us first to and then along the path we need to travel."
"And if at the end of a further 2 days you still can't see a way forward?"
"To be blunt, Mr. and Mrs. Coleman, after that it will become more difficult, simply because we will have less fresh data to work with. Difficult, but not impossible. Every murder investigation is different from the last. Every murderer different from the last. We have our protocols and procedures, and we follow them to the letter. But we can never know when the penny will finally drop." Jade's mother sobbed for a few moments, dabbing her eyes with a balled-up tissue.
"If it ever does," she said in a hushed voice.
Bliss hated this part of the job more than any other. He had known some colleagues who would offer platitudes at this point, even lie and insist on a positive outcome. Bliss did not believe hope was always a good thing. In his view, it often destroyed people from the inside out. Hearing the truth could be painful, but not as much as broken promises and sleepless hours expecting something which was possibly never going to happen. Bliss had no desire to point out that the couples, having delayed the post-mortem on religious grounds, had hardly helped speed things up. Not that he expected any surprises when the result finally came in. "I realize these past few days must feel like a lifetime to you both," he said gently. "But believe me when I say that nothing about this is simply routine for us. I expect the hours to drag at times like this, though I'm always disappointed when they do. But I refuse to tell you we have leads where none exist, that we have prime suspects when in fact they are merely people of interest. For me, safe harbour comes only when we have the truth. And my job here tonight is to see if you can help us find our way to it."
"Us?"
Joan Coleman touched a hand to her chest, as if the notion itself shocked her.
"Inspector, we enjoy a quiet existence down in Wiltshire. Jade had her own life here, which we knew very little about. We spoke every few weeks with our daughter, and she would drive down to visit us a few times a year. But our Jade was a private person, and shared with us only those things she was comfortable discussing."
Bliss nodded his encouragement. "Nonetheless, you probably know more than you realize. Things we may not be aware of, things which might be helpful to us. There are 2 things in particular that I would like to ask you about, and I'm hoping they are parts of her life that Jade will have shared with either one or both of you." The couple exchanged glances once again. Each nodded through their misery. "Before I get into those specifics, were either of you aware of any enemies Jade might have had? Perhaps someone who disliked her enough to do this to her?"
"Of course not," Mr. Coleman shot back instantly. "Our daughter simply wasn't the kind of person who had enemies, Inspector."
"Very well," Bliss continued. "What can you tell me about Jade's boyfriends, past or present?"
The look that passed between the Colemans this time was telling. It was obvious to Bliss that Jade's parents knew, or at the very least suspected, more about their daughter than she had given them credit for. "Inspector Bliss," Tony Coleman said, moving his hands together now and interlocking the fingers in his lap. "The last boyfriend Jade ever brought home was when she was back in secondary school. They made for the most ill-suited pair you could possibly imagine.
Jade never once spoke to us about her preferences, but I suspect you will not find a boyfriend on your list of suspects." Bliss was relieved. Judging by the man's tone, there was a lingering pain over his daughter's decision not to confide in them, but Bliss admired the fact that they had clearly never compelled her to, nor did they judge her sexual proclivities. "Would you like to know anything about that aspect of your daughter's life?" he asked. There was not a great deal to share with the couple, but he thought that perhaps even a little insight might offer them some solace at this most awful of times. Jade's mother looked up sharply. Was she happy, Inspector Bliss? He thought about Lucy Lancaster. The older woman had used a warm tone when speaking of Jade, and despite describing their relationship as purely sexual, Bliss had the feeling there was more to it, that emotion had also played a part. "Yes," he said. "Jade had been seeing someone for quite a while. From her ex-colleagues, each of whom liked your daughter very much, we learned that Jade was precisely the private person you describe, yet always warm and friendly. If they suspected anything, they did not let on. I think that is a measure of the respect they had for her. As for the woman Jade was seeing, there were only kind words and evident grief expressed at her loss." Bliss was happy to paint this picture of Jade Coleman for her parents. It was close enough to the truth without revealing every personal decision, and if it gave them even a modicum of comfort, then he was content to leave the thought with them. No further discussion on that specific subject was necessary, so Bliss moved on. "The other thing we're hoping you can shed light on is why Jade left her job at Esoter UK. He had already decided not to mention the stalker lead. If their daughter had spoken to either of them about it, Bliss felt sure it would have been mentioned by now. He assumed they had avoided the news in its many forms since Friday, and had no clue when it came to Jade's report." "Left her?" "Sorry, Inspector, left her job at where, did you say?" asked Tony Coleman. "Esoter. Jade may have used its old name, which was Whittlesea Energy Disposal." The man frowned as he looked across at his wife. Mrs. Coleman shook her head and shrugged. When he next spoke, Jade's father did so with a large measure of bemusement. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Inspector Bliss. As far as we knew, Jade worked for the local authority, and had done so since moving here. That she apparently left to start another job comes as a huge surprise, I have to admit. And needless to say, if we were not aware of her having worked there, neither of us can offer any reason as to why she later left. It was only a small thing, perhaps, especially when compared to Jade not sharing details with them about her sexuality. But Bliss had the feeling this was different. This was about how she earned a living, not the way she lived her life. Changing jobs was certainly high up on the list of topics to discuss with your parents. The fact that Jade had not done so intrigued Bliss. "Jade always said her job was going well whenever we asked," Joan Coleman offered, another emotional wound lining her brow. "Her work was mostly confidential, so she couldn't reveal too much. We accepted that, of course. Now I'm wondering if I ever really knew my daughter at all." The woman managed to finish speaking before becoming convulsed in sobs, tears spilling freely down both cheeks. She bent almost double in the chair, the pain becoming physical, and too much for her not to yield to. Her husband sprang forward off the bed, knelt by his wife's side and wrapped both arms around her. He ran his fingers through her hair as she continued to moan and weep, seeking to expel the misery from every fibre of her being. Bliss got to his feet. "I'm so sorry," he said, uncomfortable now and not wishing to intrude. "The part of this I thought would not upset you is the one that has ended up hurting most of all. I'm done with my questions. I'll see myself out.
Please accept my deep condolences, and know that I will do everything in my power to find out who did this to your daughter." Joan Coleman's flow of grief continued unabated. Her husband looked up at Bliss and nodded. It was all either of them could manage, as they wrapped themselves together in order to ward off the tragedy threatening to engulf them. Bliss hoped their combined strength was enough to shut it out, even for a few hours at a time, because he knew from experience that just when you believed you were through the worst, the darkness became as black and as dense as it could possibly be. Bliss felt as if he were carrying jagged shards of glass inside his chest as he set off for the taxi rank. So he stopped walking and called for one instead. He met it outside the city centre library on Broadway. The old red brick and white stone building had looked like a place of learning and quiet reflection, whereas its modern and stylistic replacement, which also housed the John Clare Theatre, could have been mistaken for the main offices of a major corporation. The ride home took 10 minutes, and Bliss somehow extricated himself from the back of the low-sprung Japanese saloon before paying the driver and opening his front door. Before settling himself into his favourite recliner, Bliss slipped out into the garden and looked hard at the area immediately in front of the sliding glass doors. He remembered that on the night of the accident he thought he had heard the sound of adhesive tape being unwound from a roll. The snicking noise was such a familiar one that he did not think he was mistaken. At the time he was convinced that the tape was being used in preparation of breaking a window out back. It had to be either the downstairs toilet or the study, as nobody in their right mind would choose the large glass panes of the doors. Now, thinking back, Bliss wondered if the intruder had been looking to tape something to, or close to, the living-room doors, such as a bug. He found nothing suspicious near the glass doors, nor at either the study or toilet windows. The area was paved, so there were no footprints. There was no sign of any discarded tape, and certainly nothing resembling a listening device. He found it hard to bend forward or even squat down, and, as the ribs protested, he began to think of his actions as those of a somewhat paranoid man. Yet it wasn't paranoia if they were really out to get you, and in his case they actually were. Whether that had extended to them sending in an advance team to bug him, Bliss could not answer. He only knew for certain that he would not put anything past the IOPC if they thought it might help their case. Bliss heard his mobile ping as a text came in. It was from Sandra Bannister. In it she apologized for the delay, but informed him that she had sent him a mail which included information and articles relating to Cord. He sent a reply thanking her for her efforts and saying he would get back to her for clarification if any were necessary. The mail itself was hefty, with several attachments. Bliss spent more than an hour sifting through them and arranging each in order of priority. Some he cast aside as being irrelevant, or because the information covered nothing more than that which they already had access to. When he was done, he was left with around a dozen items which he thought warranted further investigation. Deciding to leave them until the following day, Bliss turned his thoughts away from the task. Feeling somewhat melancholic and emotional after visiting with Jade Coleman's parents, he slipped his Steve McQueen CD into the slot and sat back with a bottle of chilled Peroni, listening to Prefab Sprout at the very summit of their musical genius. The classic single, When Love Breaks Down, was released in 1984, by which time Bliss had been a serving police officer for 2 years. He was living in a run-down 3-story house split into individual rooms, grandly and optimistically described as studio apartments, having to share a bathroom with 2 other occupants on his floor. It was difficult to know why he had ever considered them to be the good old days. Trying to take his beer slowly, Bliss eased himself back into the recliner and sent his mind in search of something positive. He was supposed to have taken things easy, but the day had been long and busy, and he was feeling the ache of it deep inside. He had chased his own tail, getting nowhere fast. There had to be a way of preparing himself for the impending IOPC attack, whilst also overseeing Operation Cauldron at the same time. But both would be difficult without access to colleagues and computer systems. Each required his full attention individually. But so far as he could tell, he had no way of avoiding being torn down the middle. In terms of physical graft, the donkey work was pretty much over when it came to the murder case. An eye for detail and some logical thinking was now called for. Bliss thought back to his senior team meeting in the eatery and wondered if he could stay on top of things by calling for further meetings right here inside his own home. He did not think any of his colleagues would object, and their reaction to his confession back in the basement of the bar gave him much cause for optimism. All three had been consumed with rage at the IOPC, especially when they learned of the endgame. As far as they were concerned, Hazel's murder was out of bounds, having previously been investigated, and both Batty and Lee were overstepping the mark by a long way. Bliss had been touched by their show of allegiance, and now felt it might be possible for the same small group to help him deal with it. As for the IOPC approach, Bliss did have an idea where to begin in his search for answers, although doing so required him to take a significant step back into a past he wanted no part of. Bliss contemplated his next move over 2 more beers before turning in for the night. He woke up shortly before 3, sensing he was not alone in the house. He spent the next 10 minutes walking from room to room, switching on lights, opening cupboard doors, checking every space. There was no sign that anyone had been inside. Returning to bed, Bliss lay on his back, hands clasped behind his head. The greyness of the ceiling swirled above him, although he readily admitted to being haunted by various aspects of past jobs. There were no ghosts in his life. Hazel was a presence wherever he went, but she had seeped into his pores and become a part of him. The feeling of someone else being in the house had nothing to do with his ex-wife. Bliss put the blame on an overactive imagination. Or was it that DCI Batty and DS Lee had got beneath his skin, after all? Chapter 18. Chandler rolled into HQ the following morning, determined to prove something to herself. Bliss clearly believed in her, as he had asked her to take charge of Operation Cauldron in his absence. Not in terms of making hard decisions. That remained the job of the DI, or DCI Edwards, if Bliss could not be contacted. There were procedures to attend to, however, and he had tasked her with steering the team through them to the point where command might need to take over. Dawn had come early, but Chandler was already wide awake by then. She took her time showering and getting dressed, applying the usual meagre amount of makeup afterwards as she sat at her bedroom dressing table, and decided this was a hair-up day. She had selected a simple skirt and short-sleeved blouse to wear. No power dressing. After spending a little more time than usual checking out her appearance in the full-length mirror, Chandler nodded at the confident woman she saw reflected back, and decided she was ready. The roads were still pretty empty, and after arriving at the station she caught herself up with the case logs and trawled through the most recent statements. As colleagues began to dribble in, she took a deep breath and prepared for her day. First up, after a shortened briefing, was a meeting with 2 detectives from the Stalker Task Force. It was the meeting Bliss had requested, but Chandler was filling in for him.
She asked Ansari to join her, and the two were already seated together when D.S. Spencer and D.C. Brown entered the incident room. They all knew one another, so Chandler got straight to the point. For the time being, the issue of whether the report made by Jade Coleman ought to have been taken more seriously has to be put behind us. People higher up the pay scale will pass judgment on that. Our priority here and now is to analyse what we know about the murder, and to ascertain whether any of it fits in with current theories or investigations being made by the task force. The DS, a stout and steely-eyed Yorkshireman, was the first to speak up. When it comes to stalkers, we cast a wide net when we trawl, but we've been able to narrow the search down by using various parameters specific to your murder. Most stalkers are known to their victims, for one thing. About 90%, in fact. I had no idea the figure was so high, Chandler interrupted, then apologised for doing so. Spencer waved aside the apology and gave a sober nod. These are usually ex-husbands or boyfriends, of course. Then there are the close friends who would like to be more than that. I realise we're dealing with an unknown factor here, but in this case I think it's reasonable to hypothesise that your Vic did not know her attacker. It was certainly an approach we agreed upon back up in the task force. So by removing that criteria, we were able to considerably filter down the database. However, none of the remaining reports have so far included violence, and all of the stalkers within that 10% or so have specific targets. There are no multi-target names in our lists, which led us to broaden the search again, D.C. Brown chipped in. Chandler did not know him well, but he sounded local. We included the dark hoodie and then a bicycle. As you can imagine, the hoodie was quite common, the bike somewhat less so. Once again we came up short because those previously identified are single-target stalkers known to their victims. Chandler had known from the outset that it was a long shot. I take it there are none known to us in the immediate vicinity of Jade Coleman's home? No. We did take a look at acts of violence, specifically those where a blade was used, but once again, these were men stalking their ex-girlfriends or wives. As you probably know, many of those men who appear on our list would not so long ago have been accused of harassment rather than stalking. If you offend more than once, you now elevate your crime, so the list has swollen considerably in recent years, including acts causing alarm or distress emerging from email or social media contact, Chandler thought. These days your average stalker didn't even have to get up out of bed to frighten women, which was frightening in itself. Spencer turned his attention to Ansari. You were one of the detectives who interviewed Coleman. What was your impression? Of her, or of how she was treated? Chandler gave an approving nod. She admired her colleague's thoughtful approach. Well, both, Spencer said, leaning back in his chair. You were there, you tell us. The DC nodded and cleared her throat. She did not glance at her sergeant for moral support, which earned her another favourable tick in Chandler's mind. The problem for us was that Jade never actually saw anybody. Her report was all based on feelings, senses. She sensed she was being watched, had the feeling that someone had been inside her home. There was no overt threat, only those niggling sensations. Spencer grimaced. Still feels like one we missed. So, D.C. Ansari, what overall impression did you take away of Miss Coleman herself? Jade was calm and collected. She talked us through her concerns methodically, without any emotion. Her demeanour suggested concern rather than fear. Only when she mentioned the possibility of someone having entered her home did she crack, and even then only a little. I got the feeling she was reporting it more because it felt like the right thing to do, than because she felt truly unsafe or insecure. But would you say she felt reassured by your visit? Ansari had to pause to think about it. A moment later she shook her head. That's not how I'd describe it, no. Certainly Jade would have believed we were taking her report seriously, and that we did not consider her to be a time-waster. Both D.C. Hunt and I made that absolutely clear to her.
but I'd say she seemed more relieved at having got the whole thing out of the way than reassured by anything we did or said. The whole report came across as vague because it was, Chandler said. She kept her focus on her fellow DS. Frankly, I don't care whose desk this might have fallen across. Nobody reading that report could possibly have anticipated such an escalation. Not to a brutal attack and eventual murder. It's just not there.
So maybe it isn't, D.C. Brown suggested. Maybe her murder had nothing to do with her concerns.
Are you happy with that level of coincidence? Chandler asked him, switching her gaze. They happen. This reported stalker was a shadow, a feeling, a sensation that she was being watched, that perhaps someone had been inside her home. Moving from that to a frenzied assault ending in murder just doesn't seem realistic. You said so yourself. Unless Jade caught him in her home this time, Ansari suggested. It's possible that he entered again, only this time she came home unexpectedly, or was even already inside when he thought she was out. Her own knife was missing, remember? So she could easily have pulled it on him, and he reacted out of sheer panic, in fear of getting caught. It's a possibility, Brown conceded. Beside him, D.S. Spencer nodded in agreement. Chandler thought likewise, but did voice one qualm. The calm and placid woman who reported the offence, and whom we've come to know a little more about, seems at odds with somebody who would snatch up a large carving knife to defend herself against an intruder. Snapping point, Spencer said confidently. Anything could have been said or done to make the victim feel as if her only defence was to confront him with a weapon. True, but it's looking increasingly unlikely that we'll be finding him on your task force database. They were done, but as he got to his feet, D.S. Spencer regarded Ansari. A word of advice, he said. You keep calling the victim by her first name. That's not best practice. You do that, and you only make it more personal. It is personal for the victim. Where did you learn that? University? Ansari shook her head. No, Sergeant. From my boss. Spencer rolled his eyes. I didn't realize D.I. Bliss was so touchy-feely. Ansari gave the man an almost withering glare. He's not. Far from it, in fact. He simply believes our victims deserve our respect. I would agree. Chandler hid a smile behind her hand. The young D.C. was showing a real backbone. Disappointed that the meeting had taken them no further, she thanked the two task force detectives for their time. Then she and Ansari headed back out into the General Major Crimes open plan work area. Hunt, Short and Bishop were all there, along with the other members of the team drafted in for the investigation. The new D.C., Grattan, was on the phone with somebody. Chandler felt a little hollow sensation in her stomach. Seeing the space so full meant the cycle of information gathering was slowing down, and still they had so little to work with. Anything? Bishop asked as Chandler walked past behind his desk. Not a bloody thing. Well, we're getting nowhere fast as well, still chipping away at who isn't responsible and what isn't happening. We need some forward momentum on this one soon. I wish I could provide something, but I'm all out of ideas. He shrugged. Let's hope the boss has had a light bulb moment in that case. Chandler nodded. Bliss had called her earlier, tasking her with carrying on in his absence, and asking her to speak to her colleagues about regrouping later that evening at his home. Both Bishop and Short had readily agreed. She had hoped to forge ahead this morning, so that when they all met up with Bliss later in the day, there would be something worthwhile to report. Now all she could wish for was that he was having a better day than she was. Through an alleyway into Regent Quarter, a short walk from King's Cross railway station, Bliss found Gareth Wigg sitting in the courtyard outside Camino. The tapas bar lay off the beaten track, but was well known to those who lived and worked in the area. Wigg had been fortunate enough to snaffle a table beneath a canopy which shielded whoever sat there from the worst of the sun's long, hot reach. The man Bliss had travelled down to London to see looked up from his newspaper, gave a wide grin, and folded the broadsheet in two before setting it down on the table alongside a tall glass of clear liquid garnished with a slice of lemon. "My dear Bliss," he said, with great veneration, "how the devil are you, old boy?" The voice was suited to the 70-year-old ex-army officer, who had now also retired from the Metropolitan Police Service at the rank of Assistant Chief Constable, though Bliss recalled how out of place it had seemed when he first heard it a couple of decades earlier, when Wigg had been a humble DCI in the East End of London. "I'm good, thank you, Wiggy," he said, sliding into a chair opposite. As he did so, a waitress happened to be passing by. Bliss caught her attention with a smile and a raise of the eyebrows. "I'll have a pint of San Miguel, please, plus whatever he's drinking." "Gin and tonic and a slice, please," Wigg ordered. He turned back to Bliss. "You're looking well, old boy, despite your obvious injuries and discomfort. The rarefied air up in Cambridgeshire must suit you." "You too, Wiggy." Bliss meant it as well. It had been a while since the two had met, but the older man appeared lean and sharp and had a healthy colour. Bliss knew that his old boss wintered almost exclusively in the Algarve and enjoyed a round of golf, which looked to be doing him the world of good. "I'm a pampered old man put out to grass," Wigg said. He shrugged. "Someone has to be, I suppose." "I envy you." "Oh, I doubt that, Bliss. They'll have to beat you out of the job with a stick. What would Jimmy Bliss do without a crime to solve?" "I may find out soon, Wiggy." "Which is why we're here, I assume." Bliss smiled. With the previous night's thoughts still raging through his head, Bliss had called Wigg shortly before 8 a.m. They arranged to meet at 11:30, and with the fast and direct train thundering south, Bliss was in London less than an hour after setting off. During his journey, Bliss had ignored 2 calls from Sandra Bannister. He hoped that the journalist was looking for an update, but he also feared that news of his meeting with the IOPC had leaked. He decided to call her when he was done here. "So what is it you think I can do for you, Bliss?" Wigg asked. One eyebrow arched in his best Roger Moore pastiche. "I need that enormous brain of yours, Wiggy. That and possibly your contacts in high places. Might as well make use of the old noggin while I'm still compos mentis, old boy. I fear the ravages of time have debilitated the cells somewhat. From what you told me on the blower, the sharks are cruising around you, sensing blood. They are. But what I'm struggling to work out is why they would be doing so now. Also, I had a not-so-coincidental visit from Jerry Quinn the other evening." "That scoundrel," Wigg said with a harsh sneer. "Only ran across the man on a couple of occasions, but I took an instant dislike to him." Bliss inclined his head. "Yeah, he had the same effect on my DS. So what did that reprobate want?" "The man was clearly searching me out, but doing his usual piss-poor job of it. Took a trip down memory lane, only it had a few twists and turns in it. Lots of chat about old raids that went bad due to tip-offs, that sort of rubbish. Then came the informal chat with the IOPC. So, not a coincidence at all, then. Names? Batty and Lee. Batty is familiar to me. A DCI to be reckoned with, by all accounts. I can understand why. He led the discussion, and various cases were mentioned, with threats of more to come. And while there is a decent amount of muck to rake up in each of those investigations, what they are really excited about is Hazel's murder. At the time that it happened, I understood I had to be their #1 suspect. But now, all these years on, something has clearly rattled their cage, and I don't think it's just a matter of a new department looking to justify their hefty budget." The waitress came back to the table with their drinks. Bliss paid in cash and gave a decent tip. He drank from his glass as Wigg responded.
Could this be a vendetta? He offered. Someone who suffered as a result of your actions back in 2005? A copper who lost their livelihood? Or perhaps a relative of someone who did? Bliss took another swallow before putting his glass down. Nodding, he said, "That was my line of thinking. Has to be someone inside the job who kick-started this whole thing again, right? Someone who saw the new parameters at the IOPC as a way of launching a fresh investigation. But to do that, they would surely have to have had some new information to go along with it. I don't see how that's possible. But without it, why would anybody authorize this? Whatever this is. Personal, then, not professional. And from high up. Which brings us to my contacts." Wig took a breath and gave that some thought. Bliss waited for him to work it through. His old boss was one of the Met's most highly regarded officers in his time, and rumour had it that he was often asked to chair various committees, despite having retired. His counsel was sought by the high and the mighty. He was a man with influence, and a man Bliss knew he could trust implicitly. Eventually, Wig sipped from his glass and nodded twice. "I see the way your mind is working, old boy. It so happens that I do have a finger in one or two still warm pies, including the IOPC. I could not be certain of discovering precisely what they have up their sleeves, but I imagine I would be able to find out why they have taken this decision to search you out." Bliss let go of some pent-up air. Knowing you were innocent of something was of little comfort, when you also knew how easily evidence, witness statements, and even known facts could be manipulated through a haze of smoke and glimmering mirrors to slant things for or against an individual. If he had a fight to prepare for, then having Wig in his corner and looking for answers could only be a positive step in the right direction. "Thank you, Wiggy," he said, realizing just how anxious he had been. "That is a huge weight off my mind. I know I've made enemies during my career, on both sides of the legal fence. I learned from a source a few months back that my own DCI is predisposed to loathing me, because her family hold me responsible for costing her uncle a job back in Peterborough. I can handle being demonized up there, because I stick by my decisions, despite the seismic outcome at times. I also have few concerns regarding my other cases, but of course, I am vulnerable when it comes to Hazel's murder, simply because of the emotions it stirs up. I think they may be counting on that, putting me off my game." "Well, you were definitely thinking clearly when you contacted me, Bliss. I may not be quite as useful to you as I perhaps would have been when I was still in the job, but I like to think my reach remains long and effective. I'm sure it does." Wig then asked how things were going outside of the looming shadow of the IOPC interest. Bliss elaborated more about being knocked down. He no longer considered it an accident, and for that reason felt himself fortunate to still be around. They then moved on to discuss the operations Bliss had led since returning to Peterborough the previous autumn. "That was a pretty horrendous affair with that RAF officer," Wig said, wrinkling his nose and pulling a look of utter distaste. "You did well there, old boy. The security services are not the easiest of people to appease when they sense mayhem about to break loose. That could have gone awry at any moment. The ripples would still have been spreading across your fine city. It still left behind a nasty taste," Bliss said. "The sort of rubbish you were up against act out of greed, and are therefore always vulnerable, and not exactly the sharpest tools. We won't ever see the back of them entirely, but at least we're getting to grips with them. People were watching you there, old boy, some waiting for you to slip, others for you to be trampled on by the full weight of the security services. You made an impression when you turned things around." "Yeah, for all the good it did me," Bliss scoffed. "I drew the attention of arseholes like the IOPC, and gave both MI5 and MI6 a bloody nose, not the best of career moves." Wig laughed.
Your career is right where it ought to be, getting your shoes dirty as a DCI and stirring things up. Provided I still have a career at the end of this nasty business, then it's our job to ensure that happens, Bliss." Wig winked and took a long swallow from his glass. As Bliss drained his own, he could not help but feel a little better. When you were under attack, it helped to have good support. There was no one better than Gareth Wig. Chapter 19. Bliss received the worst possible news when he eventually returned Sandra Bannister's call. It was not the request for an update he had been hoping for. "I was wondering if you would care to respond to a story we are discussing here at the paper concerning yourself and a couple of officers from the IOPC, the journalist said. "That depends on what the story is," Bliss replied. There was no hint of malice or satisfaction in her voice. This was her job, and she was doing it to the best of her ability. "Simply that you were interviewed by them at Thorpe Wood Police Station yesterday afternoon. A private interview." "Forgive me, but where's the story in that?" "You mean a senior city detective being interviewed by the people who police the police? Sounds like a news item to me, Inspector." "I don't think so." "There's no filling in that sandwich, Miss Bannister. You have me, you have them, but you have no details. You're fishing." After a moment of silence, Bliss heard her chuckling. "It was worth a shot. I should have known better where you are concerned." "Yes, you should. And I suppose I should know better than to expect you to reveal your source." "Absolutely. Are you sure?" "Doesn't sound like much of a source to me. They gave you me and the IOPC in a room together. That amounts to bugger all. Pass them to me on a plate, and I'll make sure they never bother you again." "Now, that sounds like a threat, Inspector." "Not at all. I'd simply make sure they were quietly moved on. I hear the Outer Hebrides is a fine place during storm season." Bliss ended the call with yet another promise to get back to Bannister with some dates for his promised interviews with her. But before that she took a chance and asked about the Jade Coleman case, on which he politely declined to comment. He was smiling as he hung up, but the smile quickly slipped from his lips as he thought about the leak at HQ. He puzzled over who, other than the super and those closest to him, knew the IOPC were even in the building yesterday, let alone that they had met with him. The first part of the conundrum was easy to solve. Both Batty and Lee would have had to sign in, and Bliss guessed one or perhaps even both of them had made it clear which department they were from and who they were there to see. No quicker way of spreading gossip than telling whoever was manning reception or had responded to their summons via the buzzer on the desk. In his own favour, it would be an equally simple task for him to find out who was on duty when the pair arrived. Not that it would do him any good. It was out there now, the mill regurgitating rumours and in full swing. The short journey back to Peterborough allowed Bliss to take stock. Having Wig as an ally was a great start, but despite his own handling of the two IOPC detectives, Bliss was more than a little apprehensive about taking them on in the formal setting of a disciplinary hearing. They would have to do better than Lee, but DCI Batty appeared capable of being a formidable opponent. Bliss focused on him now. Had he witnessed the interview from a neutral position, Bliss would have said that Batty was more than professionally repulsed by a fellow detective, thought to be both bent and a murderer. It had felt personal at times, an affront to Batty outside of the remit of his job. He wondered if that might simply be a case of the DCI trying to get beneath his skin in order to provoke a mistake or even a physical attack. Or was there perhaps more to it than that? Shrugging it aside, Bliss next addressed his own physical condition. Other than the damaged ribs, he was feeling no long-term effects of being mown down by a car. None of the symptoms associated with concussion,
such as headache, nausea, confusion, or forgetfulness. No dizziness either. No more than usual, that was. His ongoing medical condition had a similar vein of symptoms running through it like marble. Meniere's disease could often cause each one, including ringing in the ears. Even so, none of them had worsened, and if he ignored the sharp teeth his ribs seemed to have, Bliss judged himself to have recovered well. Jade Coleman plucked at his conscience throughout. Being less than fully involved was not yet harming the investigation, but neither was it helping. By this point, 4 days in, his commitment would usually have been complete. It would have seen him working late at the office or out on the streets conducting interviews. Sleep would have been elusive, and he would have snatched food and drink whenever he remembered. Now all he felt was a curious sense of detachment. He had put himself out there, headed briefings, issued instructions, and discussed the operation with the team. But despite this, he knew he was far from being in charge of it. For his own sanity, and for Jade Coleman, Bliss knew he had to do better. His thoughts turned to the crime scene once more. The nagging doubts persisted. Bliss wondered about the stifled cry and sound overheard by the neighbour, Baldwin. The attack on Jade Coleman had been vicious and powerful, yet not prolonged. In all likelihood, it had lasted between 15 and 20 seconds. The most obvious point for the victim of such an assault to cry out, and for sounds of a struggle to occur, were at the outset. The initial alarm and panic would have created that exact reaction. Yet Bliss was unable to picture this murder in the way logic suggested it had played out. The slice marks across Jade's palms tended to support the theory that it was she who had initially been armed with the knife, the thin and shallow cuts occurring as the blade was ripped from her grasp by the handle in a downward motion. It was possible that she had grabbed at it after being attacked, but the lack of wounds on her fingers suggested otherwise. Even so, a woman confronted by a stranger in her own house, who was fearful enough to snatch up a carving knife for protection, would surely have shouted out, or even screamed, long before any attack began. There was another thing bothering Bliss. If the victim took the knife from its place in the kitchen, why were the only signs of a struggle found in the bedroom, where she was eventually murdered? No matter how many times Bliss ran it through his head, it did not scan. There was a beat missing, and he thought it might be crucial. The obvious solution was that Jade had heard the intruder while she was in the kitchen, had laid her hands on the closest available weapon, and had then walked into the bedroom to confront the man. Obvious, perhaps, but to Bliss it did not ring true. As he was prone to telling less experienced detectives, when you deliberated and questioned one line of thought, you had to open up the channels to another at the same time. So if the scenario he had been considering was incorrect in some way, he now had to ask himself what the alternatives were. It took him only a few seconds to arrive at two possibilities. Either Jade Coleman had calmly and collectedly approached a stranger in her bedroom, the knife in her hand a last resort and a gleaming, obvious deterrent when the situation unexpectedly spiraled swiftly out of control, or the killer was known to her. The former required a degree of confidence and courage that belied everything the investigation had unearthed so far about the kind of person Jade was. The latter was one Bliss decided he and his team had to consider strongly. If Jade had recognized her attacker, she might well have picked up the knife merely in order to deter, but had allowed herself to be backed into a corner in the bedroom. It was entirely possible that he was misreading the scene at this stage, perhaps overthinking it because he was pushing too hard for answers. On the other hand, it felt right to question every assumption. Bliss was snatched from his reverie by the sharp trill of his phone. He noticed the odd raised eyebrow from one or two fellow commuters.
but the first-class carriage was where people often carried out their business. This was his, so he answered the call. It was Chandler. "Boss, I have some news for you. It's a new lead. But there's been another cock-up." Closing his eyes for a moment, Bliss drew in a deep breath. The one thing he could not allow was the pressure to build up to the point where stress took a grip. It was not good for his health, and it was certainly not good for the investigation. "Okay," he said, injecting a soothing tone into his voice. "Tell me about it." 10 days before the murder of Jade Coleman, a woman was attacked in her home in Woodston. She was hurt, but not badly. The thing is, boss, she was interviewed in hospital by a uniform who failed to react to the victim telling him she believed she had been stalked. This was only noticed in his report first thing this morning, and so today was the first the task force heard anything about it. Bliss was focusing on the potential positives. So we have a survivor. Presumably the victim was able to provide a description. Any chance that it's the same man? "The description is vague, boss. She never actually saw him during the attack. However, when it comes to the stalking, she mentions a man dressed in dark clothing, wearing a hoodie, and riding a bike." "Okay, I want to interview her myself." Bliss felt the churning excitement in his stomach, like moths fluttering in anticipation. "I'll be back in the city in 20 minutes. Do I need to remind you that you are officially off sick, boss?" He had yet to visit his GP, but he had called in his absence earlier. However, there was nothing to prevent him from recovering early enough to still get some work done today. "Pen, please get hold of this woman. Tell her it's imperative that we speak to her right away. And would you pick me up at the station, please?" The pause told Bliss his DS was reluctant and trying to think of a nice way to voice her objections. "Boss, I'm pretty sure the Stalker Task Force will want to speak with the victim, and perhaps they already have." "I don't care. I want to interview her myself. Not at HQ, though. At her home, work, wherever she happens to be today." Chandler agreed to making the call and collecting him from the railway station. Her clipped manner told Bliss she was not happy to do so. He decided he could live with that. The conversation he was about to have would be considerably harder. Bliss stood up and walked to the enclosed space between carriages, both in order for his conversation not to be overheard, and so as not to irritate his fellow travellers even further. He made a call to Detective Superintendent Fletcher's PA, who put him through immediately and without question. "I gather you were expecting to hear from me today, ma'am," Bliss said. "Put it this way, Inspector, I made it known that you might be communicating with me during your enforced absence. Thank you for that. There are a couple of things. I wanted to let you know that I've spoken to an old friend, an ex-colleague, actually. At this early stage, it's perhaps best you don't know who, exactly, just that he is a man who retains a good deal of influence, despite being retired. I'm hoping that bears fruit later today or tomorrow, that it will provide me with a lead as to what the IOPC are playing at. Regards to Operation Cauldron, I think you will agree with me that the less you know about my own influence there, the best it will be for us both." "I'm happy to hear that you have someone else in your corner," Fletcher said. "As for the murder investigation, I would agree, with one proviso, which is that if things get sticky, shall we say, then you come to me, before digging any deeper holes for yourself. Remember what I said about relying on your team to do the groundwork for you?" "I will, ma'am. And DCI Edwards? How much of a lead might she be looking to take while I'm off work?" "For the time being, very little. Alicia and I have agreed that a combination of Chandler, Short, and Bishop will suffice for the time being. Should your absence continue, then we will have to look at bringing in a higher-ranking supervisor. DCI Harrison may return to work shortly. I'm not sure if you were aware, Inspector, but Harrison's wife passed away recently. Given the reason that he was on extended leave was to care for her,
He may well be back. If not, there's always DCI Mulligan, given his extensive knowledge of the Stalker Task Force. I'm sorry to hear about DCI Harrison's wife, ma'am. I never met him, of course, but I hear he was a good man and a good detective. He was. He's much missed around here, I can tell you. Nothing against you, Bliss, but Harrison was the go-to DCI when it came to major crimes. You have filled his shoes admirably, but I think you will understand what I mean when I say he was politically sensitive as well. Smiling to himself, Bliss gave a nod, even though the super was not around to witness it. I know exactly what you mean, ma'am. Well, if the DCI does return, I'll look forward to working with him. Oh, and there is one other thing. There may be a break in the case, and I will be stepping in to interview someone who looks to be both another victim and a witness. Fletcher did not miss a beat. That sounds terribly official to me, Inspector. It was my understanding that your continued involvement would be the very opposite of that. And it will be, ma'am. I called in sick this morning as agreed, but as I'm feeling a little perkier right now, I thought I would make the most of it and get the interview over and done with before going back absent tomorrow. Does that sort of nonsense work with DCI Edwards, Inspector? Not usually, ma'am. Am I wrong in thinking we had an agreement in place? Not at all, ma'am. I'm simply suggesting we delay it by a few hours. I'll do the interview and go straight home. It won't even be noticed. Bliss heard the heavy sigh, as if Fletcher were standing alongside him. He thought he'd make one final push. Ma'am, we did agree that the less you were aware of, the better it would be. We could pretend this conversation never happened. And what conversation would that be, Inspector Bliss? Precisely. As he went back to his seat for the final few miles of his journey, Bliss was comfortable in the knowledge that Fletcher was not only being supportive above and beyond all expectations, but that she was also making the right calls. He hoped when he met the team later on that something positive would have resulted from their efforts so far. Chapter 20. The village of Eye is one of those curious ancient homesteads that has formed part of 3 different counties in its history. Until 1965 it was part of Northamptonshire, then fell within the Huntingdonshire borders, and only 7 years later became a district of Cambridgeshire. Until the 1980s, clay was quarried for the local brick pits in Eye. Since when, quarrying has continued to take place for both sand and gravel. It was at the quarry that Chandler managed to track down their potential stalker victim, Mandy Vickers. As Bliss and his partner stepped out into bright sunshine outside the main admin block, which was a large porter cabin situated at the end of a long driveway, the heat hit the 2 detectives like a physical blow, and the noise levels rocketed. The quarry was heaving with activity. There was a constant rumble of diesel engines in the background, punctured by the tortured, high-pitched shrieks and deeper groans of machinery in action. Vickers was an administrator, so they did not have to wait for her to be fetched off the site. Instead, they were shown through to the office space she shared with 3 other people. Chandler approached the woman, produced her warrant card, and suggested they speak elsewhere. The anxious-looking Vickers seemed to root herself deeper into her chair as she asked what it was about, but Chandler convinced her it would be better to have the discussion away from anyone who might be able to overhear. In a room usually reserved for breaks, the 2 detectives sat opposite Vickers at a scarred wooden table, whose surface was marked with interlinking circles left behind by mugs and cups. Against the far wall there was a sink, a small fridge, and several cupboards mounted on the wall. An open window overlooked the car park. Other than nodding at Chandler to close the window in order to block out the ever-present noise of the quarrying being carried out across the site,
Bliss never allowed his focus to stray from the woman who offered the real possibility of providing the breakthrough they needed. Mandy Vickers could be D.S. Bishop's fabled card that broke the game of patience wide open. "If this is about what happened to me the other week," Vickers said, her voice shrill with anxiety, "then you're too late. I already spoke to 2 detectives this morning. That got me all in a flap, having to relive everything that happened. So I don't know what more I can say." Bliss sympathized. It was never nice for a victim to have to recall one of the worst moments of their lives. But he had a murder inquiry to pursue, and so the niceties had to be held in abeyance. The woman looked to be in her late 20s, and although currently pained, she had a kind face that suggested a good nature. Bliss noticed there was some discoloration beneath her eyes, which seemed to spread out across her nose and cheekbones. Vickers wore foundation and eye makeup, but she had not been able to entirely disguise the remnants of her assault. "Miss Vickers," he said, offering a nod of understanding, "earlier today you would have spoken with the Stalker Task Force. Their focus, I'm sure, on that specific aspect. D.S. Chandler and I are with Major Crimes, and we are investigating a murder. It is our belief that whoever attacked you may well have gone on to do the same thing to another woman less than 2 weeks later. Only she was not as fortunate as you, Miss Vickers. She did not survive." The woman's eyes widened, and whatever colour had been in her cheeks drained away as if someone had pulled a plug on her blood. "You're talking about that murder over at Welland," she said in a hushed voice. "New England, but yes. Now, before we discuss the connections that we think exist between the 2 attacks, I would like you to describe for me what happened to you. I realize it must still be very painful for you, both physically and emotionally. I wish I did not have to ask you to put yourself through all this again, but as I mentioned previously, this is a murder investigation, and Jade Coleman was not afforded the opportunity of recovering from